Okay, I'd like to start the meeting now, if everybody could settle in. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Edgar. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And on behalf of the board, I'd like to welcome you to this meeting this morning, and thank you for logging in. The meeting is going to be conducted, as you all already know, remotely using the WebEx platform. And this teleconference constitutes the board's regular public business meeting for the month of July 2021. Again, we're very much appreciative of taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us this morning. Thank you. Since we're experienced in these virtual meeting protocols, we're not going to spend a lot of time going over the details, but if you have any problem accessing the site or speaking or what have you, please contact Ryan Jones, our board clerk, or Leslie Gallagher, or a member of the staff, and by text or by phone. They'd be happy to assist you in accessing the site, joining the meeting. Regarding the meeting process itself, we'll be having this meeting run as we normally do. Ryan Jones, our board clerk, will be handling the technical portions of the meeting. He has arranged to either present the videos himself or have the individual presenters share their sites and their information. He, as well as Leslie and Michael Wright and other members of the staff, will field the comments and questions addressed to the presenters, and we'll do that based upon the text and the emails and information that we receive. We have a chat function. If you feel comfortable using that function, please utilize that, and we'll try to address those comments also. Second, following each presentation, I'll ask for comments from the board, and after the board's finished, we'll open it up to the public and take the speakers on a first-come, first-served basis. And after we've completed the public testimony, we'll bring it back to the board for final action if it's an action item. If it's not, we'll just move on to the next item. You should be aware that the meeting is being recorded and will be housed on our website, just as our streaming video for all our meetings are recorded. Incidentally, while I'm thinking about it, we did record a portion of the coordinating committee's presentation regarding the technical analysis on climate change. So that's available for those who were not able to attend the coordinating committee last week. That's an important recording, and those of you interested in the technical aspects of what the scientists in DWR are doing regarding climate change, that's an interesting recording. You probably should all review that. We'll probably be taking a few breaks during the meeting to give our report as well as the staff a break. And at these break points, Ryan will place a sign to appear on the screen stating that the board is on a break and when we'll return. For your planning purposes, we do have a very full agenda today, and it does include some very interesting and possibly some controversial items. I've also been informed that we do have a closed session today, therefore I'm anticipating recessing this meeting to a closed session probably around 3 o'clock and completing the closed session around 3:30 or 4. So it's going to be a long day, just for your preparation purposes. Regarding the agenda items themselves, under item 3, Vice President Jane Dolan, acting as your secretary, will be sending the meeting minutes from May 28th regular board meeting for your approval. That's an action item. We have a consent calendar in which we only have one item on the agenda. It is in order. We have received a core letter on that, and so that item number 5A will constitute our consent calendar this morning. And it will be voted on by a single vote and second and disposed of, as it normally is. And this, of course, is an action item also. Next, under item 7, Darren Suin has a legislative report for the board's information. He has previously sent you information on his update, so he will try to shorten his report this morning, but certainly answer any questions you have at this meeting, or as a follow-up if you have questions regarding his report. Under item 8, the U.S. Regular board items, apparently we don't have any items from the Corps today. Under item 9, from the Department of Water Resources, the items will be presented by Jeremy Erich. He has some items that he will go over for us under item 9A, and then he will introduce 9B through 9D, and we'll be spending some time on those items. Then under the category of board items, we have 6 items, and these will take some time to get through. The action item will be lengthy and take some time to get through, I'm sure. That's on Lookout Slough, that item. Then finally, we have our usual executive officers reports and look ahead for August, including the informational staff reports for the board's review. And I'll ask Leslie to summarize that report since it went out late last night. She can give us an idea of her report as well as the look ahead for August for everyone's planning purposes. And as I said before, we do have a closed session, and we will handle it the same way as we've handled it in the past. We'll recess this meeting, this regular meeting, and then the board will go to a special Zoom meeting, which Leslie has scheduled, and we'll give you that link so that we can proceed to the Zoom meeting as soon as we recess the closed session. So this should be an interesting meeting, although, as I say, this will be a long meeting. As you're probably aware, welcome introductions and announcements constitute item 1 on your agenda this morning, and there are 3 items that we want to cover under this item. First, the opening and welcoming remarks, and then next, under item 1, there is an introduction of a new employee. Jackie Wang will be introduced by Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. We do have a new employee I want to introduce you all to, Jackie Hong. She joined the permitting section on July 6th. She's got a double major and is a recent graduate from UC Davis. She has degrees in civil and environmental engineering. Previously worked as a student assistant at DWR in the Dams and Canals section. And there she worked in MicroStation to produce drawings for Paris Dam's emergency release facility project. So she does have some good experience. In her free time, she enjoys bouldering at the boulder field in Sacramento, and I'm not sure exactly what that is, but it sounds like fun. Playing with her 2 pet cats and spending time with her friends. So I'd like to welcome Jackie, and I think she has her camera turned on if you want to wave to the board.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Leslie, and thank you, Mr. President and Vice President Dolan, as well as the rest of the board for having me. I'm very excited to work with all of you and participate more in the meetings to come. Thank you so much.
Welcome aboard, Jackie. We're glad to have you. You're with the board staff. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you again at the podium in the future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, members, we're on item 2, the roll call. Ryan, please call the roll, please.
Board Member Grego, Board Member Johnson,
I'm here. Good morning.
Board Member Ramirez,
Here.
Board Member Valines,
Here.
Board Member Countryman,
Good morning here.
Vice President Dolan,
Unmute. I'm here. Good morning.
President Edgar.
And I'm here. At this point, Mary Jane Griego is missing. Is she planning to attend, Leslie? Do you know?
I believe this is an excused absence this month, Mr. President.
Okay, fine. So we'll have, out of the 7 members, we'll have 1 absent this morning. So we have 6 as a quorum. That makes our quorum, and we're ready to go. So we're on item number 3, the minutes. And Ms. Dolan, if you may present the minutes of our May 28th regular meeting, we'll see if we can get the board approval. Jane?
I will. Thank you, Mr. President. I have reviewed the transcript and therefore the minutes for May 28th. I think that they are in order, but I always pause to make sure that you all haven't found a typographical error or you have a comment. Thank you, Tim. I see none, so I will make a motion to approve the minutes of May 28th, 2021.
Okay, do we have
I'll
a second on Ms. Dolan's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Brian. Moved and seconded, moved by Jane Dolan, seconded by Brian Johnson. Please call the roll.
Board Member Griego is absent. Board Member Johnson,
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez,
Aye.
Board Member Valines,
Aye.
Board Member Countryman,
Yes,
Vice President Dolan,
Yes.
President Edgar.
Yes. Thank you, Jane. This matter was approved unanimously by those present. Members, we're on item 4, review of the agenda. Leslie, is there anything you want to add before we proceed with the meeting?
The agenda is in order this morning, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Item 5 is the consent calendar. As I said earlier, we have only 1 item on the consent calendar this morning. It is in order. We have a core letter. Therefore, unless someone on the board or the public wants to remove or discuss item 5A, we will be ready to approve it. Do we see any people want to discuss item 5A?
I see no comments on my end.
Okay. Leslie, do you have any?
Nothing here, Mr. President.
Okay, could I have a motion and a second on item 5A?
I would move approval.
Okay, moved by Dolan, seconded by
Brian. The lines.
Board
Right.
Member Valines,
no, that looked like Mike Valines.
It was, sorry,
Yeah.
I was muted.
mute was on.
Yeah,
Okay.
That works.
yeah, that's what I did.
Okay. Ryan, you want to call the roll, please?
Board Member Griego is absent. Board Member Johnson,
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez,
Aye.
Board Member Valines,
Aye.
Board Member Countryman,
Yes,
Vice President Dolan,
Yes.
President Edgar.
Yes. Thank you, members. Okay, we're on item 6, public comments not on the agenda. Leslie or Ryan, do you see anybody that wants to speak to the board on any item not on the agenda?
I don't have anything here, Mr. President.
Okay,
I believe we do have something from Mr. Sergio Diaz.
okay, Mr. Diaz?
Good morning, sir, and good morning, board members and executive officer and chief counsel. I'll just read my statement. It's probably easier, and I'll be very brief.
Thank you.
There's considerable confusion among community members of the importance of flood control along the American River downstream of Folsom and Nimbus dams, and the critical role played by the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, along with other agencies, in mitigating flood risk and protecting the flood carrying capacity, both incrementally and cumulative, of the American River, while simultaneously promoting environmental stewardship. In 1920, the American Corps of Engineers, in cooperation with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, broke ground on a $373 million Folsom Dam Raise project. Prior to that dam raise project, a new emergency spillway was added to Folsom Dam at a cost of over $1 billion. Currently, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and the Army Corps of Engineers are collaborating on a levee protection program on the Lower American River at an estimated $1.56 billion. Since 1986, dam and levee upgrades in our region designed to prevent dangerous floods have cost an estimated $2.2 billion. The 12-mile reach of the Lower American River, located between Nimbus Dam and the downstream flood state levee system, contains the American River Designated Floodway Adopted Plan of Flood Control, approved by the Central Valley Flood Protection Board in the early 1970s. Federal and state local taxpayers' funds have paid for these flood prevention measures. The public is entitled to know and be assured that the Central Valley Flood Protection Board will not approve for-profit private projects for year-round human habitation dwellings that encroach on the American River Designated Floodway Adopted Plan of Flood Control, with little, if any, public benefit, that needlessly increase the danger of flooding to urban areas and that are inconsistent with floodplain management policy by FEMA, Corps of Engineers, and Department of Water Resources. For these reasons, we respectfully request a notice workshop on the American River Designated Floodway Adopted Plan of Flood Control. We would like the workshop to explain the purpose of the American River Designated Floodway, the regulations that govern the floodway, encroachments allowed by the Central Valley Flood Protection Board regulations, and encroachments not allowed by these regulations, including the reasons for both. Thank you for your consideration and prompt attention to this request.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. We appreciate your comments. As you know, we're not allowed to speak on items that are not agendized, and obviously can't be taking any action, but we'll take your matter under advisement, refer it to Executive Director. Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Okay, item 7 is our legislative update, and Darren Suen has this report. Darren?
Thank you, President Egger. Good morning. Good morning, Vice President Dolan, members of the board. Darren Suen with board staff. You have my report in front of you, I believe. If you have any questions, please don't let me know. I'll defer to that this morning, given the long agenda. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions, or would the board members like Darren to summarize his report? What's the pleasure of the board?
I don't need your summary, Darren. Thank you very much for this information each month. It's interesting and helpful.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, great. Thank you for it. But I think the summary speaks for itself. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, members. We'll move then on to item 8. As I said before, we don't have any reports from the Corps today. Item 9 is members. We're on item 9 and Department of Water Resources. Under item 9, Jeremy Erich, who is the manager of the Division of Flood Management, has submitted his monthly report from the Department of Water Resources for the board's review and information. Jeremy, under item 9A, will be making some brief and general comments, and then Jeremy will introduce 3 other items, 9A, or 9B, C, and D. The first one is the designated floodway inspection status, and Wade Wiley will be the presenter on that item. And we have our standing item on the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan Update Progress Report. Mary Jimenez and Jason Sidley will be making that presentation. And then we have an important presentation by Mark Commendatore, who will be talking about the San Joaquin Restoration Investments. So, Jeremy, I think we can proceed under your presentation under item 9A, please.
Thank you, and good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. Again, my name is Jeremy Eric with the Department of Water Resources, Division of Flood Management. As always, thank you for having me here today to give an update on some DWR activities. So we'll just dive in to my first slide, Ryan, if you wouldn't mind advancing. Oh, thank you. So I want to highlight, just give you an overview of the recent RD 1607 Van Sickle Island overtopping flood fight. The purpose here for me is to highlight a real-time example of a flood-related incident that was addressed according to how our flood operations and emergency management procedures are designed. That's really the focus. So in the middle of summer on June 24th, with high astronomical tides occurring and increasing since then, there were some low spots that were overtopped along a portion of RD 1607 Van Sickle Island. And this is located at the southernmost district in the Suisun Marsh that juts out into the Sacramento River north of Pittsburgh. So that's the map you see there. It's kind of a focus in on Van Sickle Island. RD 1607 immediately installed initial flood fight measures and contacted Solano County, as well as DWR's Flood Operations Center. And while I don't have all the specific details of the incident, I know that because tides have continued to rise daily, the flood fight is ongoing, and RD 1607 is actively monitoring the area, and they're preparing for additional overtopping nearby as the day and evening today progresses. I mostly want to recognize the good work of everyone involved in this emergency flood fighting incident and really thank RD 1607 and Solano County for following the process of first communicating early with the Flood Operations Center and with one another, of course, as well as their landowners. And second, thank them for exhausting their local resources before coming to the state requesting direct support. So in a nutshell, just to give you a flavor, here's how the communication worked in this incident. Again, in accordance with our emergency management procedures, the RD 1607 team immediately notified the Solano County operational area, as well as the Flood Operations Center, about the levee overtopping incident. RD 1607 used their own flood fight materials for the initial response, and when their resources were exhausted, RD 1607 requested support from Solano County. Solano County then fulfilled the request for 1,000 sandbags, and the county subsequently requested that the Flood Operations Center in DWR provide 7 rolls of plastic sheeting. So the Flood Operations Center approved that request, and the Reclamation District picked those materials up at our DWR's Stockton facility where we stockpile various flood fight materials. So my message here, I know that was a lot of details. There are a lot of logistics involved in these kinds of incidents, and the coordination is really key. And the message is that the process worked as designed. So when I heard about this and I read the different flash reports that came through, I was really pleased to see that, again, at the local level, everybody did what they were supposed to do. And all of our hard work and preparations over the course of years, has really paid off in this case from a communication perspective. Overall, we do have a really good working partnership with all of our LMA and Reclamation District partners. In this particular case, I'll add that the Delta Working Group and our strong relationship with the Delta counties and local maintaining agencies in this area has really helped reinforce the emergency management procedures that were followed during this incident. Ultimately, this serves as a reminder that given California's wide geography, and more importantly, our aging infrastructure needs there, that we can experience flooding any time of the year in certain locations like the California Bay Delta, even during a drought. So we don't expect these things, but we know that they can happen. So this is why we continue to plan, prepare, train, exercise, and coordinate with our local flood emergency response partners on an ongoing basis. As emergency managers, our work never stops, and we can never be too prepared. So just want to recognize the good work of all the parties involved, and thank everyone for the constant continued coordination and planning and training for events like this, because while this one may seem small, it's important to the local area, and it's important that we take advantage of, I don't want to call this an opportunity, but it is an opportunity to test our systems, and the systems are working. So appreciate all the support there. I'm ready to move on to the next slide. Thank you. Next, I'd like to provide you a brief overview of the department's Flood Maintenance Assistance Program, which we call Fmap, and highlight some program accomplishments and next steps that we plan to take to build on the great work to improve system-wide operations and maintenance that we've collectively accomplished as a flood management community. As a reminder, I know that my staff has given the board and the coordinating committee various presentations over the past couple of years on the Flood Maintenance Assistance Program, and I'll refer to it as Fmap. Fmap funds local maintaining agencies for general costs associated with operations, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, and replacement, and mostly on operations and maintenance. The goal is to improve overall operations and maintenance to ultimately increase flood protection, and to also ultimately assist the local maintaining agencies in maintaining or reinstating compliance and eligibility with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers PLA 499 program, where they can receive federal
Am I the only one who's lost Mr. Eric?
No,
I think we all have.
Yeah. Well, I commiserate. These online meetings are challenging.
let's, we can come back to Jeremy in a minute. Let's proceed with, let's see, item 9B, the designated floodway inspection status. And I think Wade Wiley is going to make this presentation. Wade, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am, President Edgar.
Thank you, George. Let's see, is Ryan going to put your presentation up?
I will. I'm putting it up right now.
Okay. Okay, we can see that presentation. Wade, if you're ready to go ahead, please go.
All right, thank you. Good morning, President Edgar and members. My name is Wade Wiley. I am the manager for DWR's Flood Project Inspection and Assessment Section. Each year at our report in January, we talk about all of our inspection programs and products. Today, I would like to review for you our designated floodway inspection program. Next slide, please. In this presentation, I will review the purpose of the designated floodway inspection program and our authority to do those inspections. I'll review some of the criteria that we use when identifying encroachments, and then I will review the steps we take to do those inspections. After that, I'm going to discuss the areas that we inspect and the results from our most recent inspections. Next slide. The purpose of the designated floodway inspection is to identify and report to the board unauthorized encroachments within the designated floodways. The intent is to help reduce impacts to the capacity of those floodways from uncontrolled development. That helps keep floodwaters where they belong, and it helps improve public safety. Next. DWR's authority and responsibility to perform designated floodway inspections comes from our 2008 agreement with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And we do that in compliance with California Code of Regulations Title 23. Next. The criteria that DWR uses to identify encroachments comes from Title 23. And that lists items that are allowed, what's not allowed, and other items that require permits. What we are typically looking for are encroachments that may have a detrimental impact to the capacity of the floodway. In particular, we're looking for things like buildings, levees or dams, roadways and bridges, or earth and fill. In some cases, the individual encroachment may not have a significant impact, but combined with all the other encroachments in that floodway, there can be an increase in water surface elevation, and that may be detrimental. Next slide, please. Our procedures are relatively simple. We use aerial imagery provided by Google Earth to review the floodways. Each year, we re-inspect each area that has new imagery. So we'll load the previous year's encroachments onto the map and begin searching for new items. And when we find those, we highlight them and enter them and key information about them into our database. Next slide. In this example from the previous year's inspection, you can see that several encroachments there requiring permits have been delineated in yellow. And when we use the new, I guess go next, please. So when we use the new imagery and overlay it with the previous year's line work, you can see that new construction has occurred, and that's stuff that we would want to evaluate. Next. So when we zoom into that area and take a closer look, we can see that there are new pole barns and other fencing and construction that require permits. So recognizing this, the inspector will delineate each of these encroachments. Next. Once they do that, they'll enter those into the database. And using those geo-reference shapes created by delineating the encroachments in Google Earth, our staff can very quickly import into the database things like assessor parcel number, address, and county, along with the reach and the designated floodway names, and a lot of GIS information that we have in the background that we could just pull right in there. So that speeds up the inspection process, and it ensures that all the data that might be needed for an enforcement, if it's needed, it's readily available. Next, please. So that's just the image of our database and how they would enter that. So next. Each year, our inspectors review the 60 specific reaches within the 31 delineated floodways. These are located within the Central Valley from Bakersfield in the south to Redding in the north. And I want to make it clear that the program is not reviewing the entire length of every floodway listed. We're only looking at those 60 areas specifically identified by the board. Next. So each year since 2018, our inspectors have been using this tool to review the floodways where we have new imagery. Before this process, when funding was available, the inspectors would go on a flight and overfly the floodways and just look out and try and identify new work that had been done since last time they were out there. So using this new process and aerial imagery, it's a lot easier, a lot faster. The one drawback is that some years there's lots of areas with new imagery. Other years there really isn't a whole lot of new imagery, and we don't have much control over that. This year there were not very many updated images to review, and only 27 encroachments were identified in those areas that we did have new imagery for. Most of the encroachments identified in the 2021 inspection were for things like vineyards, orchards, and fences with some other items mixed in, making up the remainder. Next slide. Overall, our results are showing that of the 7,300 or so encroachments that we've identified that require permits, only about 13% of those actually have permits. And that's reflected here in the pie chart, with the orange accounting for all the encroachments within the floodway without a proper board permit. Nearly 50% of all the encroachments that we've identified are structures, and the remaining encroachments are things like crops, utilities, and other items like fences, equipment, or debris piles. Next. Bridges are the encroachment that are the most likely to have a board permit, with about 50% compliance. And all the other categories of encroachment have a much lower compliance rate. Of the 31 floodways that do get inspected, all have unauthorized encroachments. The rest of these inspections or the results of these inspections are available to the board, and our staff are available to assist in any way they might need help. Next.
Wait, I have a question.
Sure. That kind of concludes our presentation.
Right on cue, Joe.
Yeah.
Just in time delivery. I'm a little concerned about this program because in my private experience, I've found that it's very unlikely in some of these large designated floodways there's any impact. What percent of the encroachments that you find have been found to actually affect the floodway? In other words, it would have to lead to a removal or a modification.
I think the majority of the encroachments that we've identified probably have a small impact or little to
But isn't the majority like 95%?
I would probably say it's up there pretty high. We have found items like levees that are put in for gravel removal operations, and some areas we've got a fair amount of development going on in those floodways. Those would certainly have an impact in those areas, and I know we've got local floodway managers, and I think they're probably very aware of what's going on in their floodways. I do think that that piece about notifying applicants for work in those floodways is they're not reminding folks that they need to reach out to the board for a permit for that work.
I'm thinking down in Tulare County, it's such a broad, wide floodplain, the chances of an individual item going in that would raise the water levels infinitesimal. And so anyway, I don't know what to do about it, but I just hope we're not over regulating something that doesn't need regulation.
Well, I think the great thing about this program is that we have a real good idea of what the encroachments are out there in those floodways. And you know, the state can look at that and the board can analyze it and you know, get an idea of where we might need to take a closer look, or maybe reach out to the locals and ask them about, you know,
How many of
what they're
these
permitting.
floodways? I believe in Tulare County, doesn't the county regulate the floodplain? Or
Well, we do have local floodway managers. Our state floodway manager is Mike Mearswa.
Yeah, the floodplain manager, I think, Wade, is what we, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think if he wanted to chime in about what the locals are doing to manage those, or could respond to that, I would appreciate it.
But haven't we actually given the responsibility in some of these counties to the county floodplain managers to manage the designated floodways? Or am I wrong on that?
If I may, my name is Mike Mearswa with the Department of Water Resources.
Morning, Michael.
Yeah, good to see you, President Egger, Joe, other members of the board. I'm going to jump in here for a second. This is a very complicated issue because it is something, Joe, that you're correct, that is very confusing, and that there's really this term floodway that is used first by the state of California through the flood board and the designated floodway program. And then the term floodway was introduced in 1968, really following the adoption of the National Flood Insurance Act through FEMA. And the floodways that most people are familiar with in California are going to be the FEMA floodways, which are a local ordinance. So FEMA will, when they're going through and developing their flood insurance rate maps, they will, in some cases, designate a federal floodway, but the regulation of that floodway is a local decision, whether or not they choose to include that in there or not. There is some discussion with floodplain managers at the states levels, meaning those of us at the state level, so Missouri, Iowa, California, Texas, as to really what extent is a floodway in an area where it's not delineated by FEMA. And there are some of us who believe that in those cases, the entire floodplain becomes the floodway. In other words, it's an entire zone where you need to be very cautious about any sort of development or activity within that hazard area so that you can have safe conveyance of the flood flows, which is very similar to the purpose of the designated floodways the state created through the flood board prior to the National Flood Insurance Act, where the designated floodway really is intended to be that corridor where you can get the maximum flood water safely conveyed out of the system without having minimum impacts. So there is this key difference there. If I may, you know, it's something that we've been discussing a little bit in the past year. I would suggest that what would be appropriate would be at some point in time to actually go through and talk about what are the differences between the two programs, and then come up with basically an FAQ, something that we could use to assist local entities understand what the differences are between the Corps' designated floodways and the floodways that are identified in FEMA's flood insurance rate maps, and then highlighting that in some cases those floodways do become a local regulatory obligation when that community decides to adopt that floodway within that flood insurance rate map, which it doesn't happen that often.
And Board Member Countryman, I'm so glad you asked the question, and I'm so glad our friend Mr. Mearswa is here, because the board is actually working on updating our designated floodway program. So it sounds like we need to coordinate closely with your group, Mike, to make sure that we're all doing the same thing and getting together on that. And Joe, I do believe that you are correct. I'm not specific about Tulare County, but we do have agreements with some counties, and I'm having our chief engineer research that now that our longtime permitting chief is gone, we don't have that at our fingertips, which counties, but you are correct, there are some. And I think Tulare is one of them.
I'm pretty sure Tulare County's one because I remember the hullabaloo that went on when that was finally turned over to them. But
yeah, thank you. We can get that information for you and follow up for sure.
This is Jane. I'm aware that Butte County they had a really good supervisor that got that done.
Butte County as well, that's correct.
If I may, Mr. President, thanks for the info here. It sounds like, behind Joe's questions there are, at least a couple of things going on. One is, how to communicate out to locals about, the FAC idea is a good one. What is the situation and, what, is expected of people under different circumstances. And the other one is maybe just, more substantive. How do we, given that there are so many unpermitted structures, how do we sort for the ones that are, most meaningful, and how do we know that we're prioritizing in a right way to keep people safe, given that there's a lot out there and some of them may be a lot more meaningful than others. And so maybe this is a question for you, Leslie, but is that part of your planned update is to be able to answer that question and sort of know how we're sorting those and a more elaborate answer to Joe's question about how much that matters?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big piece of it. The communications piece, working with locals to make sure they know about it, working with federal FEMA maps to make sure that we're in alignment, prioritizing those encroachments that we already know about, and then updating our regulations. Those are all sort of a piece of what we need to be putting together. And I know that Mr. Mirswa's group was fortunate enough to get an influx of cash this year from the budget. So hopefully there'll be some way we can pool that money and help assist with some of what we're doing.
yeah.
Tim?
Thanks, Bill. I just wanted to echo what's been said by Joe and also Brian. And I'm sure there are places, like Joe said, where be a real minimal, if any, effect. But I think there are also places that are very obviously problems. And especially if cities and counties are permitting them and either they don't know or are ignoring the designated floodway, we need to make sure that we connect those dots. Because especially on the San Joaquin side, what's happening over time is we're going to lose our flexibility. We're trying to expand floodway corridors, and it's already going to be hard in some places, and we don't want to make it harder. I think the sooner we can get in touch, let people know, and try to stay on top of it, that would really be a big step forward. And the surveys that are done, I think, have really helped. So thanks to the DWR folks and to George for continuing to pull that together. And thanks to our folks for working with Mike, taking the next step. It all sounds like a good idea.
One other comment, Wade, I think this Google Earth approach is fantastic. You're to really be recognized for pushing that, because I think prior to this, it was almost impossible to manage some of these floodplains. And you've actually found a way that maybe, we can keep track of it. So I really appreciate what you've done there.
Well, thank you for that, board member Countryman. Oleg Yakimov, one of our staff, came up with this process and procedure, and we think highly of it. And to kind of address the prioritization of the items that we've identified, it's a database, and we can query it in any way that if we've categorized the encroachments correctly, and you want to look at actual homes or levees or dams that we've identified, we can queue those up very quickly. So we're ready to help in any way we can.
Leslie, this is Bill. I had a question on when Wade talks about the database. Is this the same database that Angelis walked us through the meeting or so ago?
Oh gosh, that's a Mike question. I think so, but let me defer.
I would say that our database is a standalone database that we have, and we can share output from it, but it's not something that board staff has direct access to.
Okay,
That will probably be something, Mr. President, we'll have to work on as well, since that's a program they're running on our behalf. So we'll work with them on that.
yeah, we've been around this before. We shouldn't be having two databases. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And the one that Angelis has a lot of overlays on it and a lot of information too. It just seems duplicative and very expensive to have two databases going. Anyway.
Joe, can I just follow up really quickly? Thank you to Ali of board staff who put this in the chat. I just want to make sure you see it. We have designated floodway agreements with Butte County, Tulare, Yolo for Cache Creek, the city of Roseville in the Dry Creek area, and the city of Bakersfield on the Kern River.
Leslie, do you know in these agreements, have we delegated any of our authority to the locals?
They issue the permits locally for the designated floodways in those areas.
So we have essentially delegated them the authority to issue the permit for us, or how does that work?
We do not issue those permits in that area, I believe. Jane, is that correct for Butte?
That's correct. It's a pretty comprehensive agreement that defines what the standards would be and what would be allowed or not. I can tell you in Butte County's area, we don't allow any occupancy structures, and we even govern how orchards are planted. So it's a very detailed agreement. Whether or not it includes a reporting, and as staff changes at both the local and state level, they remember to do something like that is something I can't say, but it's generally some kind of public works or construction permit issued by the county, but it is in accordance to what is defined in the agreement.
Okay.
My recollection, Tulare County is the same. And the big benefit is you don't have a FEMA floodplain and our designated floodway. The county's able to coordinate that and put it together.
Yeah, now Wade, when given that information, that when you compiled your pie chart showing there was only 13% of the structures have permits, did you include the local permits that have been delegated by the board to those counties?
Well, we're specifically talking about Central Valley Flood Protection Board permits. So no, we're not including local permits.
Well, if we delegated by agreement to those counties the ability to permit those structures, then you're missing something there. Then the number's not 95% unpermitted. It's probably a lot less than that, right?
If yeah, that's
yeah. Some things wouldn't get a permit anyway. The walnut tree doesn't get a permit, but it would show up as a new encroachment or a new use or a new factor.
Well, I think he was talking about structures.
I'm talking about all the encroachments that Title 23 requires a permit for.
Title requires an orchard permit. Okay.
So orchards within the designated floodways need a permit. I don't have access to the locals, what they permitted.
Yeah, well, then I think that's, you know, in those particular counties, and I don't know, it seemed like Leslie listed about 7 or 8 counties. You don't have all the information to make the statement that 95% are unpermitted. Anyway, we'll have to get this coordinated, and please let's not be working with 2 different databases. I mean, we've been through this before. It just doesn't make any sense.
You know, an obvious challenge is that many of these programs began before there was any kind of online permitting database. So, you know, we should remember that these come from the 60s, 70s, 80s. So it's a continuing challenge to assure that we do not have competing databases and that we do find the accurate information.
Yeah.
But, you know, I guess I'm just emphasizing what Mr. Countryman said. You know, sometimes there are structures or uses in a designated floodway, but the impediment to the use of the floodway and the floodwaters is not a big deal. So we try to analyze that and prioritize, but working on getting a database that we all agree upon and share is definitely a goal and a need.
Okay, thank you, Wade. Any other questions from the board? Okay, Leslie, I think there's some follow-up here that you and Mike will need to take care of.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, let's thank you, Wade, for that presentation. We'll move now to item let's see, 9C, which is our standing item of the 2022 Central Valley Protection Plan update. Mary and Jason have this presentation, and Mary, I ask you to take the lead on this, please.
Good morning, President Edgar. Before we start, would you like to revisit Jeremy Erick's completion, or would you like to wait for us?
Is he online at this point?
Yes, I'm here, President Edgar.
Oh, here we go. I'll turn it back to you, Jeremy.
Thank you. And Ryan, would you mind pulling back up the presentation that started with the Flood Maintenance Assistance Program? And I apologize for my computer just decided to restart and go through the Microsoft updates. So the good news is my computer is now updated. So so apologize for the interruption there. So I covered most of the information, but as a quick reminder, the Flood Maintenance Assistance Program is really there to provide additional funding above and beyond what the local maintaining agencies already have within their existing means to improve overall operations and maintenance, and ultimately increase flood protection and contribute toward maintaining or reinstating compliance and eligibility with the Army Corps' PL 8499 program. Next slide, please. Really quickly to touch on the significance of Fmap, stemming from the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan and all the great work that went into the operation, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, repair, and replacement technical work. The plan estimated about $130 million annual shortfall in spending for operations and maintenance activities. And the Flood Maintenance Assistance Program, Fmap, really serves to mitigate, I'll say, a portion of the spending deficiency by bolstering the maintenance budgets and activities of the partnering local maintaining agencies. These LMAs are responsible for over 1,400 miles of state federal levees that protect 1.3 million people and over $100 billion of damageable property. Facts and figures that you've heard many, many times in different venues and instances, but it just highlights the significance and importance of the operations and maintenance of our system. And with so much at stake here, we need to continue to bolster these programs. Next slide, please. This gives a quick recap. We're into the 3rd year of the Flood Maintenance Assistance Program, started in fiscal year 18-19. where we committed a total of $7.7 million. You can see in the bar charts, the text is a bit small, but the lighter blue shaded color indicates the number of local maintaining agencies that participated in the program, as well as the total dollar amount that those collective maintaining agencies received from the department to improve their operations and maintenance activities. So in total, over 3 years, we've funded $26.5 million. We fund local maintaining agencies, which includes maintenance areas that the DWR maintains. We have increased participation a little bit each year, which is positive. We'd like to see more continued participation by the local maintaining agencies because there's a lot of work out there that needs to be done, as we know from our inspection results. So just wanted to highlight the kind of the year-by-year look from a funding perspective here. And you can move to the next slide.
Jeremy, before you go on, this seems like a great deal. I wouldn't think you need much encouragement to get the districts to participate. If they're what's their requirement to receive this money?
Board Member Countryman, thank you. That's a great question. The primary reason a number of the maintaining agencies are not signing up is because one of the requirements is that they need to sign assurance agreements with the state, with the flood board.
I see.
So many of them are just reluctant to go into doing that.
I see. So the assurance would be in perpetuity. They would continue to do whatever or maintain whatever they had come up with.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That explains it.
Thank you. In terms of Fmap program accomplishments, as I mentioned, we've provided over $26 million for eligible routine maintenance activities. There's a whole list of maintenance activities that are applicable. I'm sorry, was there a question?
No.
Okay. Levee and channel vegetation management, road and abatement and damage repair, levee slope maintenance and patrol roads, minor erosion, seepage and stability repairs, channel scour repairs, maintenance of structures or other facilities, encroachment management, debris removal. So things like that. There's a number of activities that are eligible. They're all outlined in the funding agreements. The second point here, I mentioned this, but program participation and total funding have increased each year. So as we've seen a little bit more interest and a little bit more willingness of the LMAs to sign up for this program, we have increased participation and therefore increased the funding that we have available. And since 2018, kind of a global accomplishment, 2 of the local maintaining agencies who have received Fmap funding for producing letters of intent and system-wide improvement frameworks with the Army Corps of Engineers, they have gained PL 8499 eligibility. That's RD 817 and LD 1 Sutter. More accomplishments on the next slide, please. With 3 years of program implementation, we can now begin to correlate levee inspection performance ratings with Fmap participant O&M activities. So this is a really high level initial scrub through some of the maintenance ratings as compared to the funding we've provided for Fmap. And approximately 55%, we've seen about a 55% decrease in miles of maintenance deficiencies in the participating LMAs. And we've seen about 11% increase in miles of maintenance deficiencies in non-participating LMAs. So I think it's a huge testament to the program and the value of these maintainers signing up for this. So just wanted to highlight a quick overview of what we've seen in an initial cut at looking at the inspection ratings, and more works to be done there. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, we'll continue to support and assist, there's a typo there, my apologies, assist participating LMAs with program implementation, as we have done for the last 3 years. We'll continue outreach to the non-participating LMAs, encourage them to participate in the program. We plan to expand program tracking to be able to better quantify the funding of the specific maintenance activities that are outlined in the funding agreements. And then we can get to a better, more granularity in terms of tracking the benefits that I mentioned on the previous slide, and ultimately evaluate the effectiveness of the flood maintenance assistance program toward increasing LMA PL 8499 eligibility. I think that might be my next slide on that program. Yes. So before I move on, I won't cover this slide because Wade has already presented on the designated floodway inspection program. And all I was
Jeremy, before you proceed to the other subject, have you noticed a we're not spending all of the Fmap money, and we still, there's still some left for those who want to apply for it. And similarly on the Delta subventions program, we've found that we're leaving money on the table there. We usually get a budget of about 12 million, and we spend about 8 million or so a year. Have you noticed any of the LMAs withdrawing from the subventions program because there's a cost share and are taking the Fmap money, which doesn't have a cost share? Have you noticed that? Has there been anything like that?
President Edgar, I'm not aware of such an analysis. I'm not sure if anybody on the line is aware from DWR, but I can't answer that question.
Okay. That would be interesting.
Sorry for the interruption. Dave Wielden, I have an answer to that question for Jeremy.
That'd be great.
Okay, Dave Wielden, Department of Water Resources.
Morning, David.
Good morning, President Edgar. The Fmap program is not folks who are participating in Delta subventions or in the Delta area are not eligible for Fmap for the main portion of Fmap, the task that covers the maintenance funding, the specific maintenance funding support. They are eligible for the LOI SWIFT and the reporting assistant.
Okay, I get it. But for the general maintenance activities, they are not eligible for it because they have this other program. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, sure, Jeremy.
Okay, Jeremy, that was all the question I had. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there are no further questions on the flood maintenance assistance program, I will carry on and I will be done in just a minute. So we can skip this slide. Wade presented. Thank you, Wade, for accommodating my technical glitch. For the July CVFPB, Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update, Mary Jimenez and Jason Sidley will update the board on the conservation strategy update and progress made on performance tracking of CVFPB implementation. So look forward to hearing what they have to say. And then the next slide, please. Finally, Mark Mandatori will provide the board an update on San Joaquin restoration investments and activities. Mark is with DWR's Division of Regional Assistance, and he manages the Special Restorations Initiatives branch. And the purpose of his presentation is really to provide a high-level summary of DWR investments made in multi-benefit projects and activities in the San Joaquin Valley over the last 5 years. And please note that these investments are in addition to DWR's funding of other San Joaquin Valley efforts, such as regional flood management plans and ongoing investigation of the Paradise Cut multi-benefit project on the lower San Joaquin River. And I'll just wrap it up by saying Mark's presentation is of timely interest to all of us, given its relevance to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan and the water resilience portfolio discussions that are centered around the San Joaquin system. And with that, that wraps up my update for the month, President Edgar and board members.
Thank you very much. Mary, I guess we're ready for you to proceed with your presentation under under the Central Valley Flood Protection Update Progress Report.
Very good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, President Edgar. This is Mary Jimenez with the Department of Water Resources. I'll give just a moment for the presentation to be shared before I start. Does my sound come through okay? I should feel like I should always check. Thank you.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So thank you, Ryan, for setting up the slides. So again, my name is Mary Jimenez. I'm with the Department of Water Resources. I'm here this morning with my colleague, Jason Sidley. We work in the System-Wide Multi-Benefit Initiatives branch for DWR. Pleased to provide our update this month. Next slide, please. An overview of our presentation today. I'll begin with a recap of the presentation that David Martesian shared with the board last month on our update of the 2020 or development of the 2022 update of the conservation strategy as a key component of the CVFPB. I'll then hand off to Jason Sidley to provide a little bit more on the performance tracking and outcome-based planning. And lastly, I'd like to leave some time at the end to discuss with the board where we're going. A variety of really important work underway and future topics under discussion with the board and our partners, more on alignment with other state efforts, update of the investment strategy and technical information that's underway, and last but certainly not least, working towards development and release of a working draft of the 2022 CVFPB. So next slide, please.
Mary, could I just have you had a chance, or are you going to include in your presentation the comments that Jane and I made at the executive committee yesterday?
On
where we're going?
Yes, I hope to include some of those at the end, and then I would love if you and Jane would weigh in then too.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. So where we've been, so I'll give a recap again of what David Martesian shared last month on our progress developing the update to the conservation strategy. Next slide, please. So an overview of the draft conservation strategy as it exists. Back in May, our team released a draft of the conservation strategy update document to our closely involved partners and stakeholders. Some highlights of the contents. So the draft conservation strategy is developing and integrating key recommendations and priority actions as they pertain to environmental conservation and multi-benefit actions and projects, those components of the CVFPB specifically. The draft is reporting on multi-benefit project implementation progress and accomplishments, and as part of that, also diving into a current look at the impediments to multi-benefit project implementation. So really give a detailed look at how are we doing and how can we do it better. It's also incorporating new science and information and fostering and continuing coordination and collaboration between the conservation strategy, CVFPB, with other state and local plans. The draft conservation strategy update also features a good description of our approach to adaptive management performance tracking. While I'm not going to say much about that today, I will point to Jason's presentation after mine to cover a little bit more on that topic and related dialogue. The draft that is out there right now and that we're still working on doesn't yet have substantial content and multi-benefit project funding and regulatory compliance, but we are still working on that. So more to come on that as it moves forward. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we are developing and vetting recommendations related to the conservation strategy and priority actions. This is happening from many sources, and it's happening concurrently for both the conservation strategy and the flood plan together as an integrated package. With that in mind, we're very, very grateful to have included and be considering the recommendation shared with our team already from the board's advisory committee as a key aspect of that. We are also considering and vetting other sources. We have to go back to the 2017 information and the information that we had there, not only in the 2017 document itself, but also our key supporting efforts that have related information embedded. We were also heavily going through recommendations, priority actions from the regional flood management plans, both the foundational work and the updates provided to the department by the 6 RFMPs through the white papers. We're also, of course, looking at our higher level state guidance in the water resilience portfolio and other state strategic plans and so forth as a comprehensive package. So very painstaking and detailed work to do so. A lot of great information out there, well underway. And then lastly, as part of those recommendations, we're doubling down on the messaging that for both the conservation strategy and the CVFPB update, recognition and inclusion of language and multi-benefit projects are an essential component of plan implementation. In other words, we're not going to achieve the long-term vision of our plan without prioritizing a deliberate focus on those components and actively identifying and addressing the barriers to implementation to continue the progress. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, the conservation strategy update draft does include a pretty good description of what we've been able to describe so far on project implementation progress. So it highlights a handful of multi-benefit projects completed and in different phases for data we've been able to collect so far. I did want to mention that this is one piece where, based on comments received, we're already digging in and making changes. So really glad that getting the draft out in May is already prompting us to dig back in and make sure we can collect better information and improve what we have in the draft. So I did also want to mention that the implementation accomplishments and progress is based on contribution to the conservation strategy measurable objectives. And we're reporting that by conservation strategy, conservation planning areas that align with the system-wide planning area of the CVFPB. And we are reporting those according to habitat type. Next slide, please. So impediments to implementation, another really important topic. This is, I guess I'll refer, included in section 2 of the draft conservation strategy update, if you're still looking at the document that we have out there. This was informed heavily by stakeholder input regarding factors and taking an updated look at those factors. Great wealth of information received from our agency partners, non-governmental organizations, and other project proponents through surveys, interviews, and active engagement participation by the board's advisory committee. So a couple of those two major impediments that will sound familiar to the board and everyone else that have risen to the top include funding availability and project proponent leadership being especially important impediments to us. And next slide, please. Again, also in section 3, I guess in this case, I wanted to start with reminding folks that the 2016 conservation strategy included 17 target species that could benefit from implementation of the conservation strategy in CVFPB. The conservation needs of those target species were part of the basis for development of the conservation strategy measurable objectives that we have today. For 2022, we are not updating those measurable objectives at this time, but we are adding 3 new target species that would benefit from achievement of those objectives. And the 3 are shown visually on the slide. That is the yellow-breasted chat, the tricolored blackbird, and the Delta smelt. Next slide. Again, along with the CVFPB and conservation strategy, describing and demonstrating alignment between the conservation strategy with other plans and efforts is a key of key importance to this update, and draft description is included in the document that's out there. This also, I'll link back to what Jeremy Eric covered and what's going to come after me. This is particularly relevant to Mark Commandatori's presentation today on DWR investments in the San Joaquin and ecosystem restoration and conservation actions. Really exciting and key alignment topic in the San Joaquin coming from Mark that relates directly to what's in the conservation strategy draft right now regarding alignment. So very timely. Thank you. Next slide. And an overview of where we're at on the conservation strategy. So as I mentioned, the draft came out in May. We put it out for review. We've had some really good comments back so far. The main document went out along with Appendix G. We are trying to quickly turn around next week, appendices A through E. We're continuing to make changes to Appendix F, which is kind of the accounting piece, to reflect some really good comments we got on the main document. So my regrets that Appendix F will lag by about a month, but it's because we're being responsive to the early feedback received on the main document and really the complexities associated with the accounting piece. So main document is out, continuing to be revised. So as Appendix G is out there as well. It's a summary of the advisory committee recommendations. A through D coming very soon next week. And then F, we'll try to get that out within a month so that folks can have a complete package and we can work towards the next draft later in the fall. So that's the summary of where we're at. I'll pause for any questions or comments on specifically on the conservation strategy before handing off to Jason.
This is Jane. Since the president brought up that we had what was a conversational update yesterday, I just want to say I think that you worked pretty hard between yesterday afternoon and this morning to import some of the things that we suggested. And for my part, I continue to emphasize that when there's a very large time gap between when you ask and receive information, advisory committee, RFMPs, and what has been done with the recommendations, it causes consternation. People begin to make up stories about what you may or may not do with it, and we lose momentum. So I always say, don't let perfection get in the way of releasing information. And if you need a watermark that says draft across it really big, then go ahead and do that. But I do know from the meetings and others that I join online that the communication is going both ways. It's just that there is this gap between when it's received and when they see the implementation. And I think it's understood, but if it could be brought in pieces. So I'm glad you'll do some of the appendices without waiting for all of them to be ready. So thank you.
I appreciate that.
It's a, it's a big job. I know it's an update, but there will be some changes because there's new information. What we knew in 2017 is what we knew then, and we've learned things there. So that will be incorporated, but the basis of the plan and our goals and hopes for improvements will remain the same, which is continue to refine them. And I'm hoping that this plan will really focus on how to implement it. Now we know what we want to do. We've really got to figure out how to get it done rather than say we want it. So thanks for your work.
You're welcome. And I agree, Board Member Dolan. Absolutely. Thank you. Any other comments or questions before I hand off to Jason? All right, thank you. Jason, if you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right.
So thank you very much, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, members of the board. As Mary mentioned, my name is Jason Sidley. I'm with the System-Wide Multi-Benefit Initiatives branch of the Division Multi-Benefit Initiatives. That's a mouthful, sorry. And I'm here today to give you a brief overview of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board workshop from June 11th, in which the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan and Conservation Strategy teams put together a presentation to further discuss the outcome-based performance tracking framework that is being developed as part of the 2022 CVFPB update, as well as we presented a demonstration on the flood performance tracking system that is currently being developed as part of the 2022 Conservation Strategy update. Next slide, please. There we go. In 2017, the update in 2017 introduced a framework for tracking performance towards the set of intended outcomes. This effort was aligned with similar efforts that were being undertaken in the department, such as the statewide flood management planning program effort and the 2018 Central Valley 2018 California Water Plan. This performance tracking framework is being developed to help define and show how effectively are being towards implementation of the actions that we undertake as part of this state system-wide investment approach. This framework has been developed to be updated on a recurring cycle. Currently, we're looking at using the 5-year planning cycle associated with the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update process. Allowing it to be cyclical in this nature allows us to inform potential new actions each time as we evaluate the effectiveness of previous implemented actions. It enables us to evolve towards resiliency by constantly learning and tracking how the system responds to implementation, and then provides a system of accountability, allows us to show how the investments that are being made by taxpayers are being implemented effectively, and that those investments are tracking towards the outcomes that we've defined as being intended. Next slide, please. One of the benefits of this framework, as mentioned previous, is that by tracking progress towards an aligned set of outcomes, we can start to determine where we're making positive strides towards these outcomes. And then what the intent of it is to aggregate all of these achieved benefits across an entire watershed, obviously starting at the individual project level, but then aggregating the benefits up through and across a watershed, which will allow us to start to see where we are driving towards resiliency, towards these higher level outcomes, and where we may be falling short and need to make adjustments to action implementation. Next slide, please. So in 2017, we had developed this set of societal values, and these are things that we, through our efforts, had determined were things that Californians valued. You know, public health and safety, vital ecosystem, a healthy economy, and other enriching experiences that we've coined this term, other enriching experiences such as recreation, such as cultural use of water, those types of other enriching experiences. And for the 2022 update, diversity, equity, and inclusion is a topic that the state is addressing as one of its highest priorities. And so outcomes surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion, such as how to better serve disadvantaged communities and also providing better access to education and water-based recreation, are being evaluated to see how they will work into this framework. Possibly, we're evaluating the addition of a potential 5th value surrounding equity. So that's one of the pieces that we are currently looking at as we develop the outcomes metrics and indicators for 2022. Next slide, please. The framework that is being developed from 2017's effort is intended to be quite flexible. It's something that would be a learning system. It would be refined over successive cycles as we see how implementation is moving towards or away from our intended outcomes. We can make amendments to the framework as moving forward. It is also intended to be transparent in that it's something that will require and encourage participation from all levels of flood management to help define the outcomes, indicators, and metrics that are being used to track progress, as well as receive input from all levels, the locals, the tribes, the federal entities, to help us track this progress. It is also designed to roll upward from the policy as enabling conditions pieces up through our assets and actions into those societal benefit outcomes that we are trying to achieve through implementation, and ultimately up into those higher level societal value outcomes to be able to track towards sustainability. This 2022 effort and the development of metrics, indicators, and the beginning of tracking towards those is going to be focused on where we have existing data and resources, where we already have tracking in place, such as the conservation strategy, measurable objectives work that I'll highlight in a little bit, in trying to show how this can be implemented effectively. Next slide, please. So work on further development of the framework. So in 2022, the things that we're looking to do, we're going to work on further developing the framework. We'll be engaging with stakeholders as we work to define those societal benefit outcomes, metrics, and indicators. We had a good amount of development that occurred in 2017. We're working to further define those, making them regionally applicable. Additionally, the 2022 CVFPB update outcome-based performance tracking effort will begin evaluating and developing concepts for implementing the framework. As I mentioned previously, we're going to focus initially on those places where we have tracking programs in place, metrics and indicators that we can, with relatively low costs and effort, start to track. Additionally, we'll be coordinating with the California Water Plan's Regional Atlas effort that began at the end of the 2018 California Water Plan and is intended to be continued through the 2023 effort as a potential venue for reporting, tracking, and displaying this outcome-based framework. So really putting it out there and showing how it can be used at all levels. Next slide, please. So this slide shows kind of a draft look at what this framework looks like. Obviously, there's a considerable amount of detail that will be put into this effort. It shows also kind of those levels of outcomes that I discussed earlier, where you have at the top those 4 societal values as the highest level, what we're attempting to achieve. And so, providing public health and safety, providing a vital ecosystem, a healthy economy, those opportunities for enriching experiences. And as you step down to that next level, you're looking at what are those things, the societal benefits, as we call them, what are those things that we as flood and water managers can help to achieve? What are those things that we want to do to help achieve public health and safety in the state? We obviously only have a limited amount of influence, and we can do that. We don't have any influence over earthquakes or police and fire, but we can define specific outcomes that we as fund managers can influence. And so you have those across the 4 societal values. Then down below that, you'll have those indicators and metrics that we can use to then track whether we are, through our implementation, starting to achieve those societal benefit outcomes. And we're working on defining those currently. The next level down is what we call assets and actions. What are the assets and implementation actions, O&M activities, those sort of things that need to be implemented by us flood managers to help influence those societal benefit outcomes. And then down below are what we call enabling conditions. And those are the pieces that can be impediments to implementation, such as funding. Funding is obviously a major one. All the coordination and governance issues that occur out there, operations and maintenance issues that occur that affect the life cycle of projects, land use issues, those types of things that we really need to be able to implement. And so the reason I like to show it in this form with the various levels is more to highlight that to be able to implement effectively, you need to have those enabling conditions in place. So they kind of build on each other. And then to achieve those societal benefit outcomes, we're going to need to implement and manage our systems, which is where the assets and actions come in. And then to achieve sustainability or move towards sustainability across California, we would need to, for our part, achieve some of those societal benefit outcomes. So as we started moving into, next slide, please. As we started moving into the discussion on the work that Lori and the conservation strategy team have looked at, we started to evaluate, and that they started to evaluate some of the projects that they were using to evaluate the conservation strategy measurable objective work that I'll talk about in a minute. But we grabbed one of the projects and said, okay, how would this project, in particular the Oroville Wildlife Flood Stage Reduction Project, track towards those outcomes? And so this slide highlights a few of the outcomes that were intended or that were achieved as part of this project. So reconnecting the Feather River floodplain was an outcome that was intended. Augmenting the existing system of inflow and outflow weirs, and then also reducing flood stages within the main channel. And if we can go to the next slide, what you'll see then here is how those project features or intended outcomes track towards the outcomes that were the societal benefit level outcomes. So reconnecting the Feather River floodplain tracks towards increasing floodplain inundation, which ultimately is one of the ecosystem societal benefit outcomes we would like to achieve. So then you drop down and augmenting the existing system of inflow and outflow weirs drives towards improving system performance, which has both benefits in the public safety and the economy, the societal value. And then reducing flood stages within the main channel contributes to the reduction in flood risk, which once again has public safety and economic benefits. And so it just shows how by defining what you are intending as your outcomes for this project, you can start to track towards those higher level societal benefit outcomes. Ultimately, we'll have indicators and metrics underneath there that we will be able to track over time that will help us to determine whether those outcomes were actually achieved. Next slide, please. And so DWR and its consultants have created a system to track performance of the CVFPB implementation. This system is currently focused on evaluating performance in terms of the flood system status report metrics and the conservation strategy's measurable objectives. The entry of these project GIS data, as highlighted by Lori in her presentation, is nearing completion and will feed into the content of both the 2022 updates of the conservation strategy and the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. At the June 11th workshop, Lori Clamero-Chu gave an example of how the specific multi-benefit project meets the conservation strategy measurable objectives, such as increased shaded riverine aquatic cover, increased floodplain inundation, restored riparian habitat, and emergent marsh. And also how that project, and she highlighted one or a couple projects, we looked at, ultimately, I think 5 of the completed projects in this effort, how those projects fit into the tracking framework towards meeting the CVFPB goal of enhancing ecosystem of vitality. So she walked through several examples, toggled through several reports. The conversation was quite robust, and we learned a lot. And so if we go to the next slide. So from this framework and this discussion, there was an indication and extremely good comment, I might add, leading towards who's going to lead the advancing of this framework. Who's going to help navigate disputes and misunderstandings, who's going to manage and run the implementation of this framework, and highlighting those disputes that occur between proponents and various entities such as permitting entities. Who's going to assist the proponents to navigate the various permitting requirements, which helps the project stay on schedule and within budget. Also, the transparency on the status of the conservation strategy measurable objectives, the extent to which the current or planned objectives boost the current 9% of project. There was a definite conversation around the progress that has been made to date and what that means for the measurable objectives. But we need to make sure we're boosting that, and looking at ways to boost that progress towards achieving these measurable objectives within the 30-year tracking period. Also daylighting issues like resource constraints that prevent accomplishment of the measurable objectives right away, especially for those projects that address climate change. And then, is there a way that we can use this and provide a funding report out of this, parsing out total project costs, in particular for construction and overhead, as that information needs to be regularly relayed to that providing the project funding, and how there are ways that we can use this tracking program or tracking tool to do that. So what are the next actions for this effort? Next slide, please. Okay, sorry. So for the performance tracking, outcome-based performance tracking effort, we are working on, as I mentioned before, kind of finalizing up in a very early draft of the outcomes, metrics, and indicators, which we'll be working with not only within DWR, but with the local stakeholders, RFMPs, and board staff to ground truth those and make sure we have a set that is regionally applicable and effective for tracking progress in our region. Then integrating that content into the CVFPB and conservation strategy updates. Additionally, we're going to continue to work with the California Water Plan to not only their their regional atlas effort that I discussed earlier and how we can use that for our implementation side of this framework, but also making sure that any work that they are doing on their what they call the sustainability outlook, and part of that effort is making sure our terminology is consistent, which was their outcome-based framework for water management, making sure that we're tracking and aligned, consistent, I guess, in those efforts. And then evaluating how to best report out, and that goes back to that regional atlas discussion I had before. And then continued engagement in various venues, such as board coordinating committees, such as RFMP meetings, just to make sure that we continue to drive this effort forward. And that ends my piece of the presentation. I'm not sure if there are any questions before we move on.
Jason, in your examples of what we've done and so on, it'd be, I think, really important to give specific examples of what you're talking about in terms of what has been done. And there are a number of those that we talked about yesterday that would be good to put in your report. I just want to make sure you're going to be doing that.
Yeah, yes, we will for sure be looking at what has been completed to date and highlighting that in the report for sure.
By specific examples of what we've done. Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I guess I will hand it back to Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is Mary Jimenez with EWR, so I'm just hoping to make some closing remarks and leave more time for dialogue before we finish.
Go ahead, Mary.
Thank you. So future topic. So we alluded to the first one on the slide already, and that's continued dialogue around alignment with other state efforts. Mark Commandatori's presentation today in particular, and others to come on alignment. And then also we have the ongoing engagement and development of key supporting content happening in parallel real time related to the investment strategy and technical analysis components of the plan in particular. We had 2 presentations to the board's coordinating committee on the status of those efforts earlier this week and working forward from there. In particular, we're planning 2 basin-specific engagements with the RFMPs in the Sacramento and San Joaquin basins, in particular in the middle of August, to get a little more into the details of where we're at on the technical content in particular. And then, as I mentioned earlier, as we are developing and vetting the technical and supporting information in that way, we are all along working towards rolling it up into the working draft of the CVFPB update, so that we can get this content out kind of early for review and get some early feedback, so that as we enter the public process next year, these things are well integrated, well communicated, and we're working together next year. So I guess with those kind of closing remarks, I wanted to add, I don't think I have a schedule slide, but we're working towards a fall release of the working draft 2022 CVFPB update right now. And so really eager to have those supporting and leading conversations leading to that point.
Okay, any questions from the board? Jane, I think you're on mute.
That was on purpose. That meant I'm okay.
Oh, okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, thanks, Mary. I think at this time I'm going to call a break and we'll come back in 20 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for the break. I think we'll continue now with item 9. 9D, which is the San Joaquin Restoration Investments and Activities Update. And Mark Commandatori will lead us in this presentation. Mark, I believe this is the first time you've appeared before the board. Welcome. Welcome to you, and we're glad to see you. Please proceed.
Thank you, President Edgar. I appreciate it. It is, and I'd like to say hello to other board members and flood management community members. Again, I'm Mark Commandatori. I'm a branch manager with DWR's Division of Regional Assistance Special Restorations Initiative branch. Today, I will provide a brief summary of various DWR programs that have multi-benefit and ecosystem restoration investment activities in the San Joaquin Basin. And those programs that have really had, that have been funded over the past 5 years. So I'll focus on those activities. I'll also talk about the alignment with the ecological goals and principles of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan's conservation strategy. Next slide, please. So this is an outline of what I will include in the talk today. Programs discussed today are implementing projects that meet their own program goals and objectives, as well as the spirit of the conservation strategy. They're working to improve ecological processes and habitats and address stressors to species in the flood system and the conservation planning areas. Again, this is a high-level summary of DWR investments in the San Joaquin Valley over the last 5 years. Note that one thing to note is that these investments are in addition to DWR's funding of other San Joaquin Valley efforts in the past. That includes regional flood management plans, ongoing investigations on the lower San Joaquin River, and past investigations and projects earlier in earlier updates of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. I manage one of the programs, and that's the Riverine Stewardship Program I'll talk about. The day-to-day staff person is on the call as well, and that's Amy Bailey. There are others on the call that can answer specific questions about the San Joaquin River Restoration Program, the Central Valley TRIBS program, and small community programs. So feel free to jump in, board members, and ask questions during the presentation. Next slide, please. So the Riverine Stewardship Program is a program that provides technical and financial assistance to riverine and riparian improvements. The geographic area of that program is statewide. Current funding is limited to the San Joaquin River and its tributaries. Right now, the program has $46 million out in investments that are from mostly from Prop 13, a tiny bit of 68, and another small portion of 84. And these projects are in the conservation planning area in the San Joaquin Valley. The types of projects we're working on are spawning and rearing habitat projects, fish passage projects, projects that are addressing water quality, and then projects that have some natural-based solutions to riverine projects and challenges. The one thing to note here about the Riverine Stewardship Program, I think that the board would like to hear, is that past planning documents in the that were in subsequent updates for the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan way back in 2012 and in 2017 have helped align the program with projects that were identified as for example, fish barrier projects. So it's good to note that the planning in the past for that was in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plans and updates it's coming to fruition now that we're starting to look at those planning documents and adding those projects to implement now. So it's really a neat way of looking back. I worked in FESRO, so I can say that specifically the Fish Migrations Opportunity Report, Appendix K, identified some of the projects that we're working on today, and Attachment 9C from 2012 are being addressed. So that's a great thing, I think. We can go to the next slide. So another program is the San Joaquin River Restoration Program. It's a comprehensive long-term effort to restore and maintain fish populations in the San Joaquin River. So the geographic area of this program is specific to the flood bypasses of the San Joaquin River up to Friant Dam and then back down to the confluence with the Merced River. There's $34 million out in projects from Proposition 13, 84, 1E, and 1. The type of projects are flow enhancement projects, fish passage projects, public access projects, multi-benefit projects that increase habitat and increase public access as well. And I'll highlight the work that is going to funnel into the San Joaquin River Parkway in a little bit in a subsequent slide. Next slide. So another program is the Central Valley Tribs program, or Tributaries program. It funds multi-benefit flood risk reduction projects. Projects must be in the Central Valley for this program. That's a geographic area it covers, and as well as a system-wide planning area. Funding is from Proposition 1, and right now there are no projects in the San Joaquin Basin, but there's potential future projects and a solicitation in the amount of $20 million. So we can look to that in the future as a potential for projects. Types of projects, again, are flood risk reduction and small communities in rural areas, and the projects also need to enhance ecosystems by improving fish and wildlife habitat. Next slide. So, like I said earlier, the riverine stewardship projects that we're implementing now are an outcome of funding that DWR received beginning in the 2018-19 budget, and also the map on the right represents both the Small Communities Program and the San Joaquin River Restoration Program and the Riverine Stewardship Program. The contributions to the conservation strategy for these projects that are addressing riparian and floodplain habitats and ecosystems, these projects are creating changes in 320 acres of riparian and wetland habitat. There are also changes in floodplain and meander. There's nearly a third of a mile of riprap is being removed from these projects. And then there are 3 projects that work on river meander solutions. There are 2 projects that are working on geomorphic processes and rearing habitat. In addition, there are 5 locations that are reducing juvenile entrainment and predation. There are 13 projects, and like I said earlier, these 13 projects were all listed in those earlier documents and updates to the the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. There are 13 fish passage barrier improvements in both the riverine stewardship projects as well as the San Joaquin River restoration projects. There's another project that's not per se an on-the-ground restoration project, but money going to improve the fish hatchery. And the fish hatchery is a conservation fish hatchery below Friant Dam that will increase the species abundance by adding 375 to 1.1 million spring run smolts annually when that's completed. It's a $17 million project with between DWR and DGS, and I'll get into that in the next slide. Are there any questions so far?
This is Brian. On the 13 barriers, I didn't catch if those were all past tense or if those are, continuing and still present tense to be done.
Good question. Some of them we're working on now and implementing through the San Joaquin River Restoration Program and the Riverine Stewardship Program. We've completed 2 of those barrier projects on the Calaveras with Stockton East Water District, and that's in Mormon Slough specifically. We have a good partnership there, and we've worked on those 2 projects. So 2 out of the 13.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, this is Bill. This is really a good report because we're interested in what has been going on. But as I understand your presentation, it's basically on the work FESWA previously did and projects that we've looked at in terms of restoration and those kinds of projects. The only public safety projects I thought I heard you mention were the 20 million or so that's been allocated and has been working on in the flood restoration area. Is that fair?
Yeah. We yes, it
No,
is.
I don't mean to criticize. I just want to get a sense of the facts here. Our concern has been that we need to look at some public safety projects because of the issues down here and make them multi-beneficial as much as possible. So far, what I've understood you to say that there's about $20 million that's been allocated but hasn't been implemented yet.
And to ask to clarify, the $20 million, President Edgar, you're saying is in the slides that we've shown, or is that?
Yeah, in the slides you just went over, I believe. Is that correct or not?
I think I can tell you that the $80 million that we're mentioning here are specifically for fish passage projects and for restoration projects.
Yeah, right.
That are linked, that have been identified as in past planning documents. So they're not traditional brick and mortar flood control projects, but they are fish passage and restoration projects that fit in with the conservation strategy.
Yeah. Okay.
Am I making sense with that?
Yeah. No, I just want to get a sense of what we're talking about here. Sure. Thanks.
So the next slide highlights some collaborative efforts and partnerships that we have. And you can flip to the next one. So I had mentioned the hatchery project. That's called the SCARF, and it's the Salmon Conservation Research Facility that DWR is partnering with DGS, DFW, and others in the San Joaquin River Restoration Program. And that project will increase and maintain the abundance and diversity of floodplain dependent native species. So that's the connection there to the with the hatchery. So that hatchery can produce up to 1 million plus spring run. And the nice thing here is that we have some projects that are increasing rearing habitat in the system below this hatchery. So it just doesn't become stranded asset out there that we're starting in the planning area to do more and more restoration projects. They're going to help the juveniles that move out of that hatchery survive and get out through the Delta. So that's a good thing. It's a conservation strategy, a conservation hatchery, which has a different bent. It's just not producing a massive amount of fish in the traditional way. It's more in touch of what can the system hold for fish and what's realistic. So that's $17 million of the $80 million invested in that hatchery. The San Joaquin River, the San Joaquin Parkway is ongoing, and we're adding projects that will help through the San Joaquin Restoration Program that will allow for fish access, gravel pit isolation, and other public access. And if Paul Romero's on the call, he can speak specifically about how the San Joaquin River Restoration projects are feeding into the San Joaquin Parkway. Dos Rios Ranch and Mendoza Dairy. Dos Rios Ranch is I think you all know, is the largest floodplain project in California, and it is in the basin, and it is in the planning area. So that's exciting. We've added, with the $80 million, we've added 300 acres to projects in the basin. But the Dos Rios Ranch, and I'm working that out with RD 2092 of how many acres we can lay claim to. We know that there's 1,000 acres on that property that can be activated, and that's exciting. The Mendoza Dairy was a recent purchase that the Riverine Stewardship Program paid for. It was a dairy that was sold by the Mendoza family, and now DWR, RD 2092, and the Wildlife Conservation Board, we're gonna develop and restore that property. So that's exciting. Then there's the Franklin Beechwood Black Rascal Creek Flood Management Project, and that's from the Small Communities Program. There's aquatic restoration in that project. There's also an upstream and downstream connection to a diversion where there's an offstream channel, retention channel. And I'll let Mike Mirzwa can explain that project better if you have questions on it. But that's another exciting project. So we have these, again, we have a lot of efforts going on. There are 12 projects in the Riverine Stewardship Program that are represented in that $46 million figure. And there are more projects in the San Joaquin River Restoration Program that are coming on board that are largely fish passage projects and bypass in the bypass. So if you have questions, again, we can ask Paul Romero about those specifically, and about Franklin Beechwood, we can ask Mike Mirzwa. And then if I'll open it up in a second here to more questions from the board. We have, I think we have in the near term a real good history of working directly or in partnership with folks, especially the Riverine Stewardship Program. There's 12 projects, and we want to continue going forward with more. I think we're positioned well in the San Joaquin Basin, and with additional funding, we can do even more projects. Next steps for us would be for both the San Joaquin River Restoration Program and the Riverine Stewardship Program would be to integrate our outcomes to any of the updates to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Also continue to integrate with other state plans like the Water Resiliency Portfolio. We're still determining how we want to report out. We want to continue engagement opportunities just like this, so we can get an idea of what the Flood Protection Board needs, so they know that we're addressing how DWR is addressing the conservation strategy and bringing that into and how we report out on that. So we make sure that, and we can get that into the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan updates. Are there any questions?
Okay, thanks, Mark. That's great. Any questions from the board at this point?
Bill?
Yes.
It's Tim. Ask a question?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Tim. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for that overview. This might be a rhetorical question. I think you hinted at where you're going. I appreciate getting the insight about some of the current activities. And it sounds like the path forward is to try to organize these things in a way that really makes it maybe a little more clear at the landscape level how these different sources of funding are supporting things that are part of the plan. Now, I know that this is a subset of fund sources. It's not all of the fund sources. You mentioned that. I just wanted to confirm that that's sort of the track that we're on and the direction that we're going. I think it's really important to try to provide the vision about what we'd like to have in the plan and then how that can be implemented. And what you just described sound like tools to me to help do that. And there's more tools than just these in the toolbox. Does that sound about right?
I think so. I think you had touched on earlier, and I'll go back to, I think when Jeremy was speaking that our experience, and again, speaking from the Riverine Stewardship Program and looking at the landscape and our partners, is that the time is it's really important to strike now with getting out to projects. So more funding. I don't know where that's going to come from right now without a new bond, but certainly some of the drought monies that have gone out, we should be encouraging to get to the San Joaquin Basin, so we can, my hope is, having a program that works in the basin, doesn't strand its assets, so it gets the attention that it needs in all these investments that are going in there. So I agree with you. I think there's a real opportunity now. And we have partners in the basin. Our RD 2092 has some really good models on connecting lands and keeping continuous habitat, which is really in line with the conservation strategy. I'd love to see that, and I'm encouraged that there are partners out there that are thinking that way. They're sharing those ideas with us, so we could go in and be creative in budget requests in the future, just like we were here for the money for the Riverine Stewardship Program, for example. We cited the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update in 2 of our requests, and that I think is important. But keeping track of that, I think, is what the Flood Board wants to see, and we're doing our best to do that. I think Lori Clamaro-Chu talked about Cosmos last month in your meeting, and how we can internally do the best job we can to make sure that we're reporting out. So you see that how the conservation strategy is playing out over the landscape, over multiple programs and entities. So I think that's where we're going, and what we certainly want to do.
Right. That sounds great. I'm just looking at the little chat function here with Lori and Leslie trading comments, and all that sounds great. I think one of the ways I think about this is that the plan and the update in 22 is like the frame of the puzzle, right? And there's all these pieces out there, and you guys are helping to really shine a light on more of the puzzle, right? There's just so many opportunities right now, and we want to make sure that we capture those, but also use them as examples of what we would like to do, continue to do, and to do it more, more of it, and to do it more quickly. For all the reasons I think that you stated. And if we can do anything to help along the way, that would be great. I think, Bill asked a question about public safety, but some of these programs, while not directly linked maybe to that as an objective, are in fact providing that, right? If we're able to expand these river corridors and be able to convey and capture more water, floodwaters, that is going to be a public safety benefit. So the more we can tell that story, I think the better. And I appreciate you guys taking the time to share some of the things we're working on. So thanks for that.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I probably could have answered President Edgar's question better, if that is the reality, is that these projects are opening up and creating more space on a landscape. I don't know if anybody, I had another job one time at DWR where I was able to fly over during the 97 floods to really get an idea of where the water goes. And I did that for 7 weeks as the system was absorbing that flood where it could, and then as it was draining out over several weeks after that. So I feel like at least I have an idea of what's possible and where it's possible, and how that aligns with both the public safety and the restoration needs is key, because that's in the spirit of the conservation strategy of how do we take those opportunities and help the flood system as well as benefit the ecosystem. I love the conservation strategy. I think it's a great thing. There's some unique opportunities as well in the San Joaquin Basin with equity for communities as well. And that is a real important thing with Prop 68 monies. And we're learning how to do that. We're also learning how much time and technical assistance is needed to do that. So we have a lot of lessons learned from the Riverine Stewardship Program, for example, of how that's going to play out over time, and how we can increase our opportunities in getting funding to do truly multi-benefit projects that address the public safety aspect, the social side of a project, as well as the environmental side of the project. And that's where the future is going. And I hope that we can, I can get opportunities and feel more comfortable over time sharing with the flood board on how we can do those things, and how DWR and others can team up with, in getting those opportunities on the ground.
That sounds
those are
great.
truly benefit.
Yeah, Mark, I think one of the things I was hoping you'd say is, for example, on the Dos Rios project and the other project that you're collaborating on, that project essentially is a shock absorber for
Yes.
the water that's coming that can't be contained by LD1, and it needs to protect Stockton. So that's the kind of thing that we need to talk to the Corps about, because the Corps is essentially the big gun here. They're the ones that have it's their facilities, and they have they're very protective of the flood control aspect of that system. And so that's the kind of story we need to tell. Plus the fact that Reggie has levees down there that are not sustainable. They can't handle this. So they need a shock absorber, and some of these projects you're talking about can be talked about in terms of public safety, and that we got to tell that story, particularly to the Corps of Engineers, because they, that's their only silo they're looking. Well, that's a harsher word. It's not exactly a silo, but they are very interested in making sure that their facilities are not hampered or inhibited by other needs, so to speak. And we need to tell that story more than anybody else to the Corps of Engineers, as well as the ambient folks out there. So
I agree with you. I think that's a great point. And I think, there are more opportunities for that, to increase that and to quantify what those projects can do. So you are receiving those benefits downstream. And I think I agree. That's the story we need to be telling going forward.
Great. Okay. Any other questions from the board? We see any questions from the public out there?
I have nothing here, Mr. President.
I see nothing on my end as well.
Okay, Mark, thanks very much for your presentation. We appreciate that very much.
Yeah,
Thank you. It was a snapshot. I can, anybody, you can reach out if you have more questions at any time. We can tell you specifically about our riverine stewardship projects as well. And again, thank you for your time today, and I appreciate it.
We do too. Thank you. Members, we're on item 10, and item 10A is our new strategic plan, which Leslie and the staff have put together, and you've been provided with certainly a step up from our old strategic plan, and very pleased with that. But Leslie, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. This is maybe a little less exciting than some of our other items, but still vitally important, and I really appreciate being able to bring this to you today. I always like standing on this side of the podium once in a while. And although my name is on this presentation, this project was really a team effort. All of our senior team, legal, branch managers, support staff, our first line managers and program managers, and it was all led by Catherine Baines, our administrative officer, who brings more than 20 years of experience in HR, contract, and corporate planning in the private sector. So thank you to all of our staff who put in such an effort, wrote, edited, reviewed, and debated this updated strategic plan. Brian, if I could have the next slide, please. I'm just going to go over a couple of things just for the benefit of our stakeholders. I know the board members have been provided a copy, and there is a copy in the Box account if anyone would like to download it at this point. It has been a few months since we brought this to you at our December workshop, so let me just take a moment to orient you to where we are now. Following the adoption of the historic Central Valley Flood Protection Plan in 2012, this board embarked on a process to develop its first strategic plan. This process predated me by a few months, but most of our current board members remember the process, which included public workshops and utilized the services of a consultant. The strategic plan was adopted by the board in mid-2013. That original plan defined the board's mission, set 4 broad goals, and several objectives and strategies for achieving those goals. In 2017, the board adopted the update to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, and with it, the conservation strategy and an investment strategy, which required the board expand and broaden its existing programs to implement and oversee plan implementation. For instance, the board embarked on an SSJDD feasibility study to determine if an assessment district would be feasible as a source of ongoing funding to support the state plan of flood control. The board was also given additional mandates by the legislature, which required the board to explore other funding sources to support ongoing operations, including implementing a fee program for inspections and permit issuance, expanding the enforcement program, and reviewing the property management and lease revenue opportunities. With these new mandates, there was a need to refresh the strategic plan. Next slide, please, Ryan. So the process we went through and the extensive groundwork laid by the board in their initial process, in 2019, board staff held several planning meetings to review the board's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and to evaluate whether the 4 goals needed to be updated. With inspiration from other agencies that had recently approved updates of their own, we analyzed workloads and staffing and reviewed the administration priorities in the water resilience portfolio. We concluded that the goals remained in line with current mandates and priorities, and so set out to update our objectives around those existing goals. At the December 2020 workshop, staff outlined a draft update to the board which kept intact those original 4 goals and updated the objective priorities around those goals. The board provided significant input and directed staff to return in 2021 to the board with a final draft. And here we are. Next slide, please, Ryan. I'm just going to hit a couple of the highlights to focus on where there were some changes from the last strategic plan. First, we added a vision statement to help encapsulate the overall approach we take to accomplishing our mission. Our mission statement did not need to be revised, as nothing about the plan adoption or legislative mandates substantively changed our original mission. We also added the core values drafted by our executive staff during team meetings to solidify the guiding principles we adhere to in providing services. These core values guide our staff and give our stakeholders a window into how we provide those services. We added a clear, easy to understand executive summary to help those not initiated in the world of flood understand what we do and how we do it. We added a where we are now to highlight key accomplishments since 2013, and we added a short description of each goal and included the intended outcomes to help measure success. And then we went back to ensure our objectives were in line with the broad administrative priorities and board directives. Next slide, please, Ryan. Just going to point to a couple of the changes that we made in each of those goals. Goal number 1, of course, has been consistent throughout. Take care of what we have. In addition to the continuous improvement of our core programs, we've added Objective 1.4, which seeks to focus our attention on helping our local partners meet the obligations under the operations and maintenance manuals, the assurance agreements, and our Resolution 2018-06. Objective 1.5 recognizes the need to develop a permitting program to address the ecosystem uplift and multi-benefit projects denoted in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, but not contemplated in the traditional encroachment permit paradigm. Objective 1.6 focuses on the board's property portfolio and seeks to expand our active property management program to recognize and reduce the significant state liability that can occur on underutilized or unmanaged properties. Objectives 1.7 and 1.8 elevate the need and reinforce our commitment to continuous service improvement through metrics tracking and reflection, as well as embracing technological solutions. Next slide, please, Ryan. Under goal number 2, it recognizes our role in adopting and implementing the plan, the guiding document for flood risk management in the Central Valley. The 2 objectives highlighted here refine and focus on the bottom-up approach that has been so successful in ensuring local support for the plan, making it a useful planning document across all levels of government. Next slide, please, Ryan. Goal number 3 is forward-leaning and recognizes the board's role in managing the state plan of flood control from planning through operation and maintenance. The 2 objectives highlighted here focus efforts on facilitating and advancing innovative ideas around flood planning and funding to keep focused on continuous improvements as we plan for climate change and to provide that ever-important forum for the introduction and exchange of ideas. It is through forums such as the Coordinating Committee and the Inspections Compliance Work Group where we can test new ideas, obtain feedback, and brainstorm solutions. Next slide, please, Ryan. Goal number 4 moves us from the conceptual to the actual as we partner, lead, encourage, and support efforts to build resilience into the system to help combat the deleterious effects of climate change. The objectives I have highlighted here recognize and focus our efforts. And for the final slide, Ryan, the next steps in this long horizon project. We hope at this point we've included the board member comments and edits from the December 2020 workshop and that we've presented a draft in substantially a form ready to be adopted. We're happy to receive any additional board or public comments today, and we will incorporate any necessary changes. We do hope to add some finishing touches such as a president's message, jurisdictional map, and format for final printing, and then we hope to bring it to you next month at your August board meeting for adoption. I would just add that I did receive some comments from board member Dolan who noted that for a while we did have a version up in the box that was not the final version that had been sent to you. So that has been corrected. The version that's in the box now is the correct version. And thank you for pointing that out, Madam Vice President. I also noted that we use 1.5 twice in our goal number 1, so we are fixing that as well. We're fixing typos and minor errors before it goes to print. And so I'm ready to accept additional feedback now, or feel free to send your thoughts along for the next couple of weeks while we finalize this document. And I'm happy to answer any questions at this point. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Leslie. Any questions from the board at this point?
Just a comment. I appreciate the work that has been done to take something that was probably 3 times as long to this, because I think the comments were needed to be a little more focused. So then that's hard. That's hard. So I think it covers what needs to be done. So I know we'll work on it once we adopt it. Thank you all for your work.
Thank you.
Leslie, you pointed out the 2 or 3 page leave behind that we talked about developing once the board adopts this. Did I hear that in your presentation?
You did not, but I can certainly add it.
Okay, I think it's important as we go around essentially selling the work plan in an attempt to get some more money. The work that Darren and Mike Valines are doing at the Capitol, it's important to leave something behind. Obviously, as Jane pointed out, we don't want to leave a 20-page document behind. What we want to leave is a 2-page handout, nicely done for our legislators or agency officials, whoever we're talking to or whoever they are talking to in their efforts to go around and seek additional funding. We need one of those little pamphlets that we could leave behind. Once the board adopts the plan, I think we can work on that. We don't need to do that right away, but I think it's important to keep that in mind or on your to-do list, so to speak.
Thank you.
Mike, I was just kind of intervening in your work here. Is that true or okay? Good, thanks. Okay, Brian?
So, Mr. President, this is not an action item today. This is just an informational for you. We hope to bring an action item next month.
Right. Well, I understand that. I think Brian had a question.
Well, I have a couple of quick comments. Also, wanting to thank you, Lonnie, and staff for this draft. I the more concise and I think it's well organized and sort of captures the high points. Number 2, I think I caught what President Edgar was saying there, but if the intent is to have the short, ish strategic plan, and then also to, have a separate document or a short talking point set that we can use to describe what it would, what we see as a needed to accomplish the strategic plan. I think that's a very good idea. It doesn't have to be the same document, doesn't have to be a formal thing. But it's the obvious question for folks we're talking to, right?
Right.
This is your strategic plan. Can you do this, or not, and what would it take?
Yeah.
And last comment, I noticed as I was reading through this that the second half of the document, all of the forward-looking language, the verbs are all written in terms of establishing plans and not so much in terms of implementing them. And that may be appropriate because that's sort of the way that it all works. And it follows a clear statement in objective 2.2 of overseeing implementation of the plan. And so if we agree that all of the sub document, planning efforts for climate change in 2.4, conservation strategy in 2.5, everything in goal 3 and goal 4, is not just developing support, for multi-benefit or, advancing the transition to new planning for climate change, but is incorporated, is built under the 2.2, implementing it under the rubric of the flood plan. I think that works. But one of the things that I'll be, looking at between now and adoption is whether, there might be language tweaks to make it really clear that that's the point, is implementing this and not just developing the plan. And if we all agree that that's what it meant, that's what it means, and it's captured by 2.2, then perhaps edits aren't necessary. But I noticed that in the drafting of the choice of verbs, for everything beyond 2.2.
All right, we can certainly take a look at that. Thank you for that feedback.
Anybody else? Okay, I think Brian has a good point here. The whole thrust of this needs to be implementation. That's what the administration's interested in, and that's what we ought to be trying to do. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. We'll look for this ready for adoption next month. Okay, we're on item 10B, which is the American River Watershed Common Features Resource Development Act Contract 2, which is up near the Campus Commons Golf Course area, in which we're proceeding with that contract for American River Commons project. And I think Jennifer Callis from the board staff and Wilbur Wang and Miles Clare have from DWR have this report, and I'll start off with Jennifer, please. Jennifer, are you on mute?
Yes, sorry.
Start over again, please. Good morning or
Good.
afternoon or whatever.
Yeah, good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Callis, and I am board environmental staff. I'm here to introduce informational briefing presentations for two projects under the overall American River Watershed Common Features Water Resources Development Act of 2016 project. These are the American River Contract 2 and the Sacramento Weir Widening projects. These projects were evaluated under the American River Watershed Common Features General Reevaluation Report environmental document. Specific design elements for these components were not available at the time the document was certified, resulting in the need for supplemental environmental documents for each project. Next slide, please. The first informational briefing will be on the American River Contract 2 project, which includes installation of erosion protection features along the lower American River. The project also includes 3 offsite mitigation sites within the American River Parkway. As shown on the figure, the project is located in the city of Sacramento along the American River, just upstream of Howe Avenue to the downstream end of the Campus Commons Golf Course. The second informational briefing will be for the Sacramento Weir Widening project, which includes construction of a passive weir with associated levee, roadway, and fish passage improvements. As shown on the figure, the Sacramento Weir Widening project is located on the right bank of the Sacramento River immediately upstream of the existing Sacramento Weir in Yolo County. Next slide, please. I would now like to introduce Wilbur Wang and Miles Clare, DWR Flood Projects Branch staff, who have been working on behalf of the board and in coordination with board staff on the American River Contract 2 project. Wilbur will be providing a brief overview of the project, and Miles will be providing an update on the supplemental environmental document prepared for the project and for which the board is the CEQA lead. And with that, I invite Wilbur and Miles to begin their presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and the members of the board. My name is Wilbur Wang, and I work in Department of Water Resources and the Flood Project branch. And we're working with the board staff, as Jennifer mentioned, in this Army Corps and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board sponsored project. And I'm here today with Miles to introduce this item 10B as an informational briefing to cover the American River Contract 2, specifically for the erosion protection for American River levees. Next slide, please. Yeah, this just outline an overview of what we talked about, because there's so many components within this American River Common Feature Word of 2016 project. So I like to build from the beginning where we signed the PPA to the specific erosion project, give you an update, and lead you into and set it up for the supplemental EIS, EIR discussion and information that Miles is going to give next. And also he will cover the next step as well. Next slide. So this just yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So this just illustrate the partners on this project. The cores will be including U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The non-federal sponsors will be Central Valley Flood Protection Board, Department of Water Resources, and as well as the local sponsor, SAFEGA. Next step. Next slide. As Jennifer mentioned, this contract is really on the American River. However, the overall ARCF 2016 project has stated in the GRR, General Review Evaluation Report, it would cover the American River levee improvement, mostly erosion, Sacramento River levee improvement, both stability seepage and erosion work, as well as Sacramento Weir bypass widening, and also North Area stream as well. And next slide. Project histories span back all the way to 1996 when the word authorized the project, and 1999 have an additional scope of funding. But the our PPA did not really sign until 2017 after the general review evaluation of a report. And so here we are. 2019, the PPA and LPPA was signed. The construction really started in 2019 for this portion of the work. Throughout the project, we have been integrated with the board staff, as well as working with the Army Corps of Engineers, local sponsor SAFEGA, to bring the information to the board, working with different medium events and presenting different information to the board for your information and decision. Next slide. In the area of Central Valley, as you governed, there are different projects in a different stage. For example, the Merced and RD17 project are still in the initiation letter of intent, and the Woodland project just received the chief reports early this year. But most of the construction that you see or designs are at the lower portion of the ladder, and that includes a Spoofka project, this project, Dam Race, Latomas, Mirasville, Strefka, and West Sacramento. They all received a construction start from the federal. So, and also a couple project that you are familiar with, such as the South Sac Stream, Water 9699, and JIP, they are in the closed out stage or environmental mitigation stage. Next slide, please. This project, ARCF, like I mentioned, cover quite a bit of a component. There's a cutoff wall up to 13 miles, bank protection 21 miles, some of the levee raise and stabilization work, and the weir widening is a key component of this project, along with mitigation and riverine habitat. The purpose of this project, or the benefit, is to reduce the flood risk for 500,000 people in large Sacramento, greater Sacramento area, protect about 125,000 structure, up to a value of $62 billion in the floodplain area. Next slide. This slide just gives you a glance on what's going on and what has been accomplished. This project has completed Front Street's the stability berm, and also safeguards led the actions to complete the north area stream, mostly in Linda Creek and Arcade Creek area. And also Army Corps of Engineers has a complete constructions for slurry walls and in contract one for pocket area. The other concurrent project activity you can see is that the contract 2, the slurry wall in pocket area, is ongoing, and there's 4 constructions are upcoming for later this year or next year. That includes contract 1 erosion that we presented information to you in April, and as well as this component, the contract 2 erosion, slated for construction later this year and next year, and erosions for Sacramento River as well. The names are all kind of familiar, but or similar, but they are different segments of the levees that we are protecting. And then the Sacramento weir widening that Kyle and Miles are going to present the information to you later in this meeting. And others are in design. Sacramento River East Levee Contract 3, and then Contract 2 and 3 for erosion on Sacramento River, as well as a design for Map Creek and environmental mitigation. So there's a lot of things going on. Each will have a distinction of the name and segment, so we try to separate from those similar segments. Over. Next slide, please. Again, just kind of narrow down to this location, contract 2 for erosion. This is a good map, so with aerial shows what is a contract 1 in green that we presented in April, that you certified the environmental document. The brown or orange, it's contract 2 area next to opposite side of the Sac State, and it's in the common University Commons area near Howe Avenue. And then the next 2 segments would be contract 3 and contract 4 in the other section of the American River. I think this is my last slide. I would like to introduce Miles for the environmental documents information. Miles?
Thanks, Wilbur. Hello, Board President Edgar and other members of the board. My name is Miles Claret. I'm an environmental scientist with Department of Water Resources, working in coordination with the board and the Army Corps on many components of the American River Common Features 2016 project. So today I'm going to provide an overview, go into a little bit more detail of what is included in the American River Contract 2 project. And then I'll also give an overview of the CEQA, supplemental CEQA document that was recently prepared for the American River Contract 2 project. As Wilbur described, there are approximately 4 erosion contracts on the American River that are anticipated to be constructed as part of the American River Common Features program. As Wilbur said, that we were giving information to the board in April to talk about contract 1, and then the board took an action on that to certify that CEQA document and approve the American River Contract 1 project in May. So now we're here to talk about the second component of erosion on the American River, which is the American River Contract 2 project. And so just to give a little bit of refresher on the environmental document that was prepared in 2016 for the overall American River Watershed Common Features project. So this document analyzed American River erosion, Sacramento River erosion improvements. It analyzed seepage and stability improvements on the Sacramento River. And it also analyzed widening of the Sacramento Weir and bypass. As Jen described in the introduction, the design level details were not available in 2016. So that's why we're here doing supplemental analysis under CEQA as those designs have progressed. Next slide, please. So as I said, I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on the American River Contract 2 erosion protection project. Next slide, please. So this is a location of the erosion protection components of American River Contract 2. So the site consists of two sites, which are referred to as Site 22 and then Site 23, as you can see on the figure on the right. The total length of the erosion protection sites of Site 22 and 23 are about 7,800 feet. So the location of these sites are along the right bank of the American River, starting just upstream of the Howe Avenue Bridge and going downstream to the downstream end of the Campus Commons Golf Course. And that's across from Sac State and across from the erosion improvements as part of American River Contract 1. Ultimately, the purpose of the project is to reduce the risk of levee failure caused by erosion in these sections during high water events. These sections of levee have been determined to be susceptible to erosion, and we are, the goal of this project is to be proactive and to prevent that erosion in the future. These two sites are anticipated to be constructed next year in 2022 and take a single construction season to complete. And we are anticipating that construction would be concurrent with Site 21, which is what was included across the river in American River Contract 1. Next slide, please. So I'm going to show a few figures now of the actual designs at Site 2 and Site 22 and 23. So this is a plan view of Site 22. And just to orient you, the American River is shown on the bottom of the figure, flowing to the left. This site Site 22 is approximately 1,200 feet in length. You can see the Howe Avenue Bridge that bisects the site in the middle. The site basically consists of two components. On the on the downstream end of the site, on the downstream side of the Howe Avenue Bridge, there is a planting bench that's built into the design, and I'll show a figure of that as well. Next slide, please. So this is a typical cross-section of the planting bench that would be on the downstream side of the Site 22. So what you can see here is the river would be on the left side of your screen, and the levee would be, it's not shown in the figure, but it would be on the right side of the screen. You can see the launchable rock toe protection along the bank of the river that provides the main erosion protection. And then you can also see fill material that will be placed on top of that rock toe over the existing grade of the riverbank, and that area would be planted with native riparian vegetation. And the purpose of incorporating this into the design is to provide on-site habitat for fish and wildlife species. Next slide, please. So this is a bit of a more complicated figure, but this is a plan view of Site 23, which is just downstream of Site 22. So the total length of this site is about 6,541 feet. Again, to orient you, the river is on the bottom of the screen, flowing left. And you can see the levee and some other parkway infrastructure on top of the screen, like the bike trail and some other recreational trails. So what you're looking at here really is the riverbank as part of Site 23. It's called a cut bank design, where we're grading a lot of material to reduce the erosion risk by creating a more stable slope. And we are also, what you see here with these hashed figures are what we call our traverse rock structures. And these are being incorporated into design. And they're really designed to protect, the purpose of those traverse rock structures is to protect local infrastructure and American River Parkway resources against large-scale erosion by limiting the maximum extent of that erosion that could occur, while still providing plenty of planting space. So between these traverse rock structures will be a significant amount of riparian plantings, and I will show that on the next slide. So next slide, please. So this is a typical cross-section of the planting bench at Site 23. So this would be a view between those traverse rock structures. And so what you can see here is a fairly significantly large planting. We have 3 planting benches. Again, this is incorporated into the design to provide a lot of on-site mitigation for our impacts to habitat from the bank protection projects. Next slide, please. So in addition to the erosion protection improvements that I just discussed, the American River Contract 2 project also includes 3 offsite mitigation locations. So these are all within the American River Parkway. The first site is called Arden Pond, and that's located near the existing William B. Pond Recreation Area. And then there's 2 additional mitigation sites, and those are being referred to as the Rossmore West Mitigation Site and the Rossmore East Mitigation Site. So the Arden Pond site would primarily provide mitigation for impacts to fish, to special status salmonid species. And then the Rossmore sites, the Rossmore East and the Rossmore West sites would primarily provide mitigation for Valley elderberry longhorn beetle and other general riparian mitigation. And just want to note that you know there's a lot of erosion protection improvements that will be implemented, are currently in still design. You know, American River Contract 3 and American River Contract 4. So there's likely to be additional mitigation that's needed as part of the Common Features project. And any time that we plan on implementing offsite mitigation, there would be additional CEQA. So we would be back to the board and be presenting on that information as needed in the future. So next slide, please. DWR in coordination with the board and the Army Corps have prepared a draft supplemental environmental impact statement, environmental impact report. So this is a joint NEPA CEQA document. It specifically supplements the 2016 environmental document that I previously discussed. So this document includes a series of avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures to reduce the potentially significant environmental effects of the project to a less than significant level. However, there still are some significant unavoidable impacts of the project as determined by the analysis in the CEQA document. And just want to note that those impacts are consistent with what was described in the 2016 environmental document. Next slide, please. So here are some more information on the potentially significant and unavoidable environmental impacts of the American River Contract 2 project. So these include impacts to visual resources. These are short-term impacts that are associated with the presence of construction equipment and the short-term loss of vegetation. Impacts to vegetation and wildlife, also short-term. This is really just due to the time it takes to establish mature vegetation. So the long-term impact to vegetation and wildlife is still less than significant. Also recreation, and this is due to short-term facility closures along the American River Parkway within the project area. And lastly, impacts to transportation and circulation. And this is mainly due to the substantial increase in traffic that will be in and around the project area during construction. Next slide, thanks. The environmental document did undergo a public circulation period for 45 days. That began on June 4th of this year, and it actually just ended on July 19th of 2021. So we are currently in the process of reviewing and responding to those comments. There was also a virtual public meeting that was held on June 29th of this year. The purpose of that meeting was to provide a presentation to members of the public and interested agencies about the project, and then to also solicit comments on the environmental document. We did receive comments, like I said, from various state and local agencies and interested stakeholders and members of the public, and we are in the process, the team is in the process of reviewing and responding to those comments. Next slide, please. Just next steps from a CEQA perspective. So we have a very aggressive timeline for moving this project forward, and so we are quickly working on these 3 documents that I have up here that are specifically the findings for the American River Contract 2 project, which will describe the significant and unavoidable impacts of the project. The statement of overriding considerations for the project, which will describe the reasons that the benefits of the project outweigh the significant and unavoidable impacts of the project. And lastly, we're preparing a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which will summarize all of the mitigation measures associated with the project and describe who is responsible for implementing those measures. And it also establishes a way for us to track those measures being implemented. So next slide, please. So as I said, we are working to prepare a final supplemental EIS-EIR. And as we do that, we will be coming back to the board for a future board action. And that action would be to consider approving a resolution. And the resolution would it would certify the final supplemental EIS/EIR, would adopt the statement of findings, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, approve the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and ultimately approve the American River Contract 2 project.
Miles, when do you anticipate that bringing that back to the board?
We are striving to do that next month.
Next month.
We're working very hard for that goal.
Okay.
And with that, Wilbur and I are glad to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the board on this? This item is an informational report today. We'll be back hopefully for action next month.
This is Jane, Mr. President.
Jane. Yes, Jane.
Was there a certain way that you could characterize the comments that you received? Is there a theme?
Sure. So, yeah, so we received, and off the top of my head, I think it was about 10 comment letters, but again, we're still going through those. We received comments from, different agencies about clarifying mitigation measures, which we feel confident in our responses to. We are still working through that. And then we did receive some comments regarding the construction of the Arden Pond mitigation site. Just some concern over the impacts to the recreational values of that site. And again, so we are going through those comments, and we will respond to them in the final document.
Miles, what were the nature of those comments?
The nature of the comments about Arden.
Yeah, were they tearing down the trees? Were they construction?
Yeah, I think it's about
what?
So the Arden Pond mitigation site, at least as described in the environmental document, if anyone's familiar with William B. Pond, it's a very popular fishing area. It's a very popular recreational area. And the project, as described, calls for filling a portion of that pond to create additional inundated floodplain habitat that would benefit salmonids. And so I think, again, I'm still personally reviewing these comments, but that's, I think, the gist of it is the concerns over the changes to the pond.
Okay. I think that's what Jane wanted to know. Okay, any other questions from the board? Hopefully this will be back for your action next month. Okay, Jennifer, we're on to item C10C. Do you want to introduce this item again, or do you want to just move to Kyle and Miles?
We can go ahead and move forward with Kyle and Miles if that's okay.
Okay, great. Kyle Bickler, please.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board. My name is Kyle Bickler with the Department of Water Resources Flood Projects Branch, working in coordination with board staff on the American River Common Features project. I'm here today with Miles Claret to provide a briefing for the Sacramento Weir Widening and Fish Passage, which is part of the overall project known as the American River Watershed Common Features Water Resources Development Act of 2016. As always, feel free to jump in and ask questions if you wish. Next slide, please, Ryan. We'll provide an overview of the American River Watershed Common Features Water Resource Development Act 2016 project that we'll refer to as ARCF 2016. For this presentation, we're focusing on the Sacramento Weir Widening and Fish Passage portion of the ARCF 2016 project. We'll provide a project status update, an overview of the supplemental EIR/EIS, and the next steps for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Some of these slides will look familiar from the previous presentation, so I will move a little fast through them for you. Thank you. Next slide. As you know, multiple agencies are supporting project design and delivery. As you can imagine, a project of this size and scope to widen the Sacramento Weir and construct the Fish Passage project is not an easy lift. It's taken a lot of effort from all partners and stakeholders to get to where we are today. The non-federal partners are supporting the Army Corps-led ARCF 2016 projects by providing cost share payments, work-in-kind support, and the necessary lands, easements, rights of way, relocations, and disposals, also known as LERDs. Next slide, please. The ARCF 2016 project reduces flood risk to the greater Sacramento area. There are 4 primary project areas of the Sacramento Weir widening, denoted by the white arrow, the Sacramento River, the Lower American River, and North area streams. The blue and red heat map shows what flood depths would be for the greater Sacramento area. The orangish red areas would be over 13 feet deep of floodwater, and the blue areas are less than 13 feet deep. Next slide, please, Ryan. As we've previously seen, this slide shows the progression of the American River Watershed Common Features project beginning in 1996 and 1999, followed by reevaluation and the latest authorized project as defined by the Water Resources Development Act of 2016. As shown in the columns on the right, there has been and will continue to be board interaction at every stage of the project. Construction of the Sacramento Weir widening and fish passage is expected to complete in 2025, followed by the mitigation establishment and overall ARCF 2016 project closeout completing by 2035. Next slide, please. And again, this slide shows the typical full cycle process for an Army Corps project. It can take as long as 40 years from the letter of intent to project completion. As previously mentioned, the Merced and RD-17 projects are at the letter of intent stage. The Woodland project recently received the Chief's report, and ARCF 2016 and other listed projects are in various phases of construction or will begin construction soon. Next slide, please. The ARCF 2016 plan features include construction of cutoff walls, bank protection, levee stabilization, levee raises, widening of the Sacramento Weir and bypass with fish passage, environmental mitigation, and shaded riverine habitat. Looking at the map shows the Sacramento River improvements running in the north-south direction, American River improvements in the east-west direction, and the Sacramento Weir project is the blue rectangle area in the upper left. The project reduces flood risk for 500,000 people and 125,000 structures, which equates to $62 billion in assets under protection. Next slide. As Wilbur mentioned during the previous presentation, the ARCF 2016 project is divided into 12 sub-projects with separate design schedules, CEQA approvals, and construction contracts. In summary, there are 3 completed sub-projects and 9 active sub-project areas, with 1 currently in construction. 4 will begin phases of construction this year or next year, including the Sacramento Weir widening and fish passage, and 5 sub-projects are in earlier phases of design. Next slide, please. Now this slide brings our focus to the Sacramento Weir bypass widening and fish passage. The picture on the lower right is looking southeast. You can see the proximity to downtown Sacramento in the upper right corner, approximately 7 miles away. Next slide, please. This slide shows the project overview. For orientation, the north arrow is shown near the bottom of the screen pointing to the right. The Yola bypass is shown in green, flowing south. The Sacramento River is shown in blue, also flowing south. The existing 1,900 foot wide Sacramento Weir and bypass is shown in yellow, which conveys floodwaters from the Sacramento River to the Yola bypass. The proposed 1,500 foot widened weir and bypass with fish passage is shown in light brown. The yellow dotted line represents the Lower Elkhorn Basin Levee Setback Project, also known as Levels, which is currently in construction by DWR. And the red dotted line is the portion of the setback levee that will be constructed by the Army Corps and connect to Levels. For a general note on operations, the new widened weir will overtop first before the existing weir. The existing weir operations will generally stay the same. Next slide, please. As shown in the figure, the project will lower water stages in the Sacramento River by 1 foot, thereby reducing the need for levee raises downstream of the Sacramento Weir. Next slide, please. Since pictures are helpful, here's an image after the 2017 winter storms showing water flowing into the Sacramento bypass from the Sacramento River on the right. The lower Elkhorn Basin is just to the north of the Sacramento bypass. As previously discussed, the existing weir is 1,900 feet wide. Imagine widening the weir by 1,500 feet to the north, nearly doubling the width of the weir. And next slide, please. Here is another picture zoomed out, excuse me, also of the 2017 winter storm event, showing water flowing into the bypass system. You'll want to imagine that the weir doubled to the right of the screen that will result in lower flood stages in the Sacramento River. And next slide, please. For a summary of project status, the weir widening is part of the locally preferred plan consistent with the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan goals and objectives. We're approaching the 95% design stage. It should be issued in September of 2021 for non-federal sponsor review, partner review, if you will, and the 100% design should complete in February of 2022. Construction is expected to be awarded in late 2022. The current estimated cost of the project is somewhere between 140 million and 160 million. We're going to get a new cost estimate pretty soon based on the latest 95% design that will tighten that up a bit. And that includes the cost of the fish passage structure, which is a pretty significant portion of the project. As you may recall, I've worked on the Lower Elkhorn Basin project for the last 6 years. I was involved in that design project and the construction effort when it began last year. So we're working very closely with the Lower Elkhorn Basin project to make sure that the Sacramento weir widening and levels work really well with each other. We're not getting in each other's way and costing money and change orders and things like that. Next slide, please. This graphic shows the expected baseline site condition when the Army Corps begins construction. For optimal contract coordination between the Levels project and the Sacramento weir project, the temporary portion of the Levels setback levy is expected to be in place when the Sac weir construction contractor mobilizes on site. Next slide, please. The proposed construction sequencing will degrade portions of the temporary Levels levee and railroad and use that soil to construct the new setback levee, followed by construction of the new weir and bridge, fish passage structure, and bypass transport channel. After which, Old River Road will be realigned onto the new bridge and the existing Old River Road levee along the Sacramento River will be removed. Construction is expected to take 2 to 3 years. And next slide, please. This slide shows the overall isometric view of the proposed 1,500-foot long widened weir and bridge structure. The Sacramento River is behind the isometric rendering. Please notice the circled arrow in the direction of water flow into the widened Sacramento bypass area. The Old River Road bridge deck is supported by bridge piers and abutments. There will be 24 flood bays measuring approximately 60 feet wide between bridge piers to pass flood flows over the weir and beneath the bridge. And next slide, please. This is a zoomed in view, also looking upstream, showing details for a single bay of the proposed passive weir structure and bridge. You can see the bridge deck, the bridge piers and vent caps, the concrete approach slab, and a shallow stilling basin to dissipate the hydraulic energy. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this briefing. If there are no questions on what we presented so far, Miles Correa will now present the fish passage and the CEQA portion of the project.
Questions from the board? We see any, Leslie or Ryan?
I have nothing here, Mr. President.
Great.
Nothing on my end as well.
Okay, Miles.
Yep, thanks, Kyle. Hello again, Board President Edgar, members of the board. I'll reintroduce myself. Miles Claret, environmental scientist with DWR, working with the board and the Army Corps on the American River Common Features project, including American River erosion and Sac weir. So today I'm going to provide a little bit more detail about the fish passage facility So I have a few slides on that, and then I will go into the status of the supplemental CEQA analysis, and then the next steps for approving the CEQA document. This is a simplified plan view of the fish passage facility, and I think with this slide, I just want to really drive home the intent of the fish passage feature. Really the purpose of the fish passage feature is to provide adult fish an exit out of the bypass system and into the Sacramento River to reach their spawning and holding grounds upstream. This fish passage facility consists of multiple components, and I will go through those right now. Again, to orient you, on the right side of the screen, you can see on the right side of the figure, you can see the Sacramento River that's flowing down. And then on the left side of the screen, you can see Tule Canal, which is a perennial waterway in both the Sacramento bypass and the Yola bypass. And that is the main migratory corridor for the fish that we are targeting to provide them with an exit out of the bypass system. On the far, I'm going to start on the far right side of the figure. So you can see the fish passage exit channel on the right side, and that's really going to be the connection between the Sacramento River and the fish passage facility that will be integrated into the new weir. And then moving towards the left, you can see the fish passage structure with that arrow, and that's really going to be included at the southern end of the new weir. Just north of the existing weir. And that fish passage structure will consist of 2 adjacent fish passageways. And I have another slide and I'll provide some more detail on that. But those 2 adjacent fish passageways are called one of the fish passageways is a fish ladder, and the other one is an open fish channel. And those two fishways are controlled. The flow through those fishways is controlled by 2 electronically controlled gates. Again, I will go into this a little bit more on the next slide, but the operational trigger to open those gates is in coordination with an overtopping event. So this facility would not operate during years when the widened weir does not overtop. And just to note and be clear that DWR will operate and maintain the fish passage facility. So moving downstream from this fish passage structure, there's a bypass transport channel, which is shown in blue. And this provides the connection between Tule Canal and the fish passage facility. So when the fish passage facility is in operations, water will flow from the Sacramento River through the fish passage exit channel, through the fish passage structure, ultimately into the bypass transport channel and into Tule Canal. Next slide, please. So there's a lot going on in this slide, and I'll just walk you through the figure. So this is another view of the fishway. So on the right side of the figure is where the Sacramento River would be, and you can see the fish exit channel, which again will provide a connection between the fish passage facility that's integrated into the new weir and the Sacramento River. And then going left on this figure, you can see in gray is where the widened weir would be. And then just downstream of that, you can see where there's a split in the channel, and the split is for a fish ladder, and then adjacent to that is an open channel on the top of that figure. And then eventually both of those 2 fish passageways will converge once again into the bypass transport channel, which connects to Tule Canal. A little bit more on the operations of this facility. So as I previously stated, that the operations of the facility are tied to an overtopping event. And so this facility is not going to be operated and during years when the widened weir does not overtop. So the operational trigger for the fish passage facility is on the descending limb of the hydrograph after an overtopping event. So after the river crests above elevation 26 and starts falling, the fish passage feature would be operated. First, the fish ladder would be operated. The fish ladder is meant to operate at a higher water surface elevation in the Sacramento River, and so that's a Sacramento River stage of approximately elevation 26 down to 17. And then once the river stage in the Sacramento River recedes to about 20-17 feet, there is a transition period when both the gates for the fish passage, for the fish ladder, and the open channel would be open simultaneously. That would occur from approximately Sacramento River stage, elevation 17 to 14. Once the river stage recedes to 14, the open channel, or the fish ladder gate would be closed, but the open channel gate would remain open, and that would remain open until approximately elevation 10 in the Sacramento River. And the purpose of all this is really just to provide a wide range of passage opportunities for fish. And so that's really the reason for having these two adjacent fish features. And then I guess just to note, one more thing on the slide, that this the design of this is ongoing. The design, the Army Corps is leading the design, but it is designed very closely with a multi-agency fish passage expert team. So next slide, please. I think I went over this a bit in my last presentation, but I'll repeat some information. So the American River Watershed Common Features General Reevaluation Report, Final Environmental Impact Statement, Environmental Impact Report from 2016 did analyze the widening of the Sacramento Weir and bypass. Since the certification of this report by the board, there have been design refinements, and those design refinements have resulted in the need for a new supplemental document under CEQA and NEPA. And that is what I will update the board on today. Next slide, please. So like I said, DWR in coordination with the board and the Army Corps have prepared a supplemental environmental assessment, environmental impact report for the Sacramento Weir widening project. And this environmental document does specifically supplement the 2016 GRR EIS EIR. The document includes a series of avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures to reduce the impacts of the project to less than significant. However, there still are some significant and unavoidable impacts of the project. Next slide, please. So a little bit more about the potentially significant and unavoidable impacts of the project. So the first one is to land use. This is due to so the land that is currently north of the existing Sacramento bypass, will be expanded, and that land will be put into the floodway. And the impact to land use is the land that is currently being farmed. And that there's going to be a change in that land use based on incorporation of the expanded Sacramento bypass. So that is where that impact comes from. The next one is to recreation, and this is a temporary impact, temporary short-term impact that's associated with closures of the Sacramento bypass wildlife area during construction. The next one is to transportation and circulation. And this is, again, due to the substantial increase in traffic in the area associated with construction. The next one is to impacts to vegetation and wildlife. This is due to the time it takes to establish mature vegetation. So this is a short-term impact, but the long-term impact here is less than significant with mitigation. And then lastly, impacts to visual resources. So this is due to the presence of construction equipment in the area, but it's also due to the fact that we are widening the weir, and so we are permanently removing from the specific area, at least, the canopy of trees that are within that 1,500-foot widened section, and that was considered a significant and unavoidable impact to visual resources. Next slide, please. So a little bit of information on public involvement. So there was a 45-day public circulation period for the draft supplemental EIS/EIR. That period began on July 31st of 2020 and ended on September 14th of 2020. There was a virtual public meeting that was held on August 19th of 2020. The purpose of that meeting was to provide information to interested agencies and stakeholders and members of the public, and also to solicit comments on the project. We did receive a total of 19 individual comments, and we actually do have a final environmental document. So those comments have been responded to and included in the final supplemental EIS/EIR. Next slide, please. So as we have prepared the final EIS/EIR, we're also preparing a finding statement that describes the significant and unavoidable impacts of the Sacramento Weir Widening project. We're also preparing a statement of overriding considerations that describes why the benefits of implementing the Weir Widening project outweigh the significant and unavoidable impacts of the project. And lastly, we're preparing a mitigation and monitoring and reporting program that will describe all of the mitigation measures associated with the Weir Widening project and who is responsible for implementing those measures. Next slide. So we are anticipating a future board action for this project, and we are anticipating bringing that to the board on the August 27th meeting. That's next month. And the resolution would be to certify the final supplemental EIS/EIR, adopt the statement of findings, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, adopt the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, and ultimately approve the Sacramento Weir Widening project. Next slide. And with that, Kyle and I are glad to take any questions. Thank you.
What's the, Kyle or Miles, what's the nature of the comments that came in? And,
yeah, so
and the unavoidable impacts that you're contemplating.
So Ryan, can you maybe go up to let's see, I think that was slide 23. Yeah. So here I'll answer the second part of your question first. So here are the impacts again. And so I think I did go over these, but I can go over them one more time if you'd like.
No, okay. These are of the 5, are they generally all of those, or is one of the 5 more significant in terms of the nature of the comments?
So the basic, I guess I could say basically, we have a series of significance criteria that are, and the analysis in the document evaluates the project against those criteria. So where we see significant and unavoidable impacts, it just means that the mitigation measures proposed don't fully reduce those impacts to less than significant. So that's the basis for the significance determination. As for the comments, so like I said, we received about 19 comments. I think it's fair to characterize those comments as not in opposition in any way to the project. Most of them were from federal and state agencies about clarifying a few mitigation measures. But otherwise, I think the team has done a really good job at doing outreach, and I think there's pretty broad support for this.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Miles, we'll look forward to your. Yes.
It's Tim. I just have, sorry, just one quick comment, one quick question. And I think I said this 5 or 6 years ago when we certified the original document, but just wanted to remind us, the board, as the non-federal sponsor and the lead agency, we're certifying. We often are just a responsible agency, but I think we want to make sure, like we did then, that we know about, like Bill said, these statements of overriding consideration, the mitigation requirements, and how they're going to be funded and implemented, because we're responsible for those things. I also want to make sure that the permits that we're getting that for the project, I'm sure the ladder is extremely tricky, and I'm sure there's a bunch of good people working on it, but I presume the permits are going to cover not just construction, but operation of the facility. I just wanted to make sure that was the case.
Yes, and if there's anyone from flood maintenance office, they can chime in, but we're 100% advocating for that, especially with respect to the federal permits, like under the Fish and Wildlife Service biological opinion and the National Marine Fisheries Service biological opinion. So we are working very closely with the Army Corps to make sure that the facility that we're building, we have the appropriate coverage to do the maintenance.
Great, just wanted to double check that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everybody. I'm going to call a 30-minute lunch break this time. I know that's imposing on your time, but I think we need a break. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call this back to order. Thank you for the time. Okay, we're under item number 10D, and this will be done by, this is a kind of an informational briefing on the charrette for the Tule Canal. And Ruth Darling and Doug Brown have this report. So Ruth, would you lead it off, please?
Yes, thank you, President Edgar. Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Darling. I'm a program manager with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And today, Doug Brown with Douglas Environmental and I will provide an informational briefing on the Tule Canal threat outcomes and report. So just as an introduction, the 40-mile Tule Canal serves as a unique and dependable feature within the Yolo bypass, serving as a water supply, flood protection, drainage conveyance, and habitat feature. During flood events, the Yolo bypass transports 5 times the average flow of the Sacramento River to protect the Sacramento region. All of the water drains west to east to the Tule Canal, which turns into the tow drain in the southern part of the bypass and eventually empties out into the Calf Slough complex, ultimately reaching the Pacific Ocean. The Tule Canal is a diverse and varied waterway with a diverging set of stakeholder priorities. The goal of the charrette that occurred in January of 2021 was to bring stakeholders together to come closer to a shared vision for the Tule Canal. On June 24th, Yolo County released the report on the Tule Canal charrette. Can you advance the slide, please, Ryan? So this informational briefing will cover the background of the Tule Canal and Yolo bypass planning effort. We'll walk through the Tule Canal charrette process, and Doug will provide a briefing on the Tule Canal threat outcomes and visions. Next slide, please. And I'll hand it over to Doug to provide the background.
And thank you, Ruth. Again, Doug Brown, Douglas Environmental, and it's a pleasure to be presenting this to the board today. Thank you for your time. I like the positioning of this. This worked well as far as the presentation that Kyle and Miles did on the Sac Weir widening project, which, if you noticed, basically tees right into the Tule Canal. So the Tule Canal runs from the Fremont Weir down along the east side of the Yolo bypass in Yolo County, and then as it gets into the wildlife area just past Interstate 80, becomes the tow drain. And so to start this off, I'm going to provide just a little bit of history, take you back a little bit to 2012. The Flood Board approved the first Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, and it may not be a surprise to anyone that Yolo County didn't love that plan. At that time, there were no RFMPs. There was really not a lot of communication going on between the county and the work the DWR and the Flood Board were doing and other groups were doing. And there were a lot of projects being identified. Restoration projects, the notch and the Fremont Weir provide additional inundation into the bypass, levee setbacks identified in the flood plan, restoration projects. And the county supervisors were really getting pretty nervous about how this would affect the farmers, landowners in the Yolo bypass. And we're really trying to figure out, okay, how do we deal with this? You know, we're feeling sort of inundated literally with all these different projects that could really affect the ag economy in Yolo County. And Yolo County is all about agriculture. And so that it was really hitting the supervisors hard, and they thought, well, what's the best way to do this? How about if we just go out and start talking to some of the landowners, farmers in the Yolo bypass? And so they commissioned a study in 2013, and Ryan, if you could jump to the next slide, and then released that study in 2014. And this was the Yolo bypass drainage and water infrastructure improvement study. The focus of this was on identifying specific drainage and water infrastructure projects that could be implemented, that could help the landowners respond to the changes in conditions and in the environment associated with these restoration projects. And it really was, I don't know if defensive is the right word, but it was sort of like, we need to identify what we want in order to be able to negotiate with the state on these projects. And so if you can jump to the next slide, Ryan. So this map identifies the drainage and infrastructure study projects that were included in that 2014 study. There were 12 projects. 11 of those were physical improvements on the landscape. The last one was a drainage improvement district. And of those 12, 2 have been completely implemented or fully implemented. 3 have been partially implemented in that components of those projects have been constructed. And other components maybe didn't fit within the grant funding, or however the grant or funding structure was set up, or the timing of the improvements, they couldn't move forward. But so 5 projects either fully or partially funded, and then one of the projects has been in planning for quite some time. And so the county was, after releasing this report, was fairly successful in going out and getting funding to implement these projects. And some of these projects were identified by the state as being, priority for implementation, like the Wallace Weir improvements, the upper portion of the bypass, some of the agricultural crossings on the Tule Canal in the upper portion of the bypass provide fish benefits. And so then, things progress. The RFMP was created for, all 6 regions, but in this area, the Lower Sacramento Delta North RFMP. The Yellow Bypass Partnership was created, I think, in 2016. The 2017 flood plan was adopted, and Yolo County was much more of a fan. At that time, there's really strong support for that document, obviously. Great engagement had occurred from 2012 to 2017. And so then the supervisors started thinking, okay, well, maybe we should start trying to figure out how we can integrate these projects and work with the partners that we're working with to see what we can achieve. And so they came up with the idea of, well, let's update this plan, the study. Let's look at those projects that couldn't get funded, reevaluate those, do more outreach, because outreach was a bit limited on the first phase. And so decided to reach out to some partners. And if we can go to the next slide, Ryan. Reached out to the state water contractors, reached out to SAFCA and said, hey, we want to update this, and we want to kind of create more of a vision for the future in the Yellow Bypass, and particularly along the spine of the Tule Canal. And so state water contractors and SAFCA stepped up, provided funding to the county to do this study. We pulled in the Yellow Resource Conservation District, the Yellow Basin Foundation, which wasn't involved in the original study, but again involved in this, and then created a team to do this outreach. And in doing that larger outreach, identified a total of over 90 projects that the landowners and farmers were interested in implementing in or directly adjacent to the Yellow Bypass. So if you can go to the next slide. So we realized 90 projects was just too many projects. Some of these were very small projects, and so we consolidated a number of these into 3 master projects, which were generally in a region. If you had some drainage, flap gate improvements, cleaning out drainage canals, creating habitat, we consolidated those into individual projects and then developed real detailed project sheets for each of these. There were 8 projects, physical projects identified that are identified in yellow on this map, and then 4 more projects that were either bypass wide or were, the last one is a yellow bypass keeper, basically someone who could facilitate communication and engagement in the yellow bypass. And as part of this effort, in addition to identifying these projects, the supervisors wanted to have something that a process for identifying a larger scale landscape view of how the Tule Canal could change in the future, and wanted to engage a broader set of people. And so came up with this idea of doing a planning charrette. Initially, that charrette process was going to be in person. That didn't work out. We were a little concerned that we wouldn't be able to have this charrette process and do it digitally, but we got some great facilitators and we're able to pull it off. And Ruth, thankfully, was a participant in this. She was on the same team that I was on, and she's going to describe kind of what she went through, what the charrette was all about.
Thank you, Doug. Ryan,
sure.
Can you advance the slides? Thank you. Okay, over the 2-day virtual charrette, a total of 71 participants from a diverse group of stakeholders, including farmers, policymakers, landowners, hunters, conservation scientists, educators, engineers, and ecologists, were led by consultants Robert Suarez and Teal Brown Zimri from Galvanized Partners Consulting Firm. The charrette received funding from the state water contractors and Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. The charrette was organized by what is termed as design thinking, the concept that is described as a human-centered approach to innovation that draws from the designer's toolkit to integrate the needs of people, the possibilities of technology, and the requirements for business success. Broadly, it is a way of taking a human-focused approach to design and problem solving. Each working group was tasked with envisioning a future for the Tule Canal and tow drain related to their specific topic that would serve the multi-benefit needs of the diverse stakeholders involved in the Yolo bypass. The participants were advised to imagine a future for the Tule Canal void of the typical constraints currently faced when implementing programs and projects. Constraints similar to funding, operational silos, competing interests, and multiple authorities within the region. Participants were divided into 10 working groups. The working groups you see listed here on the slide. There were 2 flood groups, the future of fish, communication, education, agriculture, recreation. There were also 2 biodiversity groups and a water supply working group. The next several slides provide an example of the creative thinking that occurred within the communications group, where both Doug Brown and I were assigned to. And each issue areas are detailed in the charrette report. Next slide, please. So we started off with framing the challenge as it related to communications. This process involved putting each idea as an electronic post-it note in a Miro board and then consolidating the ideas into the challenge statement. Our statement was as follows: information is not located in one place. There's a general lack of communication all around. There's a lack of understanding of individual values, and there's a lack of inclusive decision making. Next slide, please. We then identified barriers in the areas of what is termed as SEET, also social, technological, environmental, economic, and political. Next slide, please. And then we focused on idea generation, which was to address possible solutions to our challenge statement. Next slide, please. This just shows more brainstorming for possible solutions to our challenge statement. Next slide, please. So the major solutions that came out of the communications group in relation to our challenge statement were a multi-benefit project strike team, a Yolo bypass cash flow information hub, a communications plan, and a Yolo bypass cash flow keeper. And these slides just frame out each one of those areas and how we could possibly get to that point. Next slide, please. And you can keep going, Ryan. Next slide. And this just describes the information flow from the Yolo bypass cash flow keeper through the multi-benefit project strike team, and then all of the information housed in an information hub. And we'll go to the next slide. Yes, there, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you go back one? So this was an idea termed as retrocasting. It's when you lay out your solutions years in advance and then work backward on how you can potentially get to those solutions within timeframe increments. So next slide. And each of the work groups came out with these work group ideas. So they were formulated by the consultant team into these 12 big ideas. So at the end of the 2-day charrette, each work group chose someone to present the solution set, the challenge and the solution set, and present it to the group. And so out of all of those work groups came these 12 ideas. And I'll turn it back over to Doug to walk through the outcomes.
Yeah, so one thing I thank you, Ruth. Wanted to convey as far as the structure Ruth was talking about of these groups and how this whole thing worked is we basically just took people who didn't know each other in a lot of cases, farmers, regulators, local agency people, kind of threw them in these digital rooms and said, okay, you've got 4 hours to come up with ideas. And then the next day, okay, you've got 4 hours to come up with a big idea of your group and present it to all the other 70 people. And so we really pushed people. And the first day, people were grumbling a bit and they didn't love it. And then the next day, people were just sort of transformed. It was pretty amazing. They really were working together. And just from the communications team, I mean, we saw how the communication really just started flourishing on that second day. And so they basically had to come up with these big ideas, came up with 12 big ideas. The team, then the planning team, then took those 12 big ideas after the charrette and tried to figure out, okay, how do we synthesize this? And so we synthesized it in this outcomes report, which includes a lot of detail on those slides that Ruth included for each of the groups, and then identifies the big ideas. And then we developed a vision for the planning team. So this was a consistent vision of the group. And part of that was, of those 12 big ideas, 7 of those were really focused on some sort of transformation of the Tule Canal, some landscape scale transformation. So there was a lot of consensus where people wanted to go. Other people or other groups had identified sort of these, brainstorming ideas that were kind of out of the norm that you wouldn't normally get, but it was like, hey, we need to change education and the curriculum at the state level to focus more on environmental education. That was coming out of the experience in the wildlife area. There was this discussion about having a governance structure or a district. There was even a project that was looking at water supply in the southern portion of the bypass. So a lot of really creative brainstorming. And so if you can jump to the next slide, Ryan. This basically is the vision, which is intended to say, here's the direction the group wants to go. And we envision a transformed Tule Canal as an integrated corridor that engages people, sustains farms, protects property, and provides diverse wildlife habitat. And so that vision is really sort of the overall way we're moving. We would like this to move forward. And then to support that, on the next slide, we identify sort of what is necessary to support that. So you have this framework, which is the Tule Canal vision. It's that transformed Tule Canal, and it's supported by a strategic plan that basically identifies how the ideas, the different ways of modifying the Tule Canal could get integrated into a plan. And then a governance entity, some sort of entity that would help with communication and just identifying grant opportunities, making sure any state efforts and local efforts are kind of working together. And so that's sort of the framework of how this could go forward. We did also identify some themes that came out of this, and that's on the next slide, which these were clear themes. There was just this change in mindset of, let's keep the status quo to, hey, we need to make a change to the Tule Canal. There needs to, it's not functioning now. And there's a lot of changes that are coming, so we need to adapt to those changes and figure out how to move forward. We need better communication. There needs to be more connection to the landowners and the farmers on the ground, which this charrette provided, and more engagement with the regulators. And then also just it needs to be some change in the governance, because there's a lack of trust in the governance over this. And better connection again to the stakeholders on the ground as far as how changes would move forward. And so with that, I am going to wrap up, but I just wanted to say, the most powerful thing out of this is particularly the projects that were identified in the two studies and in this vision really sort of set the stage of how you make the connection between all the work that the good work on the conservation strategy that and the update to the flood plan Mary was talking about earlier, and then the Sacramento Weir project and the expansion that Kyle and Miles were talking about, and even the kind of restoration projects that Mark was talking about in the San Joaquin. That's that same sort of thing is going on in the Yellow and upstream in the Sutter and beyond. And so trying to figure out how best to get that communication with the locals. I think this provides a really good example of that. So with that, I'll wrap up. See if there's any questions.
Doug or Ruth, how is this going to be transmitted to the partnership, and how is this going to play with the work that they're doing?
So we've been communicating quite a bit with the partnership, particularly the group that's working on the programmatic 408 master plan, and trying to identify how the project specifically could get integrated into that 408 master plan, and doing work to identify footprints that could get into the hydraulic modeling and be considered as part of that. Because on the Tule Canal, the vision there isn't particularly refined. It was a lot of big ideas of how things could change, but we didn't settle on a specific, this is the way it should look in the future. That's going to be a little more difficult to actually get integrated into the 408, but we're definitely communicating with the steering committee, the partnership, this work, and trying to figure out ways it can go to the next level. So right now we don't have funding for this effort specifically. We obviously have funding as part of the partnership and the RFMP's engagement and the county's engagement in the partnership, but we don't have a task to say, okay, let's move this forward. It's more just informing and then trying to figure out the best way to keep the momentum going, because there was a lot of momentum that came out of this effort. I don't know if Ruth wanted to add anything to that.
Now you've got the partnership, which is this conglomeration of entities who sit around a table and is informed by these task forces that are set up, that Mary coordinates along with Chris, that generate kind of information for the partnership to consider. And so how does this get into one of those working groups? I guess, or is it going to be a separate standalone request, or what?
Right now, we're just informing the partnership related to this work, and then trying to integrate it through the 408 process. I'm managing along with Nicole Ortega-Jewell, the Agricultural Sustainability Working Group that's part of the partnership. And so we're looking at how agriculture can be sustained, those components of this Tule Canal vision and of these drainage and infrastructure projects, how those could get integrated as part of that working group's effort. That working group is also focused on recreation. Recreation came up quite a bit in the charrette, and so that's informing our work on the Ag Sustainability Working Group, which will inform the steering committee. And so there are bits and pieces of this getting integrated into the working group and then filtering up to the partnership.
And I would just like to add, in addition to the projects that were identified in the 2020 Drainage and Infrastructure Update that will be considered for the programmatic 408, a lot of the ideas that came out of the charrette report that include increased communication and a potential governance entity, something like an information hub. Those types of things that have been discussed at the steering committee level. You know, the potential for a website that houses all sorts of information that the public could go to. The partnership does discuss a lot the idea of a governance entity. We haven't figured that out yet. However, I think some of the similar ideas in terms of communication and engagement are on track with the partnership. In addition, Lisa Sabatini with Yolo County and Misty Kalprider with Sonoma County are both on the steering committee, and they're both on the newly formed coordinating committee for the partnership. The coordinating committee helps guide and provide feedback on the development of the master plan, but there are components to the charrette report that will help support the vision for the master plan.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay.
Thank you.
That was a good report. I'm still, I think people that are interested in what's happening in the Yolo bypass are kind of still searching around for where to go. Is it the partnership? Is it this group of stakeholders that you've assembled? Is it the parent bodies like the counties and the cities? Where is the central focus of all of this action and activity going to be relating to the Yolo bypass? And that's what I maybe the steering committee is wrestling with that right now, Ruth. I'm not sure, but the partnership. Yeah,
I'd like to think that it is the partnership, and then, you know, the steering committee that helps, you know, float the partnership. But just the issue with where do you go? I think that information hub would be something that would be advantageous for the partnership to pursue. But, you know, in addition, we've identified a couple of times that we think we need a pretty robust engagement plan with landowners and stakeholders within the Yolo Bypass Cash Flow region. And so that's something that the board and board staff is exploring and working on currently. But we would need support with others like Safeca, Yolo County, Solano County, members of the partnership to help facilitate that engagement plan. Those relationships with landowners are something that are valuable, and I think that we would need the support to reach out to them with folks that already have those relationships established.
Okay.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I do think there's opportunities for the RFMP, Lower Sacramento Delta North RFMP, to be pushing this forward as well. Obviously, the counties play a big role in that RFMP. And so I think as a group, the RFMP will be trying to figure out strategies for moving the ideas forward and keeping the momentum of engagement with the local landowners.
Yes, thank you for that. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, both Doug and Ruth. That was helpful.
Thank you.
We're on to item 10E, and Ruth, this is your item also. With you're going to be Paul Bruner was originally scheduled for this, and I think Ryan McNally from the Yuba County Water Agency will be taking his place, and I understand Mike Bissett is also available. This is a briefing on the Three Rivers RFMP improvement plan project. So, Ruth, you want to start it off?
Sure. Thank you, President Edgar. Again, my name is Ruth Darling. I'm a program manager with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and I just want to introduce Michael Bissett with Sutter Butte Flood Control Agency and Ryan McNally with Yuba Water Agency. Like you had said, Paul Bruner is unable to join us today. However, Mr. Bissett and Mr. McNally will highlight the region's progress through the first two planning phases and detail their near-term priorities that have been newly identified in the third planning phase of the RFMP process. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Mike Bissett. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Good afternoon, President Edgar and Vice President Dolan, members of the board, and Executive Officer Gallagher. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Michael Bissett. I'm the Executive Director with Sutter Butte Flood Control Agency. And I apologize, my video isn't working. I'm having technical difficulties. I apologize for that. I'm actually wearing a collared shirt today, and now you can't see it. Anyways, there's been a lot of excellent and very informative presentations today, and I've been happy to participate all day in hearing all this great work that's happening. So I hope this presentation is informative to you. Next slide, please. So our group consists, this is the Feather River RFMP. So our group consists of Paul Bruner, who was going to speak today and who couldn't make it, and he apologizes for that. Myself and Ryan McNally, we're here to present the information today to the board. Next slide, please. So our Feather River region area, this is our map of our region. We're 30 miles north of Sacramento, directly downstream from the Orville Dam and Reservoir. And the sources of potential flooding to our region are the Feather, Yuba, and Bear rivers, along with the Sutter Bypass, which is directly fed from the Sacramento River. So we have a lot of sources of potential flooding throughout our region. Next slide, please. Our steering committee consists of Paul Bruner with Trillia, myself, Ryan McNally, Yuba Water Agency, Kim Reese with RD 1001, and Pat Ajoria with the Marysville Levee Commission. And we represent a lot of other agencies within our region, and we have them listed here today, the 5 counties here, the RDs, the LDs, and all the cities within our region. So it's a fairly large geographical area that we represent. Our focus, implementing flood risk reduction projects and multi-benefit improvements to the system, working closely with the state to identify system-wide and local priorities, and identify specific improvements for flood risk reduction. And we're looking to feed all of this information into the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan 2022 update. Next slide, please. So we wanted to highlight here on this slide, this is the highlight of regional success we've had in providing urban flood protection. So both Trillia and Sabufka, we are looking forward to certifying our 200-year flood protection later this year. And we'll be coordinating that through the board and DWR. We're hoping to have everybody in attendance when the Sabufka board in particular certifies the 200-year flood protection. We're targeting October for that milestone. In Marysville, they're developing 200-year certification upon completion of their ring levee project, and they're targeting 2024 for that milestone. And then the Yuba Water Agency is developing a 500-year protection with their new Bullards Bar spillway, secondary spillway, and their forecast informed reservoir operations and forecast coordinated operations implementation. And they're targeting 2025 to have all of that online. And Ryan's going to speak to that later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So here's a list of our near-term priorities that we're actively working on through this RFMP process. And we wanted to highlight to the board with these little star there, the asterisk. These are the projects that will be coming before the board in the future. So we wanted to sort of highlight that and give you a heads up for that. So the Bear River setback levy, the Tudor Small Communities Flood Risk Reduction Preferred Alternative, which is Sutter Bypass East Levee critical repairs, projects to address sedimentation in the Feather River and the Yuba River from the Orville Spillway disaster. And I'm pleased to report to the board today that we just received all our final permits and approvals, and we're actually doing construction in the Feather River sediment removal both at the Yuba City boat ramp and at the confluence of the Yuba and the Feather Rivers, right in that area, and up in Live Oak at the Live Oak boat ramp. So we just started that construction work this week, so we're excited about that. The Natomas Cross Canal Stability Berm and Channel Habitat Enhancements Project. And lastly, on this slide, the Goldfields and Mining Areas Project. Next slide, please. Here's some additional near-term priorities. So FEMA National Flood Insurance Program reform and remapping effort. So we're looking, as the NFIP gets reauthorized, we're looking to enhance that program specific to ag areas within the Central Valley and providing relief to farmers and landowners in those areas. The Nicholas and Rio Oso Small Communities Flood Risk Reduction Critical Levee Repairs along the Feather and Bear Rivers. The Yuba Water Agency Countywide Flood Feasibility Study Phase 1, 100-year flood protection for Hallwood, and Feather River Fish Habitat Project near Shanghai Bend, and a salmonid mitigation bank in Feather River setback area. So you can see from this list of projects, it's a wide casting net of flood risk reduction and environmental enhancement projects that our region is focusing on. Next slide, please. So here's some of the multi-benefit opportunities and projects we're also focusing our attention on through the RFMP. So these are a lot of corridor management plans along the Feather, the Cherokee Canal, and the Bear, and the Sutter-Tisdale Bypass CMP. And we're actually coordinating with the Mid and Upper Sac group on that project. So we're linking the two RFMPs where it makes sense to advance projects. These list of restoration projects here, the Feather River Conservation Bank, the Bear River Setback Levee Restoration Area, the Yorville Wildlife Area, Robinson's Riffle Project. I was very pleased earlier today to hear Jason Sidley and Mary Jimenez in their presentation. Jason highlighted the first Orville Wildlife Area project that Sabufka completed several years ago. And now they're out measuring the benefits of that project. So we're excited about that, and we're looking to expand upon that. And then we have the Sutter-Tisdale, the Hallwood Side Channel and Floodplain Restoration Project. So a lot of various restoration, environmental mitigation projects, invasive species removal type projects. We're very excited to advance these type of works. Next slide, please. I think we just, I'm sorry. Okay, so here's on the conservation strategy, our team, we're providing input into the conservation strategy. And earlier today, this topic was brought up, and it is an exciting topic. We've had some comments, some input. We believe there's some needed flexibility to allow for the RFMPs to actually implement projects. Right now, the RFMPs, it's more of a planning effort. We want to take it one step further and implement these projects through the RFMP where it makes sense. We identified within the conservation strategy itself, the number 2 barrier to implementation is listed as lack of leadership. And we believe all of the RFMP groups can provide this and provide a mechanism for the state to advance these projects in those regions. The majority of the projects in our region and multi-benefit include conservation components. We wanted to highlight that we're not just looking at, flood risk reduction alone. We're looking at all of these multi-benefit type projects, conservation strategy type projects within our region. Next slide, please. One of the overarching themes we wanted to pass on today was to implement the priorities and programs of the RFMPs and to utilize state funding within the RFMPs to advance these projects. And one thing we would like to also highlight is now that we've formed the state, this mechanism that the state formed, we think is very powerful, and we'd like to see it utilized even more so to help with the state's efforts within outreach within regions to utilize the RFMPs to help advance and strategize and reach out to those regions very effectively through our own governmental relations. We believe the response time for project delivery using RFMPs would be more efficient and effective, just like the sediment removal project that Sabufka has taken on. We're able to move that, and we're into construction now. Next slide, please. We also wanted to highlight, there's a lot of, as a result of all the urban work, flood risk reduction work that we've been completing, there's going to be a lot of FEMA remapping efforts going on underway on both in the Sutter Butte side, on the Trillia side of the Feather River. And as a result of the RFMP, we're actually got us talking together, and we're sharing information, and we're moving forward in a collaborative way so that when we individually deliver FEMA new maps to FEMA, they speak to one another and they're consistent with each other. So we think that's been a real positive outcome of this RFMP program. We're also coordinating with agricultural floodplain teams through the NFIP, through the reauthorization like I highlighted earlier. So with that said, I'm going to turn the next two slides over to Ryan McNally with the Yuba Water Agency so he can highlight what this agency is doing and all the benefits that these projects are going to pass on to downstream recipients. Ryan?
Yeah, hey, thank you, Michael. Hey, can everybody hear me? I've been having audio problems all morning.
Yes, we can.
Great, thanks. Yeah, good afternoon, President Edgar and members of the board. Again, my name is Ryan McNally, and I'm the Flood Risk Project Manager for the Yuba Water Agency, and I'm going to cover the next couple slides for our group's presentation. So on your screen right now, you'll see an overview of our secondary spillway project at New Bullards Bar on the Yuba River. The Water Agency is really pushing hard on this project because of the magnitude of flood risk reduction benefits it will provide to downstream communities, including the cities of Marysville and Yuba City, as well as the disadvantaged communities of Linda and Olivehurst, which were devastated by both the 1986 and 1997 events. You know, when constructed, this new spillway will be 31.5 feet lower than the gates of the main spillway, which is in place now, and will give Yuba Water the ability to release water before large storms and reduce water levels on downstream levees by as much as 3 feet. And this will relieve flows in the Yuba and Feather Rivers, and to some degree, which we're still quantifying, in the Sacramento River, even further downstream. But more importantly, this project will reduce the risk to over 100,000 people in the area, as well as property in Yuba and Sutter counties valued at nearly $12 billion. It will also help increase local flood protection levels by 100 to 300 years, depending on where we're looking here on the levees. But once this project's implemented, it'll put several levees in Yuba County in that coveted 500-year level of protection, including the new Feather River setback levee. So once this project's put into place and operational, that levee along the Feather River becomes 500-year level of protection. So you can see why it's really important to the region. And when combined with FARO and FCO, which are detailed on the next slide, I'll get into in just a second, this new facility will also become a potent climate resiliency tool that will help manage increasingly volatile weather, including stronger and more frequent atmospheric river events. So to date, Yuba Water, we've committed $11 million so far toward the design of this critical flood protection project. And we actually intend to present the spillway 60% design to Yuba Water's board in about a month. So in late August, that's when that's scheduled to go to our board. But above all, we see this as the next step in flood risk reduction for Yuba County, and we intend to keep building momentum toward implementation. And so on this slide, you'll see the inset there in the middle, which is the Feather River flow below Yuba. And that really shows the impact of what the secondary spillway, when combined with FARO, what that would do to peak flows. And this is in reference to the 1997 event. And this would have, we'd have a peak flow reduction of about 60,000 CFS in the river. And that's in the Feather River below the confluence of the Yuba. So you can see it's really pretty dramatic. Next slide, please. So on top of the secondary spillway, a few other important projects that go hand in hand are Yuba Water's Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations, or FARO, Forecast Coordinated Operations, or FCO, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Water Control Manual Update. So for FARO, we're working with the Scripps Institute of Oceanography and others on atmospheric river research to improve forecast-informed reservoir operations. And that will provide better data forecasting and, more importantly, when to release water ahead of forecasted storm events to dramatically reduce the peak flows. So back to that inset on the previous slide is, indications show that had that spillway and FARO been in operation during the 1997 event, the breach on the Feather River levee in South Yuba County may have been prevented. So, but it's important to note that FARO work, this will not only influence operations at New Bullard's Bar, but it would, importantly, it would work in conjunction with the forecasted coordinated operations with DWR at Lake Oroville, and reservoir releases between both reservoirs would be coordinated to best minimize flows to reduce impacts downstream. And to wrap it all up, it's kind of a coordinated package, or there's a multi-pronged approach, but we're also working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to develop the new operational procedures to tie these functions together in that water control manual update. And this will be heavily influenced and informed by the FARO research. And I think that wraps up my slides. And with that, I'll return the presentation to Mr. Bissett unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. So I have just 2 slides left. This slide speaks specifically to the Oroville Dam and the aftermath of the spillway disaster. We're trying to partner with DWR through the RFMP process. We think DWR could utilize the RFMP as a tool, as an opportunity for outreach to the region. We'd like to engage on the reoperation planning so we have better understanding of what's being planned up at Oroville, and encourage cooperation and data sharing between DWR and the RFMP. We really need to get that information so we can incorporate that into our planning efforts. So we're working closely with the department, and we understand, there's legal issues right now, and we're hoping that we can work closely with the state DWR on information sharing and helping with the comprehensive needs analysis as the state moves forward on that. Next slide, please. And lastly, our recommendations are to institutionalize the RFMP. It's been a off and on type process, and we feel all the RFMPs are very successful in producing information, incorporating that information into the CVFPB process. We'd like to see it continue, and we'd really like to see the state look to utilize both this board and the Department of Water Resources, utilize the RFMPs to advance projects, to do project delivery within those regions, because sometimes the locals can do things a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficient, specifically when it comes to like real estate acquisition and contracting. We'd really like to be engaged with the state to advance all of the projects within the CVFPB in the future. And that's it, Bill. That's kind of our update. I'd really like to acknowledge Christopher Williams and Aaron Wu with DWR. They're our project managers for the RFMP, and they're keeping us on task, and we're having coordinated monthly meetings and keeping the process moving forward. So I'd really like to say thank you to them. And I'll turn it back over to you, President Edgar, for any questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Michael. That was very interesting, and together with all the other informational presentations today is a real credit to all the local agencies who are moving these projects along. It's obviously there's a lot going on. There's with regard to your last item in terms of engaging the public and DWR in going forward and seeing what can be done with anything related to the Oroville spillway. What's your relationship to Senator Nielsen's committee that he created to look into what happened at Oroville? We tried to get him to maybe use the RFMP to help with the outreach and with the community and so on, but he chose to go another way and set up his own committee to specifically look into what happened. Is there any connection there with what he's doing and what we're doing with the RFMP and DWR and all the work we're doing here?
Yeah, that's a great question. There was, and there is. He formed an ad hoc committee, and my predecessor, Mike Inamine, sat on that committee. And then when Mike left, I took his place. So I attended some of the meetings, but it's been a while. There hasn't been a lot of outreach in the near term, so it's been a little dormant right now. So we'd really like to engage through this RFMP process to continue that good work. There was a lot of information sharing at that time, but I really haven't heard much of it lately.
Okay, well, as long as the RFMP keeps moving along and producing reports like the one you just, I think, presented, I think the board is going to be happy with the progress we've made up here. I just wanted to make sure that we were connecting with that that committee he set up if and when it gets started going again. Okay, any other questions from the board?
I do, Mr. President.
Oh yeah, Brian, please.
Yeah, thank you. So there was a bullet earlier in the presentation. I believe it was Mr. Bissett presenting that said Title 23 needs flexibility, and I'm wondering if you could say more about that, and if any of you have written up sort of more exactly what that means.
Board Member Johnson, that's a great question, and it's probably the one bullet that I don't have a lot of information on, but I do have a backup. I have a lifeline here. Tom Trexler, if you could pipe in on that, I'd be very happy about that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Tom Trexler with MBK Engineers. I'm the project manager supporting the Feather River RFMP. We did provide comment directly and through the Flood Control Association on Title 23. And the general flavor is that as additional regulations move forth, it becomes more and more constraining to implement multi-benefit projects. And so we could cite a number of examples, but let's say we're doing a quick erosion repair somewhere. Title 23 plus our standard suite of CEQA and other permits combined don't necessarily pave the way for quick and agile, in this case, an erosion repair, let alone doing multi-benefit types of projects. So that particular bullet really relates to if there were a way to provide some sort of ease or pathway or cutting the green tape, as some of our regulatory agencies may say, to implement projects, that'd be more beneficial as opposed to more and more layers of bureaucracy. So that's what that bullet was getting towards.
Okay, thank you. I may follow up offline with our staff and through you. It's a major topic of discussion, in a bunch of different venues, as it relates to the plan and the conservation strategy, and something I'm certainly interested in. Second question is similar. I think you mentioned again, Michael Bissett, that the idea of RFMPs becoming more institutionalized and implementing projects. And I wonder if you can say a little bit more about what this RFMP group, how that would look. Is it, primarily a question of stability of funding for coordination, or are we also talking about a different institutional, makeup of the RFMP to be a project proponent? I'm just interested in hearing a little bit more about that as well.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I think it's twofold. I think one is a funding source, a continuous funding source to keep these RFMP groups active and alive and coordinating, so it doesn't go dormant and then pick up 2 or 3 years later on. That's one. The second item is, as we identify projects within specific regions or more importantly, if the state identifies projects within regions, for them to reach out to the RFMP groups to see who amongst those groups could potentially implement or advance those projects and take them on. If the state couldn't do it themselves, or if they wanted a regional partner to take those on, we thought that could be a benefit. Obviously, we're identifying our own projects and advancing those and trying to incorporate those into the CVFPP as we can. But we thought, if there's more regional type projects that that the state would like to see implemented, and they may not have the resources to do that, specifically manpower, that we would like to take those on. So that's kind of what our thought process was.
Yeah, and if I might add to that, as the round 3 was forming, we had some hopes that there would be an opportunity to implement projects as part of our contracting. And as we moved forward into contracting with DWR through DGS, we are specifically prohibited from implementing projects contractually, as well as the funding source that's currently funding the RFMP process. Ideally, we could get to a stage where once we've identified and gone through planning processes, if there was a rapid project implementation concept, maybe it's sedimentation removal from the Oroville spillway disaster episode, and we wanted to have local agencies do quick sediment removal activities. Right now, if we tried to funnel that through the RFMP, we're a little bit handcuffed in that regard. So ideally, we could uncuff ourselves and find ways to use this as a contracting vehicle as well.
Okay, thank you both.
Brian, I might also add that one of the problems we're running into, for example, in the permit, trying to streamline the permitting process, the work that Preston's doing, it involves so many agencies. The whole process involves so many agencies that need to look at these items that it simply making, as we begin to refine the work and work cooperatively and collaboratively, unless one agency completely delegates its authority to another, we're actually building layers of bureaucracy of agencies that want to look at these projects and permits as they're going on. So I think the idea here is we're going to have a system if we're going to streamline permitting, and if we're going to have implementation done locally, which is, I think, true that it's more efficient and effective done that way. People are simply going to have to delegate their authority and not be involved, because the more involvement you have of these agencies, the more bureaucracy you have, and the more permits you have, and the more agreements you have, and it just balloons itself. So that's you put your finger on a big issue, I think, both in trying to streamline permitting and actually implementing projects locally. I think that's one of the biggest problems we have. Anything else? Okay, I think we'll move then to our last item, item 10F, which is the permit number 19477, Ecosystem Investment Partners, EIP, Lookout Slough Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project. The board is being asked to consider approval of resolution 2021-06 to approve permit number 19477. So we have a presentation by our staff. Ali Pourbaugh will start off, and then we have Chris Chanel, which will be giving some comments, and then David Urban from EIP, who is the applicant, I understand, and Charlotte Briggs of DWR will be also presenting on behalf of this project, and then we'll have board questions. And I think there are at least 3 written comments on this project, and I'm sure there'll be others as we move along. So, Ellie, would you start, please?
Yes. Good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes. Speak up a little bit, Ellie. It's hard to hear you.
My name is Ali Porbaha. I'm staff of the board. Today we are here to request the board to adopt a resolution for Lookout the Slough Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project. The requester for the project is Ecosystem Investment Partners. This is related to permit number 19477. Next slide, please. This is a board action. We are here to consider asking the board to consider adoption of resolution 2021-06 to adopt the California Environmental Quality Act findings and approve permit number 19477 to construct the Lookout Slough Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project. Next slide, please. Where is the project? This map shows the yellow bypass. On the north is the Fairmont Weir, and going down you will see the Sacramento Weir. On the right side is the Sacramento River and deep water channel. The project is located in the lower portion of the yellow bypass within the legal delta. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is a zoom-in version of the project site, which is located in Solano County, surrounded by Yolo County, Sacramento County, and San Joaquin County. Next slide, please. This map is the footprint of the project. Several sloughs are around the property. Shag Slough is in the east side of the site. It is the current bypass levee. Duck Slough is in the west side. And Cache Slough are in the south and southwest of the project. These terms we'll use a lot in this presentation, so I highlighted all these sloughs. Next slide, please. So the project consists of breaching existing yellow bypass levee at Shag Slough at certain location. This is in the right side of the screen. And also constructing a new setback levee along the Liberty Island Road and Duck Slough in the north and west of the picture. And finally, improving the levees along the Cache and Hass Slough for improving for stability. As a result, approximately 3,000 acres of upland, tidal, and floodplain habitat will be restored. Next slide, please. Board has the authority to take this action in terms of Water Code, California Code of Regulation, Division 1 of Title 23, and Rivers and Harbors Act of 1899, Title 33, United States Code, Section 408. References to these codes are listed on the screen. Next slide, please. The hydraulic performance analysis consists of analyzing with and without the project using a range of hydraulic loadings in an steady state, as shown on the figure. The design top of the levee includes 6 feet of freeboard plus 1 additional foot of freeboard for climate resiliency. The figure in the right side shows a reduction in water surface elevation along the yellow bypass. Next slide, please. A wide range of geotechnical analyses have been performed as shown on the screen. I'm not going over of these, just let you know that the staff determined that the proposed project complies with Title 23 standards. There is no anticipated adverse geotechnical effects and no variances to Title 23 are required. Next slide, please. In February, we received protests from Central Delta Water Agency. And last month, we received a protest from Mr. Scott Shapiro, who represents California Central Valley Flood Control Association, the North Delta Water Agency, Reclamation District 2060, and Reclamation District 2068. A copy of these protests are in the staff report in attachment H, I, and J. In addition, in the past 2 days, we received additional letters from these 2 agencies. And also we received a letter yesterday from OSHA Meserve with Soluri Meserve Law Corporation. Next slide, please. Reclamation District 2098 has endorsed the project, and a copy of that is available in a staff report in attachment K. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers letter of permission, 408 letter of permission, received on June 25th, 2021. The Corps approves the request to alter the federal project according to the condition. And the Corps stated that this project will not be injurious to the public interest and will not impair the usefulness of the project works. Letter incorporating from the Corps is attached to the permit as Exhibit A. Next slide, please. In terms of CEQA, staff has prepared a CEQA analysis, and this information available in Section A of the staff report. Next slide, please. In terms of Water Code 8610.5 consideration, the staff has prepared these analyses. They are available in Section 9.0 of the staff report. Next slide, please. This is my last slide, and I need to read it word by word here because this is what the staff recommends. The recommendation is that the board adopt resolution 2021-60 in substantially the form provided in attachment A of the staff report. Through the adoption of this resolution, the board adopts the CEQA findings. The board, acting as a responsible agency under CEQA, has independently reviewed and considered the environmental documents prepared for the project. approving permit number 19477 will not result in any significant adverse impacts related to flood risk, and no additional mitigation measures within the board jurisdiction are required. And second, the board approves encroachment permit number 19477 in substantially the form provided in attachment B of the staff report. And finally, the board directs the executive officer to take the necessary actions to execute the permit and file a notice of determination pursuant to SICWA with the state clearinghouse. Regarding O&M, the requester will discuss more detail about the OMRR of the project. Now, three presenters, Chris Journal, David Urban, and Charlotte Biggs will make presentations. Chris Journal is the Deputy Director of DWR's Integrated Watershed Management. David Urban is the Managing Director of Ecosystem Investment Partners, the requester for the project. And Charlotte Biggs is the Program Manager of DWR's Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. We will discuss about O&M. Please.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Chris, good afternoon. We can hear you.
Great. Thanks, President Edgar. Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, members of the board, Executive Officer Gallagher, and staff. Again, my name is Chris Chernell, Deputy Director for Integrated Watershed Management at the California Department of Water Resources. Very pleased to be here today to talk about the Lookout Slough Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project. While, of course, as you might imagine, we don't agree with the vast majority of the protests that have been raised, and we'll get into why exactly that's true, and why we believe that you'll find similarly. We certainly do appreciate the opportunity to be here in this forum, in this public-facing forum, to have that conversation. So I really appreciate the board's willingness to facilitate the discussion, and looking forward to it very much. DWR takes flood issues very seriously, as I think we all know. And I want to respond to some of the points of concern that were raised directly in the protest letters that were received by the board. Again, not because we have any alignment with them ourselves, but because we actually feel that, again, the vast majority of them are outside of either the board's jurisdiction or not the purview of the board, and some of which are actually being dealt with in forums more appropriately. So I'm just going to walk through some of those, and then I'll pass that off to both EIP staff and Department of Water Resources staff to go into more detail. First, regarding the concern about access to the Reclamation District 2060 pumping plant during Lookout Slough construction, I want to make it very clear, as we have been with Mr. Shapiro's clients, that the new setback levee being constructed will only positively impact.
Chris, you're breaking up a little bit here. We're having a hard time hearing you. I'm not sure what the problem is, but
sure. It looks like, Ollie, if you could mute, if you're not already muted, it looks like there might be some feedback coming from yours. No. Okay. Is that better, President Edgar?
Yes, it is. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, you bet. I want to make it very clear, as we have been with Mr. Shapiro's clients on several occasions, the new setback levee being constructed that staff just walked us through will only actually positively impact the existing Liberty Island Road depended upon by RD 2068, one of his clients. EIP, as a part of this project, will in fact be paving the currently unpaved and building a vehicle turnaround near the pumps where one doesn't actually exist today. Both of these features will enhance RD 2068's access to its pumps, especially during inclement weather and during emergencies. And when it comes to the specific concern of access during construction, it's actually a county jurisdictional issue that will be dealt with thoroughly in any permits that we receive from the County of Solano itself related to public access, safety, and traffic control.
Excuse me, Bill, it's breaking up so much I can't hardly even understand what he's saying.
Yeah, Ryan, can you fix that, please?
Yeah, Chris, you might also try it without the video.
All I can do besides what Board Member Johnson recommended is ask that anyone that's not speaking right now mute themselves, and then maybe that should help the audio come through clearer.
Great. How does that sound right there? Is that any better?
I think now everyone's muted, but that sounds better to me. I can't really make that call though.
President Edgar, I'm going to just keep talking here. Can you give me a sign if that sounds clear to you? Of course, now you're muted.
Chris, I would suggest when you turned your camera off, you sounded clearer. So maybe try what Brian talked about. Yeah.
Good. Thanks, Darren. Okay, I'm gonna look at you, President Edgar. If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up. All right. Okay, perfect. I'm going to start this second point again. It's an important one. Second, and regarding the concern about term O&M funding, the protest letter is factually incorrect in its assertion that the area of assessed lands post-project will shrink and thus be too small to support long-term O&M commitments. In fact, the restored wetland acreage on the west side of the new setback levee will remain part of RD 2098's assessed lands, and as eventual landowner, DWR will pay our fair share of levee assessments, just like it does on other state-owned properties. Additionally, DWR
this just is not working for me. I cannot make sense of what you're saying.
Okay. Anybody know how to cut incoming video?
You have headphones, Chris?
Yeah, this is Kyle Bickler. So if you go up to view and there's a checkbox for show participants without video and show participant video, uncheck show participant video, and that should free up some of your bandwidth. Also, if you're running DWR's Pulse VPN, that hogs our bandwidth during these types of things. And so disconnect from Pulse. There'll be a temporary delay after you disconnect, but it'll bring you back.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, how about that? Does that sound any better?
That's better for me.
Okay.
Let's hope it stays.
Okay, I'm happy to just keep repeating the good points here. Okay. Second, and regarding the concern about long-term O&M funding, the protest letter is factually incorrect in its assertion that the area of assessed lands post-project will shrink and thus be too small to support long-term O&M commitments. In fact, the restored wetland acreage on the wet side of the new levee setback will remain part of RD 2098's assessed lands, and as eventual landowner, DWR will pay our fair share of these levee assessments, just like it does on other state-owned properties in the region. Additionally, DWR is working with RD 2098 on a path towards a new 218 assessment that would ensure adequate revenues for O&M, consistent with our presentation to this board back in November of 2020. I'm getting some more messages that is hard for folks to hear. Is that true?
Yes, it is, Chris.
President Edgar, would you mind if we took a 5-minute break just so I can figure this out and then we can get started again?
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, thank you.
We're on break for, let's call it 10 minutes.
Great.
I'll add for you, Chris. This is Mark List. You may want to call in with your cell phone.
and simply
that's a good
do your
idea.
presentation over the phone, and you can keep your video on but muted. Over.
Good idea. Thanks.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you, Mark.
I've entered the call-in number and the passcode to the chat for reference.
Hey, this is Chris Chernell calling back in. Is this more clear?
Yeah, Chris, it's a lot more clear. So the problem you see clear at the beginning, and then you drop off on the video. So hopefully this.
President Edgar, I'm here and it sounds like it's working, so. Ready when you are.
We come back, Ryan?
That works for me.
Okay. Okay, we're back in session. Let's try it, Chris, again.
Okay, apologies for that.
Okay, we can, why don't you proceed?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you again. Okay, my second point, regarding the concern that you've heard about long-term O&M funding. The protest letter is indeed factually incorrect in its assertion that the area of assessed lands post-project will shrink and thus be too small to support long-term O&M commitments. In fact, the restored wetland acreage on the wet side of the new levee will remain part of RD 2098's assessed lands. And as the eventual landowner, DWR will pay our fair share of these levee assessments, just like we do on other state-owned properties in the region. Additionally, DWR is working with RD 2098 on a path towards a new 218 assessment that would ensure adequate revenues for O&M. And this is consistent with our presentation to this board back in November of 2020. And third, and regarding the request that DWR be included on the encroachment permit as an applicant, it is in fact common practice for the board to grant encroachment permits to a project's developer and current landowner. In this case, that is solely EIP. Our contractual agreement with EIP conditions eventual land transfer to DWR on EIP's ability to secure all necessary permits. Once those permits are in hand, the land will transfer to DWR. Your board's uneventful and common practice of transferring the permit to DWR will commence, and then construction will begin. The protest letter's suggestion that there is some sort of conspiracy here between DWR and the board would be, if I frankly cared to put any energy into it whatsoever, offensive. Fourth, and regarding the request that the permit applicant EIP update the emergency operations plan for both RD 2098 and RD 2068, that is a reasonable request. I'll let EIP go into more details during its portion of the presentation, but we appreciate this request and find it a helpful and relevant contribution to the discussion. Fifth, and regarding the demand that DWR commit in a flood board permit to paying for aquatic species mitigation on behalf of Mr. Shapiro's clients is both premature, given the status of those HCP conversations, and far outside of this board's purview. As a quick update to the board, this HCP effort, paid for thus far exclusively by DWR, is making great progress. Solano County is the lead agency, state and federal wildlife agencies are engaged, and I believe we will have a successful HCP that benefits the entire region. We appreciate the helpful engagement by Mr. Shapiro's clients during this process. It's been a healthy, if also sometimes frustrating process, as HCPs invariably are. Sixth, and regarding the comment letter related to the Delta Stewardship Council hearing that just occurred last week, that letter is also factually incorrect in that it states that the DSC found this project to be inconsistent with the Delta plan. That is simply not the case. In fact, the DSC rejected more than a dozen issues, notably including each of the flood control related issues, and has remanded 2 recreation related issues back to DWR. We will be resubmitting a determination of consistency after addressing that remand. And at this point, there is no reasonable indication that the project footprint will change in any way. And lastly, the assertion that DWR misused Proposition 1 bond funds to support the Lookout Slough project is simply ludicrous. And we would argue also outside of this board's purview. There are several ways to argue this point, but I think the most succinct for the purposes of today is this. The Department of Water Resources, during our annual budget process, explicitly requested an appropriation of Proposition 1 multi-benefit Delta-related bond funds for the flood-related components of Lookout Slough. The Resources Agency and its bond accountability team approved. Then the requested appropriation became public as part of the governor's proposed state budget. Then the legislature, mind you, the same body who wrote the language of Proposition 1, held several public budget hearings and ultimately approved the appropriation of bond funds explicitly for the Lookout Slough project. There is nothing secret here. There's no conspiracy. There's nothing improper. In fact, it's the opposite, of course. The Lookout Slough project is the most significant multi-benefit flood and ecosystem restoration project ever pursued in the Delta. It's twice the size of the next largest project. It represents the kind of funding and implementation partnerships that we all say are necessary to stay ahead of climate change and reverse species decline. It's a huge step towards the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan's vision of a Sacramento Basin flood system that protects Californians and revitalizes our valley ecosystem. It's the real deal, and it's something we should all be proud to have a role in. After securing this encroachment permit, it will move one step closer to breaking ground. DWR project leads are here to address any more issues related to the state's concerns, again, in more detail than I was able to cover. And EIP staff is here to address the permit specifically. With that, I'd like to once again thank the board and your staff for facilitating this conversation. And I'll pass the presentation over to EIP. Thanks for bearing with me through the technical difficulties and look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon. My name is David Urban, and I am the Managing Director of Operations for Ecosystem Investment Partners. I want to thank Board President Edgar and board members for the opportunity to present today. I also want to especially thank Ali Porba, Greg Harvey, Andrea Buckley, Jennifer Stewart, and the entire staff for their support for this project. I know Ali's presentation covered a lot of information regarding this project, and this presentation is intended to augment that work that he has done. Next slide, please. EIP is part of an innovative public-private partnership contract with DWR to provide a multi-benefit habitat restoration and flood improvement project on the land which EIP owns. As the landowner and project developer, EIP is the entity applying for the encroachment permit from the board. EIP has responsibilities as the current landowner for the design, the permitting, and the construction of the work. DWR and EIP have worked closely together on this project, and per 408 requirements, project design has incorporated rigorous review from a safety assurance review panel, encompassing experts in their respective fields. The safety assurance review panel includes Dr. David Ford and Mr. David Peterson for hydraulics and hydrology analysis, Mr. Ray Costa for geotechnical engineering analysis, and Mr. Eric Nagy for civil engineering analysis. DWR has certain roles, such as the lead agency for CEQA, which was certified in November of 2020. DWR will also be responsible for taking long-term ownership of the land after all permits and approvals are received and prior to construction, with RD 2098 responsible for operations and maintenance, as will be discussed in more detail to follow. RD 2098 has endorsed this project. As landowner, EIP is the applicant to the board and will transfer the permit to DWR when they take ownership of the land prior to construction. All the terms and conditions of the permit will transfer to DWR in accordance with the contract. We plan to start construction in the near term after receiving all permits, and I anticipate completing construction within 2 years. Next slide, please. As Ali has described before, this project lies within the exact area of the Yolo bypass that previous studies have shown as desired for flood control purposes, per the 2016 Sacramento Basin-wide feasibility study. The Lookout Slough's project proposed duck slough setback levee provides greater flood benefits than those described as option 3 of the basin-wide feasibility study. This project will replace 7.2 miles of levees which have been deemed hazardous, with 2.9 miles of new levee that will be Title 23 compliant. The table on this slide shows the current status of the levee segments within the project boundary for RD 2098's Yolo Bypass West Levee, Cache Slough East Levee, and the southern portion of the Hass Slough East Levee. With the project, we are eliminating these hazards. I also want to say that this proposed new duck slough setback levee has been approved by the Corps and received endorsement from RD 2098. Next slide, please. As was described by Ali, the project proposes to build the new Title 23 compliant flood levee called the Duck Slough Setback Levee on the northern and western sides of the project. We also improved the Cache Haas Slough levee to level the crown to its existing lowest elevation, which is 1 foot above the 100-year, and strengthen the backside of the levee to improve maintainability. A variation of this strengthening proposal was suggested by MBK Engineers, the current Reclamation District engineer, early in the design development process. The final step of the project is to degrade and breach portions of the current Shag Slough levee to allow for tidal influx and transitional flood storage. Next slide, please. EIP and DWR are aware that the adjacent Reclamation District, RD 2068, is concerned with access to their pump station, located just to the north of the intersection of the new Duck Slough Setback Levee and the current Shag Slough Levee. The concern is that the pumps are accessed via Liberty Island Road, which runs just north of the toe of the new Duck Slough setback levee. EIP has designed this levee to be aligned along the property boundary and adjacent to Liberty Island Road. Access to Liberty Island Road and the pumping station will remain post-construction. We have had several conversations over the last 2 years of design with the full-time manager of RD 2068 and the RD engineer, MBK Engineering, to assure both entities that full-time access to the pumps throughout the construction period will be accommodated. This was most recently discussed in our RD 2098 board meeting on April 1st, 2021, when the general manager of RD 2068 was present. To be clear, Liberty Island Road will not be shut down during construction. While there is work contemplated along Liberty Island Road, which may temporarily close a portion of the eastbound lane, EIP will maintain full access to the pump station and commit to good communication with RD 2068 staff throughout the construction period. In addition, the road will be repaved following construction of the levee to ensure access to the pumps. Finally, to give the board and RD 2068 more peace of mind, I want to remind everybody that EIP must obtain a roadway encroachment permit from Solano County prior to do any work within the Liberty Island Road right-of-way. This encroachment permit will necessarily address both traffic control and access issues. The county's standard conditions, which EIP must abide for, provide for public safety, traffic control, warning signs, cones, barricades, and a flagman to maintain access and direct traffic. Next slide, please. The project team understands that RD 2068 is concerned that the new setback levee conflicts with the existing emergency operation plan, and that the current plan contemplates that any flooding of RD 26 would be relieved by shunting interior floodwater onto RD 2098 property and eventually have that floodwater removed by RD 2098. The exhibit shown on the slide shows the interior flow patterns of potential interior flooding of RD 2068 as it exists now and after the Duck Slough setback levee is in place. On this slide, the Duck Slough setback levee is shown as a series of red dots on the with project side of the slide. The new Duck Slough setback levee does not materially change the interior flow patterns of RD 2068. Any interior floodwater of RD 2068 currently ponds up to at least 5 feet deep against the Liberty Island Road before it can overtop and flow into the interior of the proposed project area and RD 2098. This is shown as a blue shape in both exhibits. By maintaining Liberty Island Road as it is, flow patterns are not altered with the new levee. Once water stacks up against Liberty Island Road, it flows west into the irrigation canal along the existing agricultural levees, which is located approximately along the alignment of the new setback levee, before flowing south into RD 2098 properties. Only then can it flow into any proposed project area. The fact of interior drainage will not change with the construction of the new setback levee. Next slide, please. The project team is aware that RD 2068 is concerned that the emergency operations plan will need to be updated for both RD 2068 and RD 2098. EIP must update the RD 2098 plan as required contractually before the end of project closeout. EIP is willing to update both the 2068 and the 2098 emergency operations plan and proposes the following permit required be added to the permit conditions. And that permit required would say, within 180 days of board approval, the applicant will update the RD 2068 and RD 2098 emergency plans of operations. With this, I would like to turn over to Ms. Charlotte Biggs, DWR Program Manager, who will speak next to the drivers of the project on the following slides. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Good afternoon, President Edgar and board members. I want to check, can you hear me? Okay, good. So I'm Charlotte Biggs, Program Manager with DWR and our Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. I'll be presenting on behalf of DWR today, but I have our full DWR project team here to elaborate on anything I mention or anything that warrants further discussion. I'll be speaking to issues raised in comments to the board that are most appropriate for the state to respond to, including funding used for this effort and our operations and maintenance plan. So I want to start by highlighting the drivers for this project, which directly relates to the funding sources used for the effort. Lookout Slough is a project many years in the making, based in two aspects of DWR's mission and core programs: operating the State Water Project and providing flood protection. For State Water Project, DWR has a mandate to create tidal wetland habitat in specific locations within the Delta. The Lookout Slough project is helping to fulfill our obligation to federal fish and wildlife agencies and supports long-term operations of the State Water Project. For flood protection, DWR has a core responsibility to provide system-wide flood risk reduction. Levy investments are guided by the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, which is the state's strategic blueprint, and a plan that included extensive public input and was adopted by the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. The Lookout Slough project is consistent with the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, and specifically, it helps us achieve the goals established for the lower Yolo bypass, including creating capacity and bolstering resiliency through multi-benefit flood and habitat projects. As Dave mentioned earlier, the Lookout Slough project has its roots in the 2016 basin-wide feasibility study. The study was prepared by DWR and also included extensive public input. The feasibility study included Yolo Bypass Option 3, which identified a setback levee in the exact location of the Lookout Slough project. Next slide, please. So DWR is funding this project, and the project drivers I just mentioned connect directly to the funding sources that we use to do so. The majority of the project, 82%, is funded by DWR's State Water Project. This funding is used for implementation of the Habitat Restoration Project, including permitting, planning, construction, and O&M. This includes both the 3,000-acre wetland area and the levee work. So this includes construction of the new setback levee and the improvements to the Cache House levee. These were necessary for the habitat restoration site. Prop 1 funding is a much smaller portion of the project implementation budget. Specifically, it's 18%. And this is for system-wide flood improvement and resiliency. This includes creating the 2 D grades on the Shag Slough levee for flood conveyance and the additional 1 foot of freeboard on the new setback levee, which is to provide enhanced resiliency and accommodate sea level rise. These tasks were not necessary for the habitat portion of the project and will contribute to system-wide flood resiliency. This is consistent with the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan and the goals of Proposition 1. Next slide, please. So as Dave mentioned, DWR will be the long-term owner of the site, and we will therefore play a critical role in operations and maintenance. We have detailed O&M plans for each feature of the site, which is something that DWR has been working to develop over the last several years. These O&M plans extend from the levees down to the wetland and include allocated funding from State Water Project. I want to note that because State Water Project funding is received directly from the state water contractors, and it's not subject to appropriations or oversight from the legislature. So now I'm going to walk through the O&M plan for the levees in a bit more detail. Yeah, same slide, thank you. The lookout sluice levees are within Reclamation District 2098's jurisdiction, and RD 2098 is the local maintaining agency. RD 2098 has an executed OMRR&R agreement with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board for the entire lookout sluice site. RD 2098 will be responsible for carrying out and funding O&M on the new setback levee, which is known as the Duck Slough levee, shown here in light blue. So while RD 2098 is the local maintaining agency and has provided that assurance to the board through the executed OMRR agreement, DWR and RD 2098 have a separate agreement that DWR will be responsible for O&M on the cash cost levy and the cross levy, which is shown in purple on this slide. So I'm showing that the cash cost levy is the responsibility of DWR on this slide because DWR will be funding this. So it might be confusing, so I just want to reiterate for the board and from the perspective of who is providing assurances for OMR&R on the levies, RD 2098 is the local maintaining agency and has provided that assurance for the full site. So regarding the question of how RD 2098 will fund O&M, as Dave explained, the project will be replacing a little over 7 miles of levees that have existing hazards with about 3 miles of brand new levee that are free of hazards and legacy O&M issues. Because of the separate agreement I mentioned between RD 2098 and DWR, RD 2098's responsibilities for O&M will be reduced from over 7 miles to a little less than 3 miles on the Lookout Sluice site. DWR will become the majority landowner within RD 2098. Our land will stay within RD 2098's boundaries, and we are not proposing to change the boundary of the RD. Instead, we'll be replacing lower value grazing land with higher value habitat. So DWR has been in discussions with RD 2098 for almost a year now, as the RD begins work on a 218 process to raise their assessment rates. These rates have not been increased in nearly 30 years. In preparation for the 218 process, a preliminary engineer's estimate has been drafted. And under the new proposed assessments, DWR will be paying a higher rate or a higher assessment rate to contribute to O&M. And this is because DWR's restored habitat land is at a higher value than the pasture and non-irrigated land within RD 2098. So RD 2098 is able to fund this 218 process with existing funding, and they're utilizing modeling and work being done for the System-Wide Improvement Framework process, or the SWIF, which RD 2098 and RD 2068 have jointly committed to carrying out. Currently, RD 2098 is hiring consultants to work on the engineering report, which will support this 218 election to raise assessments. And this engineering report will be based on the O&M assessment for new levies, the new levy system, meaning post-project conditions. So DWR is committed to continuing this work with the RD and helping to raise assessments and paying our part. So Ryan, next slide, please. So that was our presentation. Thank you, President Edgar and board members, for your time and for allowing EIP and DWR to run through the Lookout Slough project design and our plan for O&M. And again, we're here to discuss more.
You're muted, Mr. President.
President Edgar, I believe you're still muted. Thank you. Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you. Charlotte, I just had a couple questions on these agreements. Now, we have a current agreement with the RD, which guarantees that it's going to carry forward the OMRRR responsibilities. And then you're going to come in, we're going to come in and do this work, and you're going to, through an agreement you have with the RD, fund the setback, the levy portion of the setback. Is that right?
Yes, I'm sorry, I might have missed the question.
Oh, okay. The question is, how did we? What if, for some reason or another, you're not? And then, as I understand, you're also going to pay the assessment, your portion of the new assessment related to the assessment fee that the RD is going to charge because it needs the assessment to proceed, right? Okay.
Right.
So, okay. So, what if DWR, for a whole variety of reasons, isn't able to provide its funding for their maintenance? We're holding the LMA or the RD responsible for that cost. Do we fall back on their if we're not seeing that the DWR is funding their maintenance responsibility properly for some reason, do we fall back on our relationship with the RD? How does that work?
Okay, yeah. So I wanted to introduce Rachel Taylor. So I mentioned we have our full team here. And I think Rachel Taylor with our project team is better at answering this kind of what the hypothetical would be in that situation.
Okay.
Thank you, President Edgar, for the question. This is Rachel Taylor. I'm an attorney with the Department of Water Resources. So essentially, yes, we would be a landowner, and so it would be a similar situation if any landowner hadn't paid their assessments. Then, as the RD is the local maintaining agency with the agreement with the flood board, we would look to them. But one thing we wanted to stress, and that's partly why Charlotte went into so much detail about the funding sources, is this is a federal and state mandated project for the long-term operations of the State Water Project. So if for some reason we weren't maintaining our financial obligations, we would not be just in violation of the flood board, but also of those mandates as well. So
Okay.
this has been a
Okay, I'm just looking to, we're really holding, our responsibility is to hold, pursuant to our agreement with the RD, hold them ultimately accountable for their duties and responsibilities under the OMMRR agreement that they signed in January. That's the way I am understanding it. Since the RD isn't going to go away, they're going to be there. So, okay, I think I understand that. That's okay. Let's see. We've board member questions at this point. Okay, then we have at least one protest letter. Communications. Do you want to take those first, board? Might as well. Or do you want to ask questions on the project? Well, let's take the protest letters first, I guess. Scott Shapiro, do you want to come to the podium?
Thank you, President Edgar. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, board members. Appreciate the chance to speak with you today. I am presenting today on behalf of the California Central Valley Flood Control Association, North Delta Water Agency, and Reclamation Districts 2060 and 2068. I also have with me Rick Reinhardt, who will be making part of this presentation. Probably about 5 minutes. I'll do my best to be brief. I have to tell you, I don't think you're used to seeing me in this context. I can't remember the last time I had to come and protest a permit because I'm all about, and my clients are all about, advancing flood protection. And like Chris Chernell, I'm impressed with this project. It's a good project. It does a lot of good things, and its magnitude is incredible. Our challenge is there remain impacts from the project that are negatively impacting others. And my role today and Rick's role is to make sure the board understands those impacts and to make sure you understand that you do have the jurisdiction to deal with those impacts, and you actually have the obligation to deal with those impacts. And so that's what I want to be speaking about today. I did not mean to imply there was something sinister in terms of a relationship between DWR and the board. What I meant to imply or state explicitly is the board, if it approves this permit, will be treating EIP and its eventual permittee DWR differently than it has treated a large number of LMAs and JPAs who have come before the board over the last 15 years that Rick and I have been coming before this board. And we're going to give some examples of exactly how that is. And we're asking you today to treat all applicants the same, because treating them differently is inappropriate morally and inappropriate legally, and actually creates a basis for challenging your permit, which is not our goal. And so when EIP and DWR say, please trust us, we've got this stuff covered, and I'll talk a little bit about that in detail. That's not the board's role to just trust. And in fact, the board has long had an approach of trust but verify. Trust but verify with conditions, and we'll talk about some of those conditions. This project is a flood project. It is in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. It is discussed and addressed aggressively through the Yolo Bypass Partnership. And by definition, all of the impacts are impacts of a flood control project, and you have jurisdiction over them. And again, we're going to give you examples of similar situations where a condition or an impact might look like it's not flood control related, but the board has specifically conditioned the project to ensure there was not an impact. And Rick will offer some of those. So I think you guys know me pretty well. I don't fight over silly stuff. This is not silly. This is big. This is a big deal for my clients. My clients are looking at a future of more and more habitat projects in flood control areas and feeling the need to set a baseline on how these habitat projects, these multi-benefit projects, will affect basic flood control operations. And that's what we're really here to talk about today. So I'm going to first ask Rick to go and share some of the conditions that he recalls, and then we'll bring it back and I'll talk about a few more. And then I want to go back and address specifically some of the comments that both Dave and Chris made in their presentation. So Rick, your turn.
Good afternoon, President Edgar, board members, Rick Reinhardt with MBK Engineers. On behalf of the clients that Scott Shapiro listed, I also am rarely before the board in a protest role, almost always representing the applicants. And I've had the good fortune of being part of teams that have brought great multi-benefits to your board for approval. The Southport Setback Levy Project, the Bear River Setback Levy Project, the Feather River Setback Levy Project. And each of those projects had challenges that we had to work through with controversy with the affected property owners. And the Feather River Setback Levy in particular affected two property owners, one of which a woman had lost her son. She planted a memorial grove of redwoods, and the setback levy alignment went through that grove. The second was an organic peach farmer who claimed that his business would be significantly adversely affected. And in both of those instances, the board pushed the applicant, in that case, the Three Rivers Levy Improvement Authority, to actually alter the alignment of the levy to avoid, in the case of the redwoods, the redwood grove, and in the case of the peaches, it came down to a negotiation over how many rows could be preserved, and we preserved 2 rows. And so if you drive out on that levee, there's bends in the levee around both of these, things that clearly aren't in the interest of flood control, that drove up the cost for flood control, but were needed to find compromise on what was a non-flood control issue, honestly. So there clearly is precedent for the board serving as a mediator to balance the interest of flood control with the interest of the impacted community. With that, I'll turn it back to Scott.
And I'll note that in the examples that Rick cited, it wasn't the applicant that came to the board saying, we want to do this. It was the board who told us as the applicant, you will go do this. You will mitigate these impacts. We as a board are not willing to approve this flood control project with the impacts that you're proposing, even though they're not CEQA impacts, even though they wouldn't create a CEQA lawsuit. We're not prepared. We're going to be 7 people who represent the state and think about these things and say this is the right and this is the fair thing. I'll also note that, as I said in my letter, the board has required both permittees and future permittees to be on the permit before. And yes, I agree with Chris Chernell. The vast majority of time, it is the property owner and applicant who are one and the same who are actually on the application and thus the permit. But in the example that I cited in West Sacramento, and much like the example that Rick cited, I was representing the applicant. The board said, there is a reason here for us to have both the person doing the work and the person that we were going to have the long-term relationship with on this permit. And in that case, the applicant didn't ask for it, the board mandated it. And so these are just examples of where the kinds of things we're talking about have not only been done by the board before, they've been done at the direction of the board before. And I would ask you to think about that as I go through each of the specific points that need to be addressed. So first, I will note that, and excuse me for being a little snarky, but I think it's appropriate. I'm not sure how DWR is appropriate not to be on the permit. In other words, why it would be okay to say they shouldn't be on the permit, and yet 2/3 of the presentation was made by DWR. Right? The presentation made and the promises made are not being made by the applicant. And the applicant can't bind DWR. So to the extent that commitments were made, those commitments aren't binding. And that not only means that as an affected landowner, we are worried about it, it means as the board, those commitments don't mean anything. And I really don't understand why there is an aversion to DWR being on the permit. When you look at the discussion, it was never explained why DWR shouldn't be on the permit. It was just explained that they weren't and that could be common. But why shouldn't DWR be on the permit? What is the public advantage or public policy or public purpose that is achieved by DWR not being on the permit? Second comment I'd like to make. It is mentioned several times that RD 2098 endorsed this permit. Just for full disclosure to the board, because the board may not be aware of this, all 3 trustees of 2098 were appointed by EIP. EIP is the largest landowner in 2098. That doesn't make it untoward. It's not wrong. I don't want to suggest that there was something wrong in that. I just think it's important for context that when 2098 endorses the project, it's really EIP endorsing the project because they're the landowner and they advance the project. So on the issue of access, I agree long-term 2068 is going to have much better access, and we're grateful for that. I think that's going to be great. Dave Urban, I heard you say that your plans do not affect access, and I appreciate that. That's great. My response would be, then why can't we just put a permit condition in that says it? Because my worry is down the line, something changes. And when something changes, contractors are looking at how they work around things. And if it's not a permit condition, there's no basis for access not being affected with only the eastbound lane being closed or anything like that. So it sounds like EIP is saying they're going to meet the proposed condition we provided. If that's the case, why doesn't the board just mandate it? Next on O&M funding, this is perhaps the one that's most complicated. I agree DWR will remain a landowner. I agree that the same number of acres will be assessed. I appreciate DWR committing to pay. I think that DWR has been reasonably responsive to MBK as the district engineer, saying these are the costs that have to be paid, and everyone coming to the table and saying, okay, yeah, we see that, we're going to pay. But President Edgar, in response to your question, in the event that the assessment is not paid and the district has no way to get the money, your remedy is a maintenance area. But a maintenance area can only assess benefited properties, benefited by the levy. And the habitat properties are not benefited by the levies. Yes, they're still in the district, but they're not benefited. Under state law, they can't be assessed. They can only be assessed if DWR comes to the table and agrees they can be assessed. And DWR is saying they will. But again, why can't we put it in the permit? Why is there a problem with putting it in there? The normal course, and Rick and I can attest to this, having worked on the Bear River setback, the Feather River setback, the West Sacramento setback project, and other setbacks that I'm currently involved in, is that the district typically shrinks and doesn't include the land, which will be habitat, which will be in the waterway. Why? Because there's no benefit, so they can't assess. And in this case, DWR is making the appropriate commitment to fund based on those lands. But the commitment is an oral commitment. It's not in writing. It's not in the permit. And your remedy of creating a maintenance area won't work because there's no benefit to those lands from the levies. I already spoke to the issue of DWR as the permittee. I don't think I need to say anything more about that. Appreciate very much the emergency operation plan commitment and willingness. I would only ask that it be clear in whether it's using our permit condition, which based it on not degrading the levee, or their permit condition, which was within 180 days. I'm not going to argue over that. That's irrelevant to me. What is important is to make it clear, though, that 2068 ultimately gets final approval over that plan, right? It'll be maybe prepared by the applicant, but it's an official locally prepared document, and therefore 2068 has to have approval over the plan. Speak briefly to the Delta plan issue. I mean, I think we can argue about what happened, but the reality is it was remanded to DWR for issues associated with recreation, which means there is no consistency determination yet, which means there can't be any construction yet. And therefore, we might think about delaying the determination today to try to work some of these things out. I'll come back to that in a minute. I really have no position on the Proposition 1 money. That's not an issue that my clients have raised, and so I'm not going to speak to that. But I do want to come back to this issue of the HCP last. Chris's remarks, again, as the non-applicant, was that it was premature and far outside the purview of this board. And I would just say that's not true at all. The Redwood Grove example that Rick cited shows it. The peach trees, where the board required us to move the levee over, even though it didn't advance levee O&M, was a similar example. And this is an example where this is a flood project. This is an impact associated with a flood project. Who, I would ask, whose purview is this within then? DWR has indicated maybe they will fund it, but they're not willing to make a commitment now. EIP's view is that's a DWR responsibility. They've said the board doesn't have purview over this. So where are my clients supposed to go? Where is the place we would go and say, okay, will someone stand up and mitigate the impacts on my clients? And the answer is there's no place else, because it's a flood project and you have jurisdiction over it. So before I make my final point, I want to ask Rick, did you have anything you want to add or anything I missed?
I do want to reinforce a point about the YOLO Bypass Partnership, that you have a large group of public agencies that are committing to advancing projects in the bypass. Solano County Water Agency, RD 2068 are members of the partnership to support the project and what it's trying to achieve, but definitely not at the expense of the surrounding property owners. And what the fear of the surrounding property owners is a project that's going to intentionally increase endangered species is going to create an adverse impact on the ability for those farmers to continue to divert. And then that will have an effect, or could have an effect, on the viability of those surrounding reclamation districts. The mantra of the partnership is all boats rise. And in this instance, while there's intent, while there's interest and energy moving towards it, there's not a commitment. And so what the state of California is asking those property owners is, let us build a project to advance our interest. We're working on your interest. And depending on what the price ultimately is for implementation of that HCP, we'll make a decision on whether we'll fund it at that time. And that's where things are breaking down. That disconnecting implementation of the project with implementation of the HCP they're just fundamentally opposed to. That's not how we get better together. That's not how all boats rise. So thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Rick. So I guess the final point I want to make is I don't love being in this position. My clients are not trying to stop this project. They're absolutely not. They've told me that, and I'm telling you that. And here, Dave and Chris and I are making snarky comments to each other because this is the procedure that's been created because it's the only mechanism to address these issues. I reached out about 2 weeks ago to Robin Brewer and said, there has to be a way for us to resolve this. And Rick reached out to Steve Rothert at the same time and said, there has to be a way. And I think the thing that went wrong is we probably should have all been talking before this last week. I mean, I had numerous email exchanges with Rachel, with Braden Chadwick, the lawyer for EIP. I think Rick has had a number of communications. And we made some progress, right? We made progress on the emergency operations plan. We made some progress in everyone confirming access won't be an issue. But again, why couldn't we put it in a permit? We're making progress. And so if the board wants to deal with this today, it's going to be messy going through each of these conditions. And I would ask you to adopt each and every condition that's proposed in our levy. But another option is just continue the hearing until next month and give us 3 more weeks to see if we can work it out. By then, further development will have occurred on the HCP. Maybe we can actually resolve it. Maybe we can't. Like if we can't, then let's just make the hard decisions today. But I would say that at the end of the day, my clients have to have a place to go to and say, we are being impacted. And that's you, and that's your job. So I appreciate the chance to present to you today. And Rick and I are available for any questions.
Thank you, Scott. We also have a letter from the prepared by Dante's Nomalini, who sent us a letter on behalf of the Central Delta Water Agency. Dante, do you want to make a presentation? Or is he not available?
Good afternoon, OSHA Meserve here. I believe that Mr. Nomalini was unable to attend, and so I will be representing Central Delta and Land at this meeting unless we hear him pop up.
Okay, fine. You were the next on my list, so please proceed.
Thank you. It's been an interesting conversation, and it's helped highlight some of the concerns that come up for my clients, Central Delta and local agencies of the North Delta. Obviously, you know, there can be benefits of these restoration projects, but they need to be done correctly and with a lot of thought. And I know that the applicants believe that that has gone into this, but I think as we've just heard, there are some loose ends that need to be resolved. Now, my clients, and especially Central Delta, does have concern with the cumulative water quality impacts of this project and of increasing salinity. I know that's not within the board's jurisdiction, but there are cumulative concerns when we have big changes in the landscape like this. And so that's, you know, just another issue that I think the board should be aware of, and something that we've discussed in the past in relation to other restoration projects. With respect to the flood control issue, we, you know, Central Delta Land continue to be concerned that there's a very minimal flood improvement brought about by this project, and that there's the priority areas really should be in the western and interior of the Delta. And we're concerned about the funds that being spent on this type of project where we're not getting flood control benefit for the, you know, in the highest risk areas. We would ask that the flood board redouble its efforts under its jurisdiction under 85306 of the Water Code to work together with DWR and the Delta Stewardship Council to try to make sure that limited levy funding is going to those higher value projects that benefit the greater good. Because here, really, the improvements to the levee are being done because they want to set the levee back, because they want to create the habitat. It's really quite different than a lot of the other levee improvement projects that we look at in the Delta. I think, you know, the most direct role for the board here probably is, you know, on this long-term operations and maintenance. And I know in previous restoration projects, there was at least a short long-term operation and maintenance plan that was part of the permit that reflected what the commitment was with respect to dealing with issues like making sure that the levees continue to be maintained, especially if it's contemplated where, like here, that the landowner is going to change hands. Also issues of trespass and trash and all those other things. And so I think it would be irresponsible of the board to approve a permit that doesn't address the issues that you've been hearing about today and that we've written about also in our comment letters. It's not enough. I understand DWR is a state agency and unlikely to just go up and be gone, but you know, EIP is the landowner right now. That's the recipient of the permit. We have things that are being promised, but there's really, if the permit doesn't require it, it's not required. And I think that we all need more certainty than that, and certainly the nearby landowners in particular need that. And with respect to the DSC consistency process, I agree. It's not clear exactly how, you know, what will happen now that the consistency has been remanded back to DWR. But the council clearly found that DWR had not supported its finding that it was consistent with respecting the Delta as a place, and in particular those recreational values, with substantial evidence. And so I guess it's possible DWR could go back and just try to find more reasons why that it can't do anything about those inconsistencies. But I think hopefully it's just as possible that DWR, maybe upon more careful reflection, could try to accommodate some of those recreational uses that we heard so much about at the consistency appeal hearings, and that are really important to a lot of people that aren't here today because of the Liberty Island Ecological Preserve and the way that this project would disconnect those resources from people that have been using them. So I think it's somewhat disingenuous for DWR today to just discard the consistency appeal process and say there's no way that's going to result in any changes, because I think there are practical things that could be done to improve the access for the public in ways that would still be feasible. And I think, you know, the council, my understanding of the determination is that they're asking DWR to look carefully at that issue. So I think it doesn't make sense, because if the layout of the project did change, if upon further reflection, DWR and EIP find that they could better accommodate recreational uses in that area, you know, then that might affect what the changes to the state plan of flood control are that are being proposed here today. And when I looked through the application I received was only 2 pages long. I didn't have the detailed plans, but it just wasn't clear to me that the recreational access and the boat launch that is included in the plan, as far as what I saw at the Stewardship Council, you know, that doesn't seem to be part of what the flood board is looking at. And I think it's important that the flood board understand all the different aspects of the project, including whatever the recreational elements are. Right now, it's just a boat launch. Maybe there's something more that could be done to try to improve that access. So I think it would make sense to allow that process to unfold a little more, just given that we only received that determination from the Stewardship Council last week. So just to conclude, you know, this is part of a much larger restoration effort in the Delta, and that's why it's so important that your board get it right, because each project creates a precedent for the next project, and altogether these projects have a lot of impacts on the adjacent landowners, the districts, water quality, flood control, all these things. And so that's why it is very important that every project be better than the last one. And from what I've seen with this permit, I don't think it is better. I don't think it is addressing all the concerns that you've heard. And I think that more time should be taken to see perhaps if some of the specific issues that have been discussed today can be resolved, and then also to shore up the permit to make sure it's addressing everything that the flood board is required to address, and in particular the expected changes in ownership, and making sure that the long-term maintenance and operations is addressed, rather than just assuming it's going to be okay. Because if it's not okay, it's your board that's going to be hearing about it, and there may it could be a situation where it's very hard to remedy it if the proper conditions aren't in the permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. Are there any other comments from the public at this point? Do we see any, Leslie or Ryan?
I see nothing from my end.
I don't have anything here, Mr. President.
Okay, I'm going to bring this matter back to the board for discussion. First, I'll ask our legal counsel, assuming that we would want to consider one of these conditions, do we simply add them to the resolution that's proposed? Is that what we do, Jeet?
Thank you, President Edgar. So the permit that you have before you in the package is in draft form, and the ask is that it be approved in substantially the form that's provided. So there is wiggle room for the board to instruct staff to include additional conditions if it so desires.
Okay. Now, help me out here, please, Jeet. I heard from the testimony that there were a number of concerns. One is whether or not DWR ought to be on the permit. The second is conditions relating to access during construction, I guess. And the idea was, pursuant to the testimony by EIP, whether we could just reduce that to a condition for the permit. The second was that RD 2068 be given the authority to approve. I guess this is the emergency plan. I'm not exactly sure about that, but there was the issue of the HCP and who would be funding that and so on. And then there's the issue with consistency with the Delta plan. Those are basically the issues that I listed. Do you sense any more from hearing the testimony?
No, I think you captured them all. I would just suggest that DWR and or EIP be given a chance to respond to the protesters' comments in terms of rebuttal. And if the board has any questions of either the protester or the applicant or DWR, to address those before the board takes action.
Yeah, I was just trying to inventory the issues from the testimony. Yeah, right. Okay, Scott and Rick and let's see, Chris, I guess, and who was the other person? Sorry.
You had David and Charlotte.
David and Charlotte are the proponents. Yeah. Are there any response? I'll start off with you, Chris. Response to the concerns?
Sorry, Chris, I would just add Rachel Taylor, I believe, is also there to answer some of the contractual issues on behalf of DWR.
President Edgar, can you hear me? This is Chris Trunell.
Yes.
Great. I'd like my staff to answer any clarifying remaining issues related to the O&M discussion. That seems to be a central focus, which makes sense. Before they do, though, I'd like to talk a little bit about the HCP. A couple of good issues were raised that warrant coming back to. First of all, the department very clearly is under no legal obligation to address that sort of quote unquote mitigation related to a habitat project. There is no state law that requires us to do that. To provide for somebody else's mitigation that may or may not be somehow, someday in the future, frankly, if we're successful at producing a bunch of fish, there might be some impacts related to that. There is no legal obligation for us to do that. The very nature of a habitat conservation plan is that it is a voluntary action. It provides not only for mitigation, in this case, for ongoing mitigation of agricultural pumping operations, it goes above and beyond that and tries to really address long-term species conservation and recovery objectives. Scott asked about what the best forum is, if not the flood board, for engaging in the HCP. I'll tell you what the best forum for that is. The HCP steering committee conversations led by Mike Roberts in Solano County. His clients are engaged in that conversation. They have so far been really great participants in there, in particular RD 2060, good creative solutions being put on the table. So we would, again, just want to emphasize, we are under no obligation to fund somebody else's potential mitigation requirements. HCPs, by their very nature, are voluntary, and they should remain that way. And the best forum for engagement by those protesting, they are well aware of, and frankly, already actively engaged in. So with that, I'll pass it off to maybe Rachel or Charlotte to talk a little bit more about the O&M, any questions related to the O&M that we feel like we might need to just clarify or touch on. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
You bet.
Let's see, is Charlotte or David, do you want to take a shot at responding or not?
Yeah, we will. So Scott brought up some concerns related to O&M and whether or not the habitat portion of our site would still receive benefit from the levies. And that was something that I tried to stress in the presentation, that the levies themselves are necessary for the habitat portion of our site, and that's why they're funded by the State Water Project. I think Rachel's going to add some more examples of where this has, where there's precedent for this type of thing in the Delta.
Okay, Rachel.
Hopefully she's there.
Okay, this is Rachel Taylor from DWR again. On the issue of the special benefits for the necessity of being able to pay assessments under 218, we did look into legal precedents in the Delta and determined that restoration properties have been assessed because as part of, as Charlotte just explained, the levies are necessary for the project to function successfully and as part of our mitigation. And also that there are some other areas where things like marinas or water-based activities also get assessed within RDs, even though they are on areas that are not protected from inundation. So special benefit does have different meanings in the Delta, and there is precedent for us to be able to do the model that we propose.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that was it for, sorry, that was it for O&M.
Okay.
Okay. And then I can, this is Rachel, I could also address the question about whether or not DWR should have been on the permit application.
Yes, would you comment on that, please?
Sure. So we actually asked staff about this back in January when we submitted the applicant, and what we were informed is generally the board prefers to only have one applicant, and it's the landowner, mostly because of the indemnification and liability clauses. If you add two different applicants, we have to revise some of the encroachment permit language to be joint and several liability. So when we presented the contract that states if the project gets all of its approvals, the land has to transfer to DWR with the permit, including the encroachment board permit, before construction begins. So that during construction and post-construction, the board is fully covered by the DWR being named as a permit. And DWR has actually used this model before on other fish restoration programs. We did it on Floodway farms, and it was very successful. And they went through, I think, your process, because it's in the ministerial act, to change the name in like 2 weeks. However, if the board feels strongly, we would be willing to be added to the application. Understanding that we need to tweak the language for joint and several, as you mentioned before. But if that would resolve the board's concerns, we can make that concession.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Anything else by the applicant? Anything, David, do you want to talk about from EIP standpoint?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity here, and certainly we appreciate the comments that have been made today. I'm actually a little not sure that I've heard Scott articulate exactly why he needs all these things to be added to our permit, especially on issues surrounding permit conditions that would be imposed by a different permitting agency, such as Solano County for road control issues. It's been my experience across the country that one agency doesn't usually impose permit conditions that another agency would necessarily put in their permit under their proper jurisdiction for road maintenance here. But
would they have conditions in the permit such that the applicant is required to, complete the requirements of the local public works department or whatever in the permit that, kind of refers to that, but doesn't duplicate the condition?
Yeah,
you know?
yes, sir. And I believe that your own permit conditions require us to comply with all other terms and conditions of other permits. So why not just leave it at that? If I could indulge you, I actually would appreciate having Braden Chadwick, my counsel, address this a little cleaner than I might be able to here, if that's okay, sir.
No, sure, of course.
Thank you. Braden, can you jump on here?
I can. I'm going to leave my camera off just so I make sure you can hear me and I come through with the spotty connection. Can everyone hear me? Okay.
No, we can't, Braden. You need to speak up.
Okay, how's this? Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, great. I'll just echo what Dave Urban was mentioning there. General condition number 9 of your permit conditions says that the permittee shall, when required, secure the written order or consent from all other public agencies having jurisdiction. In other words, you got to maintain and abide with the other permits from other agencies that are going to impose conditions in their realm of jurisdiction. And here, it's unclear to me why Mr. Shapiro would continue to bring this issue up before the board. This is a Solano County jurisdictional issue. EIP will necessarily have to get an encroachment permit for any work that's done in the right-of-way. This encroachment permit from the county will necessarily address traffic control and access issues. And if you look at the standard encroachment conditions, number 6 and number 7 for Solano County's encroachment permits for roadway, what it says is that access has to be maintained, and it says that, let's see, I'll read it to you. It says that when working on one of the lanes, EIP will have to provide appropriate warning signs, cones, barricades, and flagmen to direct and maintain traffic. So if you close even a portion of one of the lanes, EIP will have to have a flagman there to maintain and deal with any traffic and make sure that access is maintained on Liberty Island Road. And going back to Dave Urban's first presentation that he said at the very beginning of this item, is that at no time was EIP planning on closing the road to begin with, and assurances have been made to the RD multiple times. Mr. Urban had met with the RD and Brian Bush, the manager as well, to make assurances and show them the plans and show them the construction plans as to how this was going to happen, and to give assurances that access will always be maintained to the pumps. So that's, I think, dealing with the pumping concern. The other concern, I think I heard Scott say that the emergency operations plan, that he was satisfied with the condition that EIP has proposed, that within 180 days of board approval, applicant will update RD 2068 and RD 2098 emergency operations plans. So I think that you can check off the list as well. And so I think this is a good project that frankly, to be very clear about what's happening here is you have lawsuits that were filed outside of this proceeding, and Mr. Shapiro and Ms. Reserve are using this proceeding to try and gain additional leverage for settlement discussions and using you to do it. So again, I think that it's very clear that in terms of floodway conditions and this project complies with them. It has the permit from the Corps. It has the acquiescence of the RD, and I think all of the essentials here that the board's looking for are in place. And we're happy to answer any questions, or if we want to talk about conditions of approval, we can. But like I said, I don't think they're necessary in this instance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have, President Edgar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, members of the board, do you have any questions?
Mr. President, this is Jane. I do have my hand up.
Oh, well, okay.
There's two things that are not clear to me. One is information that we received that in prior projects that seem to have similar complexity to this one, the board wanted both the landowner and the future landowner on the permit. And now we have information presented today that our staff said, no, we only want the landowner. But in either event, it's pretty clear in the record that DWR is going to be the landowner and is going to be the permit holder. So I'm not quite sure why having them on now fulfills the purpose, but if DWR says they agree to do that with certain other language, then maybe we should do that. I don't know. But my other, well, I guess I have three. I think some of you know I used to be.
Well, Jane, the DWR has indicated, the attorney for DWR has indicated that if they thought it was that our position was only to have the landowner on as an applicant rather than DWR. If we want DWR the permit, they don't really have any objection, is the feedback I got.
That's the feedback that I got today too. It's just that it was confusing to me that we got comments that other projects were told by the board to have both.
Yeah, well.
So maybe we ought to straighten that out at some point. But if DWR agrees, then that would be fine. On access to the road, the access to the pumping plant right now, as I understand it, is a county road. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, everybody's saying, I see this. It's yes. Well, the county would not be able, in my experience as a former county supervisor, to just abandon that road and abandon access that is necessary for a landowner's operation, access, or comfort. So I'm not sure how we can have a private entity require that a county never abandon a road, which they probably could never abandon anyway.
Right. Yeah.
So it's.
I think David made or I guess his attorney made a good point that, you know, we're covered in this resolution by saying that the applicant has to fulfill all conditions that are imposed by local jurisdictions, and we don't have jurisdiction over access to county roads. It's the county that does that.
Right. I think the encroachment permit will.
And I think I think our condition in our resolution addresses that issue. I don't really have a problem with that. What was your third one?
Well, I have to say that I'm perplexed by the conversations regarding an HCP, because it doesn't seem to be something that's being promulgated by either this permit applicant or DWR, but it's being promulgated by Solano County. So, and it's clearly in the future. And who would know what it is? I have a little bit of experience with HCPs, and they don't happen quickly, even though you think they will. And they're very complicated negotiations with wildlife and resource agencies. So I don't know how we'd ever fashion a condition on that, and it's future anyway. So it's anybody's guess what will happen, whether it does or doesn't happen, and what the conditions are. So
yeah, I think the issue is more short term, Jane. Who is responsible for mitigation to impacts as they arise? Is it the applicant here or not?
President Edgar, nobody is responsible for the mitigation that Scott Shapiro's clients are asking for under state law.
Yeah, I agree
Period.
on that one.
Now, that does not mean that we won't be a willing partner in this. DWR has already put forward $2.75 million towards the completion of the HCP document. And we're doing what we can now within our own limits to be able to find funding for implementation. But there is no state law, and there should be no regulation, and there should be no permit condition that binds us to that future funding action. It would simply be inappropriate.
I just remember, Chris, I just remember a case that I had in when I was managing this in Sacramento County, and in order to get something through, we did many things that Safeca and Sabufka have done, and that is throw money at Yolo County. So in order to comply, of course, that was with the surface mining issue. So I'm not sure how that comes into effect, but that's a county issue anyway. So in any event. Okay.
Yeah.
Was there somebody that responded there? Okay.
President Edgar, that was me again. That was Chris. I was just going to say that I definitely understand that. And I think you know me through the context, in particular of the Yolo Bypass Partnership. We are always looking for opportunities to be financial supporters of our local partners in creative, both in the box and out of the box ways. I don't think there's anybody on this phone call who could reasonably and honestly disagree with that.
Yeah.
And so just know that we are absolutely trying to find funding to help implementation of HCP. We just simply can't commit to it, nor are we required to.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Jane on this one, Chris. The HCP is a longer term effort. And we've had this issue in Yolo County for a long time. The mitigations that are short term are the ones that essentially end up being voluntary on the part of the counties and the part of the cities or whatever, or the state. And they just come about as the issues come up. And I'm not sure how you write a condition or whether you can't even write a condition on that issue. So I understand.
So, Mr. President,
Chris, I wanted to, excuse me, Jane.
I'm not exactly sure how chats do or don't become part of the public record, but there's two chats here that are germane. And one is from Robin Brewer, who is DWR attorney, and it says, Scott did reach out, conversation was facilitated. We simply don't agree with his points. Thank you. And then there's another one that's directly related to what I had to say, and it's from Scott Shapiro in the chat. EIP applied for the road to be abandoned as part of their original application. They might have done that, but my experience is that counties do not have the capability to abandon roads if it removes access that is important to adjoining landowners. I sat on some of those things. I don't
Well,
see how
I
you tell a
think
county not to do it.
I think EIP's attorney recognized that, and he said that they don't have any choice but to apply or to comply with the county regulations on this. And I just think a condition related to kind of superseding the county's jurisdiction here. It doesn't make any sense. I would simply do what we have in this resolution and defer to the county regulations, which could change from time to time, but it's in
Or
their
not.
bailiwick. Yeah, or not. Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, abandoning the road's not easy. You just don't do it.
Yeah.
President Edgar, could I beg your indulgence to talk for 1 minute on one of these issues?
Sure.
You know, I want to focus on the HCP because frankly, it's the biggest potential business buster issue for us. And I guess I want to say, who should bear the risk that we've identified? Because we've identified a risk. And right now, what the message is that's coming from DWR is, if there is eventually a problem, and if you have to mitigate it, we've been creative partners and we might be able to help. And my question is that the way that we think the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan should be implemented? Because it's shifting the risk to adjacent farmers. And the board has been quite clear that we don't shift the risk of hydraulic impacts, but we're now shifting the risk of financial impacts. I don't think I disagree with Chris that there isn't a law that requires it. That's not my point. My point is, as we add additional habitat and multi-objective projects up and down this valley, who pays for the impacts of it? And the clear message from this board, if you do nothing, is that's not our concern. If the risks are shifted, it's not our concern.
Well, as a practical matter, Scott, I just don't think that's reality, because you know, being in Sacramento County and being in Sebufka, we did a whole lot of things that don't necessarily require or were legally required to. Look what we did in with the wildlife area in Sebufka. I mean, that has nothing to do with flood control. That has to do with.
I agree with you.
But you don't put it, you know, nobody put it in a resolution with a condition on it. You got to go up.
Okay, but what's the mechanism right now? DWR has not said they will fund it.
Well, they don't know. They don't know. They're going to look at all kinds of things, which is what we've been doing.
So you're saying that the answer is trust us. And that's the challenge we have, because we have been raising this list of issues for 4 years. We negotiated a settlement agreement with EIP 3 years ago, which ultimately EIP didn't sign. We had to file a sequel lawsuit. We had to file a protest at the Delta Stewardship Council. We had to come and file this protest because everything has been trust us. There was an application to abandon the road, right? Everything is trust us. And this is what it feels like at times as an LMA who is which are maintaining state plan of flood control facilities. And the answer is trust us. And the reality is my clients have a great long-term relationship with the board and DWR. The Fmap program is a great example of not only trust us, but we're coming through for you. Delta Subvention is a great example of not only trust us, but we're coming through for you. This is an example where I have farmers that are literally talking about going out of business as a result of impacts from not being able to pump. Trust us isn't quite enough when it turns to going out of business.
Okay, any other comments from the board, please?
President Edgar, this is Jitu. I'd just like to give some context to Vice President Dolan's remarks regarding having co-applicants on permits. At least in my experience, since I've been with the board, where I have seen that, and I think Scott raised the example of West Sacramento, has been when there's a developer who's going to develop property and they obtain the permit, but once the development is finished, the developer goes away. So there's really no there. So in those instances, we have asked and required that there be a co-applicant, so we know there's somebody on the hook afterwards. I haven't personally seen it in any other circumstance, but that isn't to say that it hasn't happened.
But isn't that the situation here? I mean,
Well,
DWR is actually gonna own that property.
right.
They're gonna buy it from the RD and pay the cost for it and so on.
Or from EIP, correct.
So you've got a same exact situation, it seems to me.
Well, not
And
necessarily.
DWR doesn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, well, and DWR is not going to go away. I mean, and there's a contract in place, as Rachel indicated, that as a predicate to DWR, there has to be the EIP has to obtain the permit from the board before it can be transferred.
Right, right.
So I would say that at least from staff's perspective, that concern doesn't carry the same weight as it has where you have a developer who develops a project and then moves on, creates another LLC, and creates another development somewhere.
You're saying the RD is going to be around just as long as DWR is too, right?
Well, DWR has been, as we've heard the testimony, is going to be responsible for the assessments to pay for the O&M.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So as long as 2098 stays solvent, absolutely.
Yeah. Well.
But if it's not 2098, then as Scott mentioned, it becomes a maintenance area, or if somebody else expands, it gets absorbed into another reclamation district. But those commitments, I would expect, would still remain.
Yeah, I don't think that's the sticker point here. Sticking point is how do we deal with this issue of long-term mitigation? Who pays for it? And the way we've been operating is, it's not a requirement. We do the best we can, and we've done that. I've been done in the past, but you don't normally do a condition on it.
Nor do I think that we could require DWR to fund when it's going to be, when those funds are going to come. Everything is subject to legislature funding, and so,
right.
I think that's an important point here, that we cannot commit DWR to obtain funding that they have no guarantee that they're actually going to be able to get.
Right. Any other comments by the board?
President Edgar, I had my hand up, but I may have done it the wrong way. I've been listening intently to this. I have a couple things. I'll start actually back with the HCP, for continuity with that. And, because this is a challenging issue in a lot of places with, endangered species,
Right.
expanding the range of a species. But as Jane and I think others have noted, HCPs are by definition a voluntary thing that people do when they make sense. And, California should have healthy fish and wildlife populations. And so, I, for one, can't agree that if a landowner undertakes to improve fish and wildlife populations, that's an impact that needs to be mitigated. And certainly, not our encroachment permit. That's not to say that it's a bad idea. I've been an advocate for it in other contexts. It's often a good tactical move on behalf of a project proponent, for fish passage or reintroduction programs. It could be a very good thing, but I wouldn't be able to agree that it should be part of our permit. I'll say, just cutting to the chase also, that I'm persuaded that this is approvable. I believe that, from the materials coming in and found the commentary here, very helpful to clarify the issues, and still believe that. I would like to ask, though, if it's appropriate, Mr. President, if to see if there's a revision to the staff recommendation. We have at least one permit condition that was requested and that the applicant agreed to in slightly different language. And I heard Mr. Shapiro say that he didn't object to that language. But I wonder if it'd be appropriate to ask Leslie or Jeet if the recommendation from staff is modified to take one or the other versions of that. And then also on the question of similar question on the dual permit. I think I heard you, Jeet, saying that you didn't think having DWR added to the permit was necessary. But I would also ask directly if the staff recommendation changed on that point. I'll say that it doesn't seem necessary to me. We have, somebody, there won't be a gap in coverage. Somebody is responsible for the permit. When EIP has it, we don't have an indication that they don't have capacity to perform. If and when they transfer the land to DWR, then they'll be the permit holder and they have capacity to perform. But if DWR isn't objecting to it and that were the recommendation, I would want to hear that as well.
I was speaking more to contextually where we have, in my experience, required a co-applicant. And I gave the example where there's a developer that we knew would not be there long-term. But I don't know that staff, I'll let staff speak for themselves if they have a position on whether or not, well, I think we already heard based on the testimony that DWR was told in January that they need not be on the permit for the reasons that that Rachel articulated in terms of the joint and several liability clauses in the permit conditions, and those would need to be reworked. I'm not sure if that answers your question, Board Member Johnson.
Okay, I'm concerned about whether we have a quorum left here. Ryan, can you, we got Valines is going to be abstaining. Is Tim back? He was going to be gone for a little bit.
It looks like Board Member Ramirez is not present.
Okay, then Mary Jane is not here. Do we have 4 members?
Just,
Ryan?
You do.
just barely.
Okay, all right, as long as we have 4.
So we all have to agree.
Yeah, we all have to agree. Well, one of the options here is to, I'm interested in knowing what DWR is going to be doing in terms of getting into consistency with the Delta plan. Chris, can you tell me what that's going to take?
Yeah, you bet, President Edgar. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So there are 2 issues that are on remand to the department to be dealt with, and both are related to recreation. And I would invite Rachel to fill in here where I either leave something out or go astray. The first issue is related to best available science and whether that was employed when looking at impacts to recreation. And the second issue is related to whether or not the record shows that it was in fact feasible or infeasible, to put it, to overly simplify it, to design the project as it's designed. Meaning that did we do everything we could to protect the existing recreational land uses out there, in particular related to a bridge that links the project site to Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. Our belief and our initial approach for this next round of consistency determination discussions is that all of the supporting materials for both of those issues on remand do in fact exist in our record, and we will be redoubling efforts to identify those, point them out to the Delta Stewardship Council, work with their staff in advance of the formal hearing process, the early consultation process that they offer, and to go through the process once again. So again, getting back to one of the things I mentioned early on in my comments, we don't expect for the project footprint to change at all during the course of this process.
Okay, so that you won't do anything until you get that cleared up. Is that the idea?
We can't do this project. We can't break ground on this project until those issues are cleared up.
Okay.
So that is part of the process. That would be our next step, again, to reinitiate that process after receiving this encroachment permit.
Okay, during the time that you're doing the recreation, if we were able to approve this permit with the understanding that we would continue to negotiate these conditions relating to access, you know, whether or not we should have DWR on the permit and all those kinds of things during that time, get those details worked out. Some of them are acceptable to DWR. Obviously, we're not going to be making the determination on mitigation or HCP here, but these other things could an approval with those ideas in it give us enough wiggle room to finalize the details on this permit at the same time you're working on the Delta Stewardship Council requirements? In other words, if we approved it and directed the executive director to try, or the legal counsel to try and work out the details on these conditions, should they be in, should they not be in, whatever needs to be done, get those worked out at the same time, that she could issue the permit with those things wrapped up, as well as knowing what you're going to do with the Delta Council approval, issue with that understanding.
Mr. President, excuse me, Mr. Turnell, I feel the need to say that I don't understand how we approve a permit and leave it still open for negotiation. And it's not clear to me that, from my perspective as a board member, that I think anything needs to be added other than the emergency ops.
Yeah, that's what.
I don't see how we approve something, let it go forward. I don't think we can delegate that to the executive officer to change a permit after we vote.
Well, there may be some wiggle room in the language that might have to be cleaned up. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then we would do a notice of intent that we will approve this permit. And ask staff to review this record and bring back any clarifying language for us to formally adopt it at the next meeting. So we're on record that we're approving it. My experience is when we try to do this during a board
No, we can't. That's what I was.
Or wordsmithing, it doesn't work. It gets messy. But I would make a motion of a notice of intent to approve and have staff review this record to see if any clarifying, not addition, but clarifying language needs to be added, and bring back the resolution and permit for formal adoption.
The final recommendation after we've done
just clean it up. Clean it up.
Yeah, the cleanup work. Jeet, what is your thought about that? You indicated that you thought the approach might be to adopt it in substantial form, as in the staff report, but to give the executive director some wiggle room to clean it up. Is that still your position?
So what we've done in the past is, I mean, the permits are always presented to the board as in draft form, with the ask that they be approved in substantially the form provided, which is essentially the wiggle room. There have been instances in the past where the board has asked conditions be added to permits from the dais, and those then are added to the permit before issuance. Here, it seems like we're talking about a little bit of a different scenario, because we aren't clear on exactly what the terms of a condition would be. It would make more sense if there needs to be additional negotiation that the board continue this and bring it back next month if it were so inclined, if in fact you think there needs to be additional permits. I'm not suggesting there needs to be one or more, or there shouldn't be. It's really the board's decision. But to keep things as clean as possible, I would advise that you either take an action on the permit as it stands today, or if you feel it needs additional work, and give the parties time, then just to continue this and bring it back next month and find out if there's been any movement by either of the parties, unless there's an agreement here today. What I've heard is DWR saying that you know, if it's a deal breaker, they're okay with being named as a co-applicant. But we've also heard that we don't know if that's actually necessary or not. So from my perspective, it's you know, 6 of one, half dozen of another. But in order to keep the record as clean as possible, I would advise that the board either take action as the permit as it's before the board, or direct staff to bring this back next month after the parties have had some time to try to figure out some permit language that they can agree to and staff feels is appropriate to be included in the permit.
Okay, then, Jane, your motion would be then to what?
Well, I'm not ready for a motion yet without responding. I am not comfortable disagreeing with our board counsel, but I must. I don't see that there's wiggle room, and I see that it's our decision whether or not to add an applicant, and I don't think it's necessary given the conditions of the permit as they exist now. I am very uncomfortable and don't think it's appropriate or that we can adequately add any condition about a future HCP that may or may not happen with conditions that we don't even know what they are, have to be fulfilled and paid for. I couldn't figure out how to put that into it, and I know that there's not agreement. I think the access issue is solved. It's not going to be removed. The access will continue, and I think the only thing that would be added is within 180 days of the permit being approved, the applicant will update the RD 2068 and 2098 emergency operation plans. So I just have been uncomfortable before when we've had complex permits where things get added and the board verbally adds them to that. And then when we look at it 2 years later, we're wondering what we did, let alone some future board looking at this, wondering what specificity we did. I think when it's complicated, we should give direction that we want to approve it, but we want it to be clean when we make the real vote. And that's why I suggest a motion of intent that we will approve it. We just want the appropriate wordsmithing to be done by our staff.
With no change in conditions.
I would direct that the addition be about the applicant being required to update the emergency operation plans for both reclamation districts.
Okay. So that'd be the only added condition.
For me, I'm one board member.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
I don't even know what I did, Bill.
Okay.
If I may, President Edgar, before you take a formal vote on this, given Vice President Dolan's comments, I would agree that that is sufficient enough direction to staff in terms of the type of specificity we need to incorporate an additional permit condition. So the board can take action today with that direction that permit condition be added.
Okay, it's been
so staff would add that staff would add that permit condition, and then it would be the permit would be signed by the executive officer and it would be issued to the applicant.
All right, Mr. President, as the secretary who reads these transcripts, I've read enough where 4 of us have made the motion. So could I just make this motion? I move that we approve this permit and direct staff to add a condition that the applicant must complete the emergency operation plan for both RD 2068 and 2098.
Okay, that's the motion that's before the board. It's been seconded.
And yes, and my motion does include making the findings regarding CEQA and evidence in the record that is in the staff recommended action.
Right. And it's been seconded by Countryman. Okay, we'll have a roll call vote, Ryan.
Board Member Grego is absent. Board Member Johnson.
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez is absent, I believe. Board Member Valines has abstained. Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Vice President Dolan.
Yes.
President Edgar.
Yes. Okay, matter is approved with that understanding. Okay, we're moving on from 10F to item 11. We have our normal reports and with including the executive director's report on the looking ahead for August and the EO report. Any other questions on that from the board?
Mr. President, I might be the only board member reading these chats, but there's a chat in there asking if the hearing was closed on this item we just voted upon.
I brought it back and I assumed it was closed.
You're the president. Can you say you closed it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any board comments and committee updates on under item 12? Okay.
Yes, I'm going to just chat today. And I think that Board Member Johnson will agree with me. We're working on having an advisory committee meeting August 17, 18, 19, something like that, but middle of August, hoping that at that point, the DWR team that's working on the update can give a little bit more information to the advisory committee on how they're going to be looking at and answering their recommendations. I'm not sure, Brian, if we've picked a date, but I know we're looking at the middle of August.
I don't think we have. We polled people on the dates, but I don't know that it's been decided and gone out yet.
Yeah, I just know the when I'm available, so that's why I said that. We love doodle polls, don't we?
Okay. Any other questions on item 13? Okay, we're going to go to a closed session and recess this meeting at 4:30. So we'll go over to the Zoom link. This meeting is recessed at 4:30. We'll leave this meeting and we'll proceed to the Zoom link for a closed session, which will be short. She promised me, and then we'll come back and close this meeting. Okay, thank you. We'll leave this meeting, go to our Zoom link. Thank you.
Thank you.
The board came out of closed session at 4:58, and this meeting is adjourned.